week for some of you. Some of you might have gotten crushed in the last couple hours of yesterday's market, or sorry, Friday's market. But for those of you who are still standing, welcome back. Welcome, AOTS.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you.
I just want to quickly address a couple of rumors that you might have seen. Yes, I did post a couple of photos from Ken Citadel's Grand Disney Bash, but I want to just clarify that I am just a Disney employee. My day job is dressing up as Goofy and walking around the parks, so no need to panic. The only type of hedgie I am is gold. Hope that puts to rest any fears you might have. Now let's invite a couple people up and let's get this show on the road. All right. Who wants to kick us off?
That's quite the headline opinion. Although I'm noting the folks in Citadel Asia did not get to go to Disney World.
Oh, well, I'll tell you, I saw a lot of Asians there. Sorry. Interesting. Any reason why? Flight's too expensive or just not as valued?
I think part of the problem is the re-entry on their return home. They still have to go through some sort of quarantine, especially those in China.
Ah, that's right. And so
in addition to the time lost for their trip to Disney World, there is time lost because they'll be in government-mandated quarantine. Anyway, in terms of market news today, there isn't really much to report on, right? Because the major news for CPI is tomorrow, and the Fed funds rate's the day after. Unless someone else has plays. Let's see.
Well, I'm looking currently at playing the put side for DocuSign NVIDIA, and also reminding everybody that this week is quadruple witching week. And so I'm looking for SPY to go down to about 390 today, give or take. But it could also go up this week and have a down play on Friday. It's anyone's game.
Ooh, it's quiet. By the way, we see a lot of the same faces up here. If you're in the audience listening and you want to come up here and talk, please just raise your hand. We'll invite you up. We want to hear what you have to say. Don't feel shy. It's like you're just talking to yourself and 670 of your best friends.
Why is that actually? Is it because the talk doesn't show up anymore on the homepage of Reddit?
That's correct. So I think Reddit's just pulling from the same pool of people, which is great if you care about notification stats and them being clicked and not opted out, but not so great if you want more diversity in conversation.
I do have some breaking news.
Oh, yes. I like the background noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Powell's secret lover says, sad that I cannot attend today. During my cuddling session with Jay Powell, he told me, sweetheart, tell those WSB regards that no matter if they have calls or puts, they will all be behind the Wendy's after next week.
Speaking of calls and puts, I bought 390 puts on SPY for expiring today. On Friday, I bought them. And also, I bought 398 calls, also expiring today on SPY. The max pain for SPY today, it looks like it's 391.
I'm curious, did you guys talk at all last week about the BIS report?
What specifically did you want to bring up?
Sorry, I did two talked at once. I couldn't hear. What
did you want to bring up?
I'm just curious if you guys discussed at all, brought it up as a point of topic. Sometimes you guys, I guess, just kind of discuss certain economic reports similar to that and give opinions. And just curious if you guys, I missed Thursday, Friday last week, and I don't want to rehash it if people have talked about it already.
You might as well. There's no one else who has plays.
Yeah. Did anybody have thoughts on that? Specifically, I don't know. Did you guys look at much of
What
it?
about the $30 trillion gap in whatever they call it?
Yeah, essentially the currency swaps and
right.
the potential shortcomings that will come of that, and specifically maybe how it relates to Credit Suisse, and if we think there might be gaps in that, if anybody's done anything.
The only thing that was said was that it's a relative nothing burger because $30 trillion compared to quadrillion dollars traded annually via foreign exchanges is a drop in the bucket. That's all. That's kind of what was said. Now, if you have something more than that, we'd be interested in hearing it.
I mean, I spent quite a bit of time this past weekend trying to understand if it was an actual fear or not. And I think what most folks I think are missing is the level of interconnectability within these companies. And similar to, the way, what I thought was a really interesting kind of description is that, the default rate in the during the great financial crisis was, I think, a 4% increase, or like 3.5% increase. If you were to see like a 1.5 to potentially 2.5% increase in defaults in something like this, I think you would see a cascading effect, because somebody can't pay somebody else, then they can't pay somebody else, and then it creates a run on the dollar, because if the dollar goes up, they have to exchange into dollars to pay back their debt to the dollar, and then you have a run on the dollar, so the currency goes up, and if that goes up, then all the other currency pairs that are against the dollar go down, and it's sort of this revolving door of, if one domino falls, all these other dominoes can fall. And specifically how that relates to gold. Has anybody followed gold? Does anybody watch gold specifically? I guess just maybe metals in general over the last like 30 to 60 days, and seen the flight into gold. And I mean, gold's had a nice little bounce. And specifically my play would be, and I'm going to take this, I'm not sure who mentioned this last time, but is shorting the inverse leveraged ETF. And I think that was somebody, and I think there might be a play in that to the upside of gold. So bullish on gold, shorting the 3x leverage to the downside ETF, selling puts on that.
I suppose you could, but with the Fed funds rate announcement coming and potentially being around 50 basis points, still a hike. So you go from, 425 to 450. It'll still hurt companies whose gross margin or ability to turn a profit is less than an annualized 4.25% or 4.5%, whatever the number is.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
they haven't balked yet, right? The Fed has not pivoted as much as some people think they are. You're getting to a point where, you have arguments on whether or not we're at what they call like critical mass, essentially on the Fed fund rate. And if you believe that we are already past it, then you believe essentially there is no coming back from it, because these interest rates take 4 to 6 months to actually hit the market. We're not going to see the effects of last month's, this month's effects until the beginning of first quarter, second quarter of next year. And so this would be a more longer term play into 2023, assuming that, I think most folks agree. I just saw a report today that 98% of CEOs that they polled think we're going into a recession. If we go into a recession, these companies that have high debt loads and their revenue starts to drop, we've already had a drop in what would be considered multiples due to interest rates. At least I think a lot of people agree. If you start now seeing revenue drop and you see projections out into the third and fourth quarter of next year saying, hey, we look like we're going to go down. Yeah, again, you're going to have this domino effect. And I think the flight into gold could be very quick and swift into 2023 and potentially 2024. And so this is just a short-term solution to potentially make extra cash. Obviously, if you're selling puts, you're taking the premium. So this isn't something that's going to compound over time. It's just going to be a potential play to watch bounces off support. And then obviously on the 3x leverage ETF, I really like that idea. I think it's actually brilliant to short the inverse if you're long the commodity.
Can we talk about how? Oh, sorry, go.
Are you actually shorting the inverse or like buying puts against it?
Yeah, so I would sell short puts against what is it, the GLL, which is the 3x inverse gold. So gold goes up, it goes down, and so you'll be selling puts on the high side.
So as long as you're selling puts on the high side, so that means as long as the price stays above puts minus the strike price minus the premium, you make money. Otherwise, you start losing money.
Exactly. So essentially,
So
you're gonna play that gold goes up over the next.
correct, but at what strike?
Well, I think if you look at
You're not doing at the money, right?
no, I don't think so. I think you look at GLL, and if you look at this, I guess if you look at the chart, you have this $30 support line, and maybe just below that. So I think you play these support lines, and if it bounces off that, you sell puts to the below that. So say 29, and you watch for that bounce back up, assuming gold goes back up.
Okay.
Is this GLD or
Well,
what? Sorry.
what expiration?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, I think typically if you're going to do something like this, you do what, 30 delta? You look around that range, or is it 60 delta? You probably know this better than I do. I mean, you sounds like
That's why I'm asking, because I'm trying to understand for everyone else here what the specific play is. So
yeah. Well, I
your
guess
cash secured puts, and you're looking at 30 delta, which on the January 2023 monthly is around between 30 and 31 strike.
correct.
So that implies, assuming you were to sell the 31 strike for 80 cents, which is a reasonable ask that will get hit. It's 80 cents premium over 39 days against $31 of collateral. So that's 2% in 39 days, which is an annualized 26% return if you were to do this roughly every 39 days. And you make money so long as the price never dips below $30.20.
Yeah, whatever that is subtracted by the fruit. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to share?
I'd just be curious if anybody else has looked at gold. I don't follow commodities as well as some of the. I know maybe folks within this community do. It was a play that I kind of latched onto from somebody else that I follow, and the more I looked at it, I thought it was a pretty clever play.
Yes. So I follow GLD and SLV just to keep track of, essentially the commodity price and have it on my watch list. I like your thesis on gold, though I don't know how to play the GLL and the short put properly. I mean, I think it would be hard to find technical indicators on that just because it's got decay over time, right? Because it's
Which is why you want to be short.
right. Yeah, true. But
I have to say that I do agree with Crazy Guinea's thesis. I think that there is going to be a quote unquote gold rush.
yeah, I think it's going to be the best of a bad bunch potentially into next year.
Would you prefer gold or silver? How much do you follow silver? Because silver is the other play, right? I think.
I would
Yeah.
follow.
Well, that's if you.
I would do gold, and the reason I would do gold is because we've talked about this many times here on the chat that when shit hits the fan and destruction is imminent, so to speak, gold is the first thing that flies off the fucking handle. I've always found silver to kind of be a longer play than gold being that imminent run to that everybody does when they see that the end is nigh, so to speak.
Well,
Modern art.
If money flows to gold, where does money flow from?
Bonds. And then the other flip side would be that I think you'll see a flight into treasuries as well. I mean, TLT was the number one purchased ETF this throughout the year, and there's two potentials for that, right? You either have a rolling over of, hey, I've lost a bunch of money in bonds in my mutual funds that cost me 2% or whatever. I'm going to sell those, realize those losses, and roll them into low cost funds. Or you see a potential, what I'm going to call run on the dollar, and you see smart money saying, listen, I'm going to position myself that if there is a run on the dollar, it again, you could potentially see in a shit case scenario for the rest of the world, a short squeeze on the dollar if liquidity starts to dry up, which would mean U.S. Treasuries would be a freaking gold mine while you're in them.
Right. With a low, low risk.
Why wouldn't you just long UUP and long the dollar? And like, if that's his thesis for your whole play, the catalyst is the dollar rocketing, wouldn't you just want to long the dollar also?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I've never heard of UUP. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that's another place called is, in other terms of shorting gold, having the long dollar for the near future, if not all of next year and the year after.
You could
All right,
also
well, thank
hold
you for
physical
sharing.
gold and physical silver. That would be a good play as well, in my opinion.
Well, ultimately, I think that's what the millionaires do, right? That's what the ultra wealthy do. They go to brokers and they buy gold bars.
Part of the
I
problem
mean,
is
you
the
know,
cost
if
of carry.
we're going to a real recession, you know what you need to do? You need to buy some corn futures and take physical delivery.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be good.
So
I
just
also have some real estate down in Marshy, Florida. I'd like to sell you if you're interested.
Also, like bananas are good as well. They're very recession proof.
I've got a lot of grass clippings. They can be good for insulation.
Peat bricks I have for sale.
There you go.
No, but I think we're all in agreement. And if anybody has a counter argument of a recession, of a full blown recession coming, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear the counter side of that.
well, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
And
Right.
and how severe, right? Like that's the question: is are we going to see a 2008
Yes.
recession? Are we going to see,
Something
are we
we've
going to
never
see a
seen
light
before.
recession?
I mean, some people say we're already in a recession.
Yeah, agreed. Because you've had declining GDP.
Yeah.
Are we going to see just a tip recession?
Just
Hard
for a
to say,
second,
and
just to see how it
probably
feels.
unlikely.
So I mean, yeah, there's a chance he turns back on the printer, right? And if he turns back on the printer, slows down, you are going to see a jump in the markets. There's no doubt about it. But then the question just becomes again, how long does he put it off? And if he starts printing again, I think there is a potential that we don't go into a recession. I mean, for the most part, right now, as we stand today, the economy is in a pretty good shape. That the velocity of money hasn't yet hit the markets in terms of that reduction of money. And
Do you
so
know why?
Well, I have my opinions on it. It's just the lag. I mean, you're still waiting for the effects to take place that took place really back in, the middle of the year to take place later on in the year, and that's ultimately what could cause the slowdown in revenue, in buying, in consumer spending. Not to mention, obviously, the consumer debt has been rising the entire time. This is again a lot of things happening at the same time.
Right, because consumer debt increases when for those who don't know, APY goes up, extremely up, and credit cards become maxed out because they can't afford it.
Yeah, not to mention what you just saw in the housing market, right? The
Right.
largest decline, single month to month decline in the history of the residential market.
Yeah, which
8%.
means CMOs, for those of you who don't know what CMOs are, look it up. CMOs have lost, probably millions and millions of dollars in the past month because of those mortgage defaults and those declines.
And also, just a quick thing as well. Apparently, pretty much everyone who bought their house within the last year is underwater as well. Their house is worth less than what they paid. And also,
What was the statistic? It was something like 25. It was something ridiculous. It was like 25% of people in the past month that bought their house are underwater.
you're talking about the past month. I'm talking about everyone in the past year is pretty much underwater.
Well, I don't think
plus-
that's happened in the U.S. yet. I still think you have the majority of folks that purchased anytime before July or even August. I think you're still okay. But it's coming right every month. If it continues to do this, it's going to get closer and closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Threat is imminent. Yeah. Danger close.
Plus,
But
credit card usage is up more than it's ever been. People have record low savings. So, it's only a matter of time before shit hits the fan, as it were.
But with the mortgages, I mean, most of them are 30-year fixed, right? Or is the adjustable
A lot
kind
of
of
them are actually 7-1 arms.
Oh, Jesus, really? They're
Yeah,
still doing those?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's not so much that the equity it's just the fact that the bank you just have, I guess, potential, right? You have essentially a ticking time bomb of somebody that owns an asset is not what it's worth.
And the average home buyer is
So,
not intelligent. You know, they're not doing the research on their mortgage and whether they're getting the right. They're just happy to get into the house, and so that leads to a whole bunch of problems where people are getting rates that obviously they can't afford in a 30 or 15-year period, and then it's foreclosure city.
Well, keep in mind,
so
we
my,
have a whole bunch of layoffs coming through, right? And those layoffs tend to come with severance. So figure you have, in practice, a 3 to 6 month cash runway for those who are laid off, assuming the savings rate is about average, which implies the first involuntary sales of these overpriced homes will come toward the middle or end of Q2 2023.
That's
So
an
that
interesting way
could
to look at
be
it.
So
Yeah,
we're
very interesting
saying
way.
you're saying April, May.
in the absence of any intervention, assuming nothing changes between now and then, yes, the first foreclosure proceedings will probably happen, yeah, April, May, possibly into July, because I think we're still processing the backlog of evictions after the moratorium was lifted.
Yeah. So if
So
you're lucky enough to have your stocks in CMOs, pull them out before April and May. That's what that means.
That's one way to see it, sure. Uh, moving over to our usual to a different play, a different topic. I'm looking right now at selling GameStop December 16 strike. GameStop December 16 2250s for $1 or more as a cash secured put. It's a 4% gain if it expires worthless. And it's a pretty decent use of the money that I have there. 4% a week. What was it?
Did you say 2250?
Yeah. GameStop December 15 2250 puts, sell them for $1 or more. And then make sure you have the cash as collateral.
You've been
thesis
liking
What's
this.
being,
the
It worked last time too.
it
I
worked a
haven't.
lot of times. If I do this weekly, and as long as it's like at least 3.5% per week, I effectively make, what is it, like 700% on the year for the capital at risk.
That's
So
nice. And you like that
it's a
22
solid
level
play.
or 2250, like right in those low 20s?
It's where the delta makes sense for me. Now, if you think it'll go lower or you can't stomach holding the shares, then maybe sell a lower strike.
For those of us who can't stomach the 2250, what would you suggest as a counter, as an alternative, Hardy?
If you think the price will go lower, use that strike, and then just make sure that the premium you receive divided by the strike price plus 1 raised to 360 divided by the days to expiration is an acceptable return on investment for you.
Yeah. The other flip side would be is if you don't want to hold the shares, you just sell the spread, right? And so you
Yeah,
would give
correct.
You could
yourself
also sell the
a
spread.
defined risk option trade.
Yeah. The problem with selling the spread, though, at least the further out of the money you go, is the liquidity also dries up. So
Yeah,
any
100%.
potential gains you'd hope to make may go away because, well, you lost it in slippage.
That's a very good point on a stock like this. One that most people probably don't think about.
Carvana, do we think it's going to hit to zero?
Yes.
I think their okay helicopter, their investor equity is at zero in their next report, probably, right? Based on the current trend line.
Shareholder equity will be down to zero on the next financial statement. They still have assets, but the problem is that would be the first time their assets minus liabilities really come to a nothing for them. And also, they still have property they could try to sell to stay cash fluent.
Right, liquidation. Yeah.
That's not secured by any type of loan. Somehow they snuck that through, or it was missed in the Odessa acquisition. They got about $1.6 billion of property they claim as the number that is not secured by loans that they could either get loans on or, of course, sell. But at the same time, they're down to a point with their cash liquidity right now where Ally will lower their floor plan, which means they'll have less cars to sell. So it's really a spiraling effect right now. I don't expect it to happen in 3 months or even 6 months, but sometime within the next calendar year, I see bankruptcy without an amazing miracle.
Great. So short-term and long-term puts on Carvana. Just be careful because it has, this morning I think it was up 15%, and then it just dived another 10%. So it's pretty volatile. So if you're doing short-term puts, be smart about it. Long-term puts, I have 250 strike price expiring January 20th.
Yeah, Friday they hit $5.94 on a spike, and imagine this: most of the puts, the largest amount of them were at the $5 area, and we're at $5 area, and somehow they finished right at $5. When they were $3.80 about a week ago. So the money market guys knew what they were doing. Long and the short of it is there will be spikes up and down. Don't get afraid by it. If you're in for the long term, you're going to make money. If you're in for the short term, you're going to be an up and down person.
All right, thank you for sharing. Who else has plays?
I was looking at the, me joking about corn made me actually look at the corn and wheat ETFs. They're at about where they would be considered their lowest point for the year. But I know the corn ETF is actually a lot higher than it was, I think, at its low point last year. And I think that I'm not quite sure what's going on with that one. Wheat is about at a buy price. I think it's about $7.25 a share for the ETF.
It's assuming China is willing to import wheat from the US, right?
Well, so what has been the history of that, Hardy, for people that don't know? China's pretty reluctant to take our wheat. Is that correct?
They're pretty reluctant now because they're trying to take away the US's ability to use it as leverage or as a negotiating stick.
And my understanding is that they have committed to Brazil, and Brazil is investing in their supply chain to support China's wheat demand.
I always thought exporting beef was more profitable for Brazil versus wheat.
That's what I was going to say.
I don't know if it's a profitability thing. I think it's more of just a sheer, again, I think you have a collection of countries that are working together to sort of combat the, if you will, the bully of the United States. If you want to see some more information on that, I could probably find it, specifically the video I watched where the gentleman talked about it.
Yeah, if you have DD on that, I'd be interested, because especially surrounding Brazil's last election being more on the liberal side as opposed to what they had before. That it's interesting that they're pairing up with China for a supply chain run,
So Brazil is on track to have a 9 million ton wheat harvest this year.
Holy shit.
I have no idea how large that is on compared to, let's say, the US wheat export. Let's see. US wheat export is 21 million tons. And that's export, not harvest. So imagine of the 9 million tons that Brazil produces, a portion of that will be export, and the remaining will be for local consumption. So the maximum export of wheat from Brazil is 9 million tons. Whereas the US, the current export for 2022-2023 forecast is 21 million tons. That's not the harvest.
Well, and
That makes
then
sense.
so the big catalyst that caused the run up on specifically the wheat ETF was the war in Ukraine, and it's still dragging on. So I think that has definitely been priced in. And then you also have the fact that you had some really bad monsoons in India, and so they actually halted all exports of wheat earlier this year.
Yeah, Pakistan also had flooding, which also negatively impacted their wheat harvest. Like a third of the country was underwater. It's crazy.
However, General Mills is always a good play to have in your portfolio. So
General Mills, Post, and Kellogg stock have all held up remarkably well this year. If just look at those tickers, like they're doing just fine.
apparently, Lucky Charms can withstand a recession.
I mean, it's an ultimate consumer defensive, right? I mean, who's not going to buy cereal?
Right. Exactly. So, when you think about
People who are
everybody that goes
eating
to the
grass.
right.
Calls on grass.
So I've got a play around this. I'm looking at EPR. So EPR is the ticker. They're a ETF they're a REIT that invests in entertainment properties. So they invest in things like movie theaters and things like that. Anyway, I'm looking at the June. Let me see here. I'm looking at the June 16th, 2023. I'm looking at puts, and I'm looking at the $30 put strike price. There's some open interest on it. There's enough there that I can pick up a few contracts, and I like Hardy's method of not being over 20% of the open interest at any given time. I think hopefully I have that right, Hardy.
5% of open interest, 20% of trading volume.
20% of trading volume, 5% of open interest. Got it. Okay, but still, I can pick up contracts here at this strike on this ticker and wait for the looming recession to hit these guys. You'll see that they got obliterated in 2009 and again during the COVID crash. They have 80% institutional ownership. They're highly invested, like I said, in commercial real estate, specifically in the entertainment sector. So like movie theaters, restaurants, things like that. So I'm bearish on them.
Well, as a company with only 53 employees out of Kansas City, Missouri, I'm bearish on them too.
I also want to point out China is saying once again that they're reopening. I don't believe them. And so I'm doing cash secured puts on Yang. Basically, everyone produces the highest annualized ROI for me at around $10 or $11 strike.
While we're talking about China, I do want to mention Rivian is back in business, been added to the NASDAQ 100, and just wanted to let you guys know that. And we can give a shout out to the person that mentioned that in the comments. Go ahead, check them out.
Rivian just scratched their plan to produce cargo vans with Mercedes.
Quick moment, Scald. Someone's asking what your ticker was.
EPR. E is in Edgar, P is in Peter, R is in Roger. EPR is the ticker. And a word of caution: institutions are real bullish on this thing. Like, there's a lot of institutional ownership, but I think it's just retirement accounts and stuff like that that are just investing in the REIT as just a part of their mix. But it has huge institutional ownership, and I haven't really been able to figure out why, other than maybe it's just retirement accounts investing in REITs.
I've got a not so exciting play, but interesting to say the least. Coupa Software, COUP, spiked this morning 26% on news that they plan to sell to a private equity firm for $81 a share, and they're at $78.60 now. Over the last year, they were beat down from $204 down to $40 a share. On this quick news this morning, a law firm has already filed or already launched an investigation into the board members of Coupa Software for this price action and this sale on behalf of investors that lost money. I think this one might be able to be played similar to Twitter, selling the out of the money, out of the position calls, like $82 calls, and seeing how this battle fights out before it actually sells for $81. It might be worthwhile to look into because it seems like in the last month it went from $40. It was beat down to $40 a share, and then it was suddenly back up over the last month to now the 29% gain. So it kind of reminds me of a Twitter situation.
So this is a cash offer or some other like structured thing?
Private equity cash offer, yeah, $81 a share.
Expected to close in the first half of 2023, subject to customary closing conditions. Okay. And if we look at their expectation, software analysis. So for next earning, where's the earnings thing?
Yeah, they just posted a loss in the last one.
So the Q4 earnings is expected to be 10 cents, which over Q4 last year is a 500% increase in earnings per share. So over the last year, has Coupa grown 500%? They've grown their earnings 500%?
Yeah, unless there's and with that, their stock price went from 200 a share down to 40.
How much of that is dilution?
Like I said, I'm looking into that part, but I think that's going to end up being similar to Twitter. So I'm doing more research. I only heard about the offer this morning, obviously, on Squawk Box, and it went up 26% immediately. So I'm looking into
It
this one.
just so happens they have earnings after hours today.
Imagine
So
that.
it might be a good time to do deep in the money buy rights. Let's see if we
There
can
you go.
price this out. Let's see, December 4. Well, it'll probably get halted on the news, but let's see, the absolute low is in the 40s. So if we were to sell, yeah, there's not enough meat on this bone. Never mind. If by some miracle you're able to sell the 45 December 16 45 strike for greater than roughly $33 a share, then you could also use some of that money to buy 100 shares of Coupa and basically realize the difference after the IV crush after the IV crush once market closes. But not enough meat on that bone for me.
So post IV crush for the poors, like myself, what's the least capital intensive way to play this? So let's say I don't want to buy 100 shares of this to sell the covered calls. Could I wait for the IV crush and buy a poor man's covered call on this thing? Buy like a leaf dated out and sell them on a monthly basis? Or is that not a good play here?
You might be able to sell
I'm just asking. $40
or $45 put, but the problem is the deltas on those are incredibly low. So it's unclear if the premium is worth the risk.
Hardy, not to switch subjects. Did you already speak about your SPY plays at all this week? Do you have any plays for SPY this week?
I do cash secured puts on SQQQ. I haven't really done many long options plays, mainly because the volatility is going up, uncertainty is going up. I think it's due to the fact that we have the Santa Claus rally versus tax loss harvesting, and the problem is the application of both forces is not equal across the market, and it's hard to detect which is which.
Right.
So instead, I've been looking for medium delta, like 30 to 60 delta short puts, so that I can at least earn some money on my capital.
Does anybody know how the new power bottom of the bear market grinder is doing this morning?
I'm pretty sure Twink is the power bottom of the bear market, and it's been falling the last few days.
Grinder down to $6.11 pre-market. Quite the haircut from the run up to over $70, but most notably passing $69.
It pretty much peaked at 69,420, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Pretty much.
Hey, Rad, is this low enough for you to jump in on Grinder?
I mean, I'm still gonna wait, but y'all have fun with that. I don't like doing D-SPACs so early. They're way too crazy.
Yeah, this delays the pipe share unlock. It's well below the $12 pipe share unlock price point. So, that's going to be looming, and is going to be farther out as it tries to recover from this price action.
That sounds like a deep pipe.
Wait, are you saying that Grinder has deep pipe? Is that what I'm hearing?
I know, right? It's a novel concept. Walmart's been taking a dump the last roughly week and a half. Anyone have any theories as to why?
No, I do not. I would assume that their so-called ability to be competitive is actually running low. You have Kroger coming out with their 30-day trial for all their stores for delivery. And then you have some, big market players that are going into Costco trying to prop it up and keep it up. That's my 2 cents because I don't have anything on the ground right now.
I will say that BJ's right now at the end of the year has been running a $25 for the whole next year membership thing. So rather than charge their normal amount that they do for their club fee, it's just $25. That might be pulling from the Walmart Sam's Club kind of.
They just
Down from
Walmart
what?
just reported an insider sell. The director just sold almost $98 million worth of shares.
Right, but is that a forced tax sale because of a new vesting?
I mean, a sell's a sell. It's still
Not
gonna
what I
hurt
mean.
it.
So, in case you don't know how RSUs work, when you receive RSUs, typically a portion of those are automatically sold off to fulfill your tax obligations. So the fact that a director is selling doesn't really mean much until you know what the origin of these shares were. If it was a recent stock grant, then the selling is necessary because that's for tax that's to cover the tax obligation.
For him to withhold his percentage of federal taxes on his capital gains.
Correct. And because these were granted, these very likely are granted shares as opposed to something like options. I believe the requirement is 22.5% has to be sold. So,
Jesus, that's high.
Welcome to the world, the problems of the not
Of
poor.
the rich. Yeah.
No, he's not rich, but he's definitely not poor.
With that much money in stock, that's rich to me.
Yeah, but if that $100 million sale represents a portion of $400 million stock grant, I mean, that wasn't his call, or that wasn't their call. Does that make sense? It
Yeah.
was an involuntary sale.
It sounds like it was a pressured move. Yeah.
And Hardy, this is regardless of the vesting cycle, right?
Well, okay, so suppose WallStreetBets goes public, right? Everybody here gets 10,000 shares. vesting over 4 years. Right? So you get 2,500 shares a year.
So looking at
In
the
year
news,
one, hold on. In year one, when you receive the vest, 22.5% of your 2,500 share vest will automatically be sold off as taxes. If you want to retain your 2,500 shares, you basically have to buy them at market. So I need to do more DD on this, but the director selling could just as easily be
Withholdings for taxes. Yeah.
he's not the only one insider selling. Jim C. Walton, 10% owner, he sold another 97.8 million. Let me look at all the
10%
different
owner?
ones.
So
He's $40
Yeah.
billion.
Several of the Waltons sold about $98 million worth of. So you've had like 3 or 4. Yeah,
major
3 of the
sales.
Waltons sold $98 million each. So you've gotten about almost $400 million worth of insider selling on Walmart.
It sounds more and more like this is a preparation for tax season kind of sale, and less of a major move.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would agree with that.
So something for the smooth brainers and the poors out there. When you have when you have stocks like this and you make a ton of money off those stocks, you have to reserve a certain amount that goes to the government. Otherwise, they come after your ass. The government always gets their cut. The IRS always
Well,
gets their tax money.
you can opt out of selling the shares to cover your tax obligation, but you
Right.
opt out of
They
it
have
by putting
options.
cash in a collateralized account.
Right. There's ways that they can do that, but the long story short, that these insider trades are more of an obligation to the IRS for tax season as opposed to any big play going on in Walmart.
I agree. In other news, Chevron, ticker CVX, Charlie Victor X-ray, has just touched delta neutral, and the last 2 times it's done that, which go back as far as July, it went back up about, let's call it 15%.
Oh,
So
shit.
this may be a worthwhile play to explore. I'll put the link in the chat.
I already bought into them last week.
And if we've been going off what the past other Schlumberger, Exxon, Shell, these other gas stocks that have been skyrocketing through the past 2 years, I don't see why Chevron wouldn't do the same thing. People
Well,
need
what's
to fill their
unique
tank
about
up.
Chevron versus ExxonMobil, Royal Dutch Shell, or British Petroleum is that they have exposure to Venezuela, whereas the other companies don't. So of the major
Oh.
oil companies, they are the most exposed to Venezuela.
Huh.
So if Venezuelan oil becomes an unsanctioned commodity, Chevron go boom, or go moonsies.
That's interesting. I didn't know about that. So calls on Chevron.
But I suspect the price will stay down below delta neutral a bit, so just keep an eye on it the next week and wait for it to cross up over.
Venezuelan oil is the one that the U.S. can refine, right? Because I don't know a ton about oil, but I know there's 2 different types. And I think one's called like sweet oil, and then there's another type. And Venezuela has like the second type that the U.S. is a little bit better processing than other places.
I don't know specifically, but sounds about right. Okay, because you were asking, let's see. Let's look at January. How long is a move? Chevron. 2 months, so 60-day expiration would put us in February. So if you really want to get in on the Chevron play, at the moment, February 170 calls for like, let's say 880 or less. Chevron, what was it?
That should make you a pretty hefty fucking penny. If you can afford those calls, that looks pretty good.
This would be a good opportunity to enter some form of spread,
Yeah,
especially for a move that's slow. So you'll have an opportunity to sell the put leg, let the price go down a bit, and then buy your long leg to adjust your collateral obligation.
Just a bit of news for the week. Tuesday is T-bill auction. Tuesday is CPI. Wednesday is Fed rate announcement. And Friday is a quadruple witching Friday. So this week should be a roller coaster.
You might be able to kind of figure out how it's going to pan out with tomorrow's CPI report.
The CPI report is weekly, right? Or is it going to be
CPI is monthly?
Monthly? Okay. Thank you.
Usually around the 13th of every month.
Number you really want to pay attention to is the month-over-month core inflation rate. Right now it's forecasted to be 0.3%. So if that comes in hot, man, watch out.
No specific play at the moment, but I am paying attention to Goldman Sachs, ticker GS. They've crashed pretty much from gamma max down to delta neutral. Roughly, what is that? Maybe 10% move over a month and a half. So I'm waiting for confirmation that it'll go back up above delta neutral toward gamma max, at which point I'll enter a trade. But I don't know if it'll happen this year. Who else has plays to share?
Weber, ticker WEBR, Weber Grills, meme stock favorite that we've talked about here in the past. Up 22% pre-market on news of a buyout deal, $8 a share from BTD Private Equity. So it's up 22% after falling 40% in recent months and 60% from their IPO. So it looks like someone's securing the bag, and those people would be the directors and executives at Weber who are making money off of retail. Cooking equipment, right?
So what do we think? Do we think it's just even though it's up, it's going to tank, or do we think that now that the bag is secured, it's going to continue to rise?
Buyout offer's done. It's done. They're buying them out at $8 a share. This is, maybe I'll sell calls at above $8 a share, and they'll never fill.
What's the strike?
Let's see if anyone.
I might
see if anyone's willing. There's open interest of 3. 3 people bought these contracts.
Are those all your contracts called?
Right. Yeah, those are the ones that I sold. I was able to sell 3 of them before someone realized, wait a minute, it's never going to go above $8. Anyway, it's not going above $8. Folks.
All right,
Keep in mind, Scald, the buy price is $8.05 per share.
Oh, okay. You're right. It's going to go slightly above $8.
No, my point is, what was it called? My point is, you may be forced to provide those shares after the deal closes.
Oh, for my $10 calls?
Oh, I thought you had $8. Okay, never mind.
No. I said it's not going above 8. People are buying the $10 calls. I don't know why they're doing that.
You're selling the $10 calls? I'm in.
I mean, it's not going to go there though. But I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth.
All right, nice. Who else has plays? Someone's asking what's going on with ARBK. I was hoping you could tell us. Probably nothing, seeing as they're a $32 million penny stock.
One of the many fallouts.
Someone trying to shill their favorite penny stock.
Hardy, did you mention what strike that you were selling your SQQQ puts at? And are you hoping to get assigned the shares or just selling them for like a week out or 2 weeks out?
I'm selling weeklies, and right now I'm selling like the 42. But that's how do I put this? The only reason why I'm still maintaining exposure to SQQQ, Yang, and other tickers is because I'm only allowing myself a certain amount of capital exposed to GameStop cash secured puts. Does that make sense?
Yes. So hypothetically, if a person was wanting, say, to just buy a bunch of the SQQ shares, would that be a good idea just to buy cash secure puts at like 40, I don't know, between 42 and 44 or for further out and hope to get assigned?
Let's be clear. I hope you mean to enter by shorting puts in order to make them cash secured.
Yes, that's what I meant. My apologies.
To avoid any doubt for anyone else listening. But yeah, that's where I would look. The expectation is that the drop is going to happen. We don't know when, but it's very unlikely the SPY will go up dramatically. So it's a relatively safe play.
I'm looking to go into BAC calls. I wasn't the put action, but just looks like there might be some run up for the call side, due to the pre-market volume. So if I'm going to pick up BAC, then I might go into JPM, but time will tell. I'll kind of pause the gas pedal as market opens up here. But yeah, that's about it.
Also, I read over the weekend that Stellantis, it's STLA. I think they produce a bunch of parts for other manufacturers for electric vehicles. They are announcing a bunch of layoffs and shutting down a plant in Illinois.
So Stellantis is the company that owns Chrysler. And so, yeah, that plant that they're shutting down is the one that makes the Jeep Grand Cherokee. And they haven't said anything about what they're going to do and how they're going to continue producing those.
Well, my apologies. I guess I must have got my stories mixed up. I thought they produced parts for other companies as well, and I thought it was electric. So my apologies there.
They're doing that because they're shifting to an electric vehicle production. So yeah, they're going to prepare that, I believe, for the more electrical vehicles production. And they're shutting it down on February 28th.
Anybody looking at the E-mini Russell 2000 index? Just weird chart with a crazy amount of spikes. I don't know if that's just my portal glitching or...
Generally speaking, the plays on Russell come around like April, May, when the rebalancing approaches.
And that's market open, folks, right? Here we go.
Yee fucking ha.
So SPY max pain for today is 391. Does anybody have puts on the day?
Oh yeah, I've got 390 puts. I actually have 390 puts and a 398 call. I bought those on Friday.
On Friday, I bought a bunch of the 388 puts and 401 calls. So apparently, I'm a moron.
I just bought one to follow you. I
Well,
just
you
want to
guys,
see what happens.
turns out you guys are in the right place.
I think 390 is pretty aggressive, but we'll see what happens. Looks like there might be a little bit of a bounce here at open. I invited some more people up. Market's now open, but MBH Raven, you got some plays for us?
So I haven't really gotten into options yet, you guys. But I was trying to do a little more research before I spoke on the Grand Cherokee plant, because I'm not sure if that's actually for the old body style. Because the WK2 platform, which was basically just a facelift of the original WK that came out in 05. They actually were selling the WK2 platform alongside the new WL platform for at least a couple years. So I don't know if I was trying to do a little bit more research on what they were, I can't remember his name, but what they were talking about earlier with the plant.
Yeah, OK Helicopter had some news on that, and they did overproduce the Jeep Cherokee, and in preparation for this. May 19, $1 Carvana puts have popped positive this morning.
Okay, so I'm just looking at a straight article from Car and Driver, and it's actually the regular, so the KL platform regular Cherokee instead of the Grand Cherokee. That's a platform that's been around since 2013, and it says the plant shutdown will impact nearly 1,300 employees, many of which are UAW union members when the facility is idled on February 28th, 23. So, honestly, like I work at a Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Fiat dealership, and Cherokees have actually dropped off as far as like what we've been getting in. I haven't seen a new Cherokee come off the transport truck in probably a month or so, maybe even a month and a half. And if we get them, they're mostly either the mid-range or they're the Trailhawks, which is basically just about top tier. Honestly, like I think they're moving to put in a new a replacement, either via that like Jeep Recon thing that looked like an ugly boxed up version of a Wrangler that's supposed to be all electric, or they're moving to put a 4xe platform underneath it like they have the Grand Cherokee and the Wrangler.
All right, all have a great day. Don't lose too much money.
I'll try not to.
Remember, kids, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Just make sure you're having fun.
I think I'm up like 38 cents right now.
What screw you, asshole?
Hold on a second. Nope, I'm down 24 cents.
I bought some January $6 $1.50 sundial puts. Those are up 584%. 5-bagger to start the day. Not bad.
Yeah, like I said, I hadn't really gotten to the options trading yet. I don't have. I mean, right now I've only got like $650 in my portfolio. Period. So I just throw in what I can. $5 here, $10 there. Get a nice bonus. Throw $50 in. Whatever. I've actually been trying to talk to Opinion. Opinion asked me if I wanted to do one of y'all's focus talks and talk about the car market and whatnot. So hopefully we can get that squared away one of these Tuesdays or Thursdays. So I missed like half of the call this morning, guys. But did anybody speak on? I heard something about Walmart, but did anybody speak on the delivery companies like FedEx, UPS, or Amazon?
Not specifically. What did you have in mind?
I didn't have anything specifically in mind. I just wanted to touch base if anybody spoke on those companies or not. I have a little inside information on that too. I used to work for FedEx and UPS.
What's your insight?
Well, so the insight is, I mean, I'm not sure if anybody's really aware of the FedEx, but FedEx is like biggest, like top contractor. Actually started speaking out against FedEx because there is a whole lot of bullshit going on inside the FedEx world as far as like how they treat their contractors, how they get the maximum amount of money out of them with minimal reliability, or not reliability. What's the word I'm looking for here? With the minimal liabilities. There you go. So like all the profit, none of the risk kind of deal. And they actually took his contract away because he's speaking the truth, and FedEx ain't happy with that. So,
Well, so basically, this guy was all upset because FedEx is running a business like a business.
Not completely. So, there's a. I can't really put the words in. It's hard for me to put the words into it, but I mean, yeah, FedEx runs a business like a business to a point, but so they have contractors, and the drivers are actually what's called vendors. They work for the contractor, not for FedEx. This is ground. This isn't Express. Express is actually owned and ran by FedEx corporate, but the contractors, they keep screwing over the contractors. There's like liabilities and stuff that FedEx won't. Like I said, it's hard for me to kind of explain it. It's almost like you got to be there situation. But I'm trying my best here. They have package handlers don't do their jobs. They're doing less and less. They're FedEx is taking less and less responsibility for things and throwing it on the contractors more. And to a point, yeah, it's running a business, but also to a point, the contractors are what helps FedEx make the money, because without contractors, they've got nobody to deliver packages, and they're making contractors put side cameras on the trucks that don't record. They're just there like a backup camera for you to see on your sides. That's not being paid for by FedEx. That's coming out of contractors' pockets. Contracts are the value of contracts are actually getting less and less for these contractors. The delivering on Sunday, the delivering on Sunday is to catch up with Amazon, because UPS has never delivered on a Sunday any day of their life, and they're doing just fine. But 90% of the contractors, I think, my percentage might be a little off, but about 90%, or like 80 to 90% of the contractors lose money running routes on Sundays, because the terminals either can't handle it, or the logistics aren't there to have enough packages to make it worthwhile, or it's a combination of both. And so the operation's just not running as smoothly as it used to be. Ground and home delivery merging was actually a good idea. You have less contractors in the same areas. That was a smart move, business-wise, for FedEx to make money. But this extra delivering on Sunday, and they're trying to squeeze every penny they can. They're trying to squeeze every penny they can out of the contractors, and eventually it's going to, eventually it's going to turn into a loss, because contractors are going to start leaving, things are going to start messing up, basically, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I have a few buddies that work on the actual delivery trucks, so both UPS and FedEx. And same time last year, they've significantly slowed down to the point where they were needing to hire people, plus they were taking on more work and yada yada. And now they're getting off early. They're taking days off because they have to, and so forth. So it seems like the slowdown in retail buying has increased.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
we're
mean
not
that's
seeing
definitely
necessarily a decrease in retail buying, but just a decrease in people paying for the faster shipping.
I mean, it's either or, but at the end of the day, like you don't know which one it is. So I think it's demand on people buying slowing down.
yeah, people don't have that COVID money anymore, and I think things are settling out because I'll be honest, because I drove on a truck too. You know, I drove on a truck for FedEx, and I drove on a truck for UPS, and the year-over-year change from 19 to 20 was like astronomical, and then 21 kind of beat it because we were getting that second stimulus check towards the middle, third, fourth quarter, and then we got that third stimulus check, Q1 of 21. So it didn't taper off, but it didn't grow year over year from 20 to 21. Did not grow as exponentially as 19 to 20 as far as volume. And I think that's another big thing is I think everything's just settling out. So the business is actually going to look like they're losing money. If that's the correct way to describe it, but the volume is leveling out. So yeah, we're getting less. They're getting less volume, but it's because 20 and 21 were.
So
20 and
I
21
asked
were
them the same. I asked them the same question about, okay, let's take out the COVID years. Is the volume still lower than 2019, 2018, 2017? Because they've been there, 10 plus years. And they mentioned that it is actually way slower. The same time of year, it should be, they should be working full time, and sometimes they need to hire people. And again, now these folks that the drivers are now taking, like, they have to get time off because there's nothing for them to do anymore. So it's a complete change, not just from the COVID years, and year over year, but also from pre-COVID.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, definitely pre-COVID too. But like, it's like my mom still works for the contractor I used to work for, and like, Sundays, like I was saying with the Sundays, with things going down, Sundays are just like terrible. I think it was a bad business model, bad business practice to start, and FedEx is paying for it.
Hardy, are you still here?
I am. What's up?
Just a random question, a total noob question. Given the nature of like leveraged ETFs and the fact that over the course of time they almost all go down, why wouldn't you buy puts as opposed to selling the opposite? Why wouldn't you just buy puts on the leverage ETF?
Buying puts. If you buy puts, it means your thesis is that the price will accelerate down faster than what's currently priced in. That's what needs to happen for the puts to increase in value. By selling puts, I'm expecting slightly bullish to sideways movement on the underlying security. So a bullish movement on SQQQ in this case means that SPY has gone down. I'm of the opinion SPY will not continue to go up. And so in order to realize that opinion, I'm selling the puts because while I don't think it'll go up, I also don't think SPY will go down fast enough for SQQQ puts to turn a profit. or other way around. For SQQQ calls to turn a profit.
Interesting.
And keep in mind, leverage ETFs use options to achieve their leverage. Options have a theta component.
Yeah, I
So in
agree
a
with
way,
that.
I'm leveraging the theta.
Well, and that's why obviously shorting makes the most sense. Not to mention that you're just going to get quicker moves potentially, so you can take profit earlier.
Although it could also be quicker moves against me.
Yeah,
So
but again,
at
you
least
have
in
time.
SQQQ, I probably wouldn't try to sell puts when it's in the 60s. For example. Current price is like 46, and most recent low was like 41. So
How
selling
often
puts,
do these rebalance? Like at some point, doesn't this have to like reset itself, or they'll just make a new one, right?
what do you mean reset?
Well, at some point, this will continue if SQQ goes up in time, or Sky, if the QQQ goes up in time, this will continue to just turn into pennies essentially over the course of time.
Reverse split.
So is that what they do? They just reverse split it back to a normal level?
Yeah.
Yeah, these leverage products are just, they're hard to get your head around.
And that's why they're so profitable.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's why I'm trying to understand them more, because I think there are, especially in times of volatility like this, where you have time on your side.
Let's see quickly. SPY is hovering below delta neutral. There's a chance it'll repeat what it did now 3 times and go back above. So probably set a price alert at like $41 for SQQQ. At that point, reevaluate SPY. See if you think it'll continue to go up. If it is, reset your alert. Otherwise, that's when you start selling puts. To minimize your risk.
Yeah, so typically you're tracking the underlying as opposed to the actual the leverage ETF, right? I mean,
I track both, but the underlying drives the ETF. So
correct. Yeah, so you're
I
better
plot
off
one
sort
over
of-
the other.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Look at MongoDB. It's 5%. There's a lot of software names seem to be doing really well right now.
Yeah, because they all had layoffs.
Well, I think Mongo had a really nice print Thursday or Friday, so might be institutional funds buying it up.
Mongo is hiring more in Australia and New Zealand due to tax incentives. There you go. They're laying off in the US and rehiring in Australia and New Zealand.
I think it's broader than that though. Like Cloudflare's up pretty big. Microsoft's doing pretty well. Like I said, some software names for some reason particularly seem to be doing well. By the way, the New York Times had some like events where they talked at length to some CEOs of large companies. I listened to the Reed Hastings. It's like 30-minute interview by Sorkin. I'll listen to that this weekend. And I've got Andy Jassy on my playlist. I'm sure they did quite a few others, but it pretty interesting if you're wanting a kind of overview of an entire sector to listen in on on a talk like that. I think interview does a pretty good job, and obviously these are pretty well-versed CEOs, so probably worth a
Wasn't
listen.
FTX's darling boy supposed to be speaking at that event?
Yeah, I think he also spoke.
Remotely, of course.
Well, yeah, he would have been drawn, hung, and quartered if he had showed up in person.
Hey, Hardy, about a week or so ago in one of the after talks, I had mentioned there could be a possibility of a pairs trade with Kroger and Albertsons. And then I believe Skull had said that you'd already had brought that up, but it was a little while ago. Is that something that you entered or where it's under like Senate
One is
review? Is it
buying the
something,
other, right? So there's no point entering a pairs trade.
or well, Kroger is buying Albertsons and it caused the stock to go. I think they agreed, if I remember correctly, at $34 a share, and it jumped up to like $28 a share. But it's back now. It's down to around 20 the last time I checked. But if the merger goes through, it was agreed at $34 a share.
Well, that would be arbitrage, not pairs, correct?
Right.
Yes, correct.
The current pricing reflects the market implied risk that the deal will not happen.
How big is Albertsons relative to Kroger? I mean, it's not knowing anything. I mean, there's not that many players in the space of size, right? Be kind of
Albertsons 11 billion, Kroger's 33, so 3 times bigger, or
Mm.
1/3 the size.
But yeah, the first I had heard about it was there was some type of Senate hearing committee review, and that's I was curious if you thought that the deal was going to get shit canned because of that, or because of other things, but that as well.
The other news around that is apparently Kroger had sued Albertsons because Albertsons like, well, we're going to pay this dividend still, and Kroger didn't want them to, and the judge said, nope, nope, you can pay the dividend.
Hey guys, I just wanted to apologize earlier if what I was trying to say wasn't quite making sense or whatnot with regards to FedEx. Somebody in the comments actually said something about them basically trying to treat their contractors like Uber employees, and that's basically the best thing I can say. He said it better than I could. So yeah, I apologize if it was kind of confusing.
I think you were filling what would have otherwise been dead air, so I appreciate the thoughts.
Yeah, we expect analyst level coverage next time, please.
Well, thanks for the sentiment there.
AKA when it goes down 10%, take your buy to a neutral rating.
Well, I can pull the Jim Cramer and recommend something and then cry my eyes out when it goes down.
Well, I'm glad somebody liked it because there's quite a few people in the comments that didn't like me rambling, I guess.
Tell them to get on stage.
Yeah, that's why you don't read the comments.
Well, I know that for future now. I've got ADHD, so like, I'm talking to you guys about FedEx. I'm thinking about my work for the day and the stocks that I have invested in right now. And then you guys are talking about options trading, and I'm thinking about learning how to do that. And so I just always got a whole lot on my mind,
Yeah. How much money do you have to lose? Options are a great way to do that quicker.
Well, if you go by what I have in my portfolio right now, I got about $650. But what I have in my pocket to add into those options, nothing right now. I'm actually working on finishing. Well, they've got to do the background check and everything, but that'll be fine. I'll pass that, no problem. But I'll be working for the post office in about 4 to 6 weeks. And then, because where I live, there's plenty of opportunity for overtime. I'll definitely have some money to put in for options. It seems like you guys are making at least a little bit of money doing the options.
Nope.
Maybe Hardy. Maybe
My
Hardy.
friend,
The only one.
my friend, I have some.
Options. It's an expensive fucking addiction.
Yeah, my
What's the
best
rule? The
friend.
first $10,000 should go into SPY or VOO, and then after that you can fuck around with stuff.
Well, I know that with me, so I have some stock in Luna Innovations, ticker LUNA. They're a fiber optic company. They have a big contract with Lockheed Martin and the F-35 Lightning program. Then I have some stock in Lockheed Martin, of course, Porsche, Stellantis, Tesla, Microsoft, Boeing. And I believe I didn't forget anything there.
You're diverse.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm making tons of money on options. It's $5 to go behind the dumpster at Wendy's, and for an extra $1, I'll swirl around your balls while I do it.
And at a risk of sounding like a simp for Hardy, I would say just follow his plays. Me trying to do my own thing, I'm down just a measly 54.04% for the year. So, yeah, there's that.
Hey, it could be worse. You could have bought into Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, man, this is a good spot to hear nonsense and a little bit of good advice.
I mean, if you've got shares, you can sell covered calls on those shares, and that's a pretty low risk option strategy that you can make some money on. Like those shares that you mentioned.
So I know it's old news, but I was actually curious how you guys, I mean, I don't know who was in the group when it happened, but the whole AMC thing that blew up, I know it was started by you guys here. Like, how did that all unfold, really?
A guy dressed as a cat told people to buy a failing video game store, and then it became worth a lot of money. So they tried it with the failing movie theater, and then it became worth a lot of money. So then they wondered what else they could try to buy that was failing to see if it become a lot of money. And that's the abridged version for you.
Oh, okay.
And
So
that's how we got to Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond is going to be the next one.
Because it's a failing store, but this time we don't have a guy with a cat telling us about it, or dressed as a cat telling us about it, but maybe we'll find one.
Marty, start telling us.
I thought it was a little more, what I had read was like they were, that y'all caught hedge funders like trying to short sell it or something like that for AMC, and that's how it blew up. But I like your version a lot better.
I'm used to this too, bro, and here you'll hear a lot of stuff that you don't understand, but being around it more and more, it becomes kind of like second nature. I mean, I'm nowhere close to these guys' level, but just being here and listening to them, it helps.
The best advice I can generally give you and the smarter people here will probably back me up on this. When you hear people here saying like their plays, the ones who are good at this are not risking like their entire portfolio on some 2-day option trade. They're risking like a fraction of a percentage of it. So just keep that in mind. People here, especially the ones who stick around, don't blow up their accounts because they don't throw their accounts at stupid stuff.
Yeah, good point. With my options and trying to learn it, man, I've been doing small plays just to get a feel for it. And see, I missed out on an eBay play. I had predicted it was going to shoot up at the end of November because it was the last day to buy a share to get dividends, and it did shoot up, but I was new to it. I didn't know how to act on it, and I missed out on it. And the next day it dropped, and I lost out my premium. My premium was only like 100 and some bucks, but
Honestly, if I may, anytime that a stock has good dividends, I feel like that's as long as the stock performs well, it's a good long-term play, and that's what my portfolio is like right now because I don't foresee automobiles going away anytime soon. At least not. I mean, I'm 28, so at least not in my lifetime. And that's why I have 20 something shares in Porsche, and I have some shares in Tesla and Stellantis as well. But Stellantis, they do I think once a year on their dividends. Porsche does a once a year, and then Microsoft does like every 3 months. So like all these ones that put out dividends, I'm a long-term guy on that, especially because that's part of how you make money is those dividends. Eventually the dividends pay for themselves. So.
And a great way to find extra money for options is while you're delivering mail, keep a glue stick and a sharp knife with you and shake the envelopes to hear the loose change.
Can't tell if people are shocked at the last statement or if they're still kind of thinking it over in their minds about how to do that.
I'm gonna be straight with you. I'm trying to park here at the dealership. I was transporting a vehicle from one lot to the other,
what
and
dealership type of vehicle?
so I'm in a 17 Ram. It's a used vehicle. The dealership I work at has a main lot and a pre-owned lot. And
Is
so
your own lot like completely overfilled?
is our pre-owned lot completely overfilled? No. I'm actually so I'm a detailer. I don't sell cars, but I detail them, and the last 3 paychecks, because I'm flat rate commission. So if there's not a vehicle to detail, I'm not making hours. My last 3 checks have been, which is 6 weeks because they're biweekly, and my last 3 checks have been under 50 hours each. So
I just asked because I think that's why Carvana's in so much trouble because they have a fucking shitload of used cars that they bought up, and no one's buying used cars now. If I'm incorrect, please correct me.
people aren't really buying cars, period, right now, dude. I'll be honest with you.
We're about half our usual volume in sales right now.
And that's just the car market in general, not just used cars.
Yeah, we're 100% used cars. We have about 200 in inventory right now, which it's fine with us. But we're about half our usual volume on a monthly basis this month. Last month was almost the same, and the month before that we were probably 60 to 70% of our user volume. So it's falling, but not dead.
I know every car would be different, but is there like an average ballpark amount of time it takes to detail a vehicle and say you brought it in for trade, you're detailing them out, or however?
It depends on the car. Some of them we rush through if they're sold. The other ones will sit. So no, we don't have an average time. I mean, we have an average time, but it doesn't really matter.
Gotcha. I kind of figured it obviously depends on the amount of crap and such, but I didn't know if there wasn't just yeah.
I'm looking at the open interest for SPY calls to puts this week. It looks like on Friday's open interest 3.6 million compared to call open interest of 2.3 million. So people are thinking more on the put side, but the put open interest is very much heavier today and heavier Wednesday. The call interest is heavier on Tuesday and Thursday. So a lot of people are thinking we'll go down this week. That information is from the website barchart.com.
Yeah, Carvana's problem isn't just the downturn in the used car market. It was the fact that they were paying people way more money than the car was worth, and then they sell those cars, and they lose the money on it, and they never fixed that.
And part of their problem is the business plan model. When you have a dealership, you don't have transportation costs. They were delivering all their cars to people, and they have no service income to make up for when they do lose a vehicle, or lose on a vehicle. So their business plan was very flawed as a car retailer.
What was it? Was it in Michigan where they had or got their license suspended because they weren't delivering the titles? So what would cause them to have like a major issue of selling vehicles without having the titles on hand and not being able to get them within several months?
That's
Floor plan.
The business plan model problem too. When you sell a car that's a Michigan car to someone in Pennsylvania, you have to wait for that Michigan car title from a payoff or get it flipped if it's been in your inventory long enough to a Michigan title, and then you have to try to help that person title in Pennsylvania. And they were doing that before they ever even checked on some cars. With one car, now this isn't the majority because they sell 400,000 cars a year, but one car they was stolen and they sold it to somebody else and they did not know it. Had trouble getting the person the title for over a year.
I didn't think of that. I think some states you get the title, and then other states you send them the title to the state, and they make a and send you a copy of it as well. Is that how it is?
Yeah, you're supposed to, but you could be waiting for a title from a payoff and just have proof that there is a lien or no lien on it. But their problem too was that since they were taking so long to flip titles around from their Arizona office, people's 60-day temporary registrations would run out, and when they ran into problems, they would issue duplicate temporary registrations, which you could not do. It's against the law in every state. And then they would issue other states temporary registrations on that car. So like if I bought a car in Pennsylvania from them, they would issue me a Pennsylvania temporary registration good for 60 days. If that ran out, what they started doing then was issuing me a Michigan temporary registration. And that wasn't a good business plan at all. But do remember, this was a small portion of their sales, but enough to cause states to say, sorry, you have done it enough times that, which is, I mean, one time is too many, but you've done it enough times that we're going to cut you off.
Hello, Mel Matt. Did you want to share something with us?
Oh yeah, it was just about the guy in detail and saying he got 50 hours flat rate for a 2-week check, dude. I'm sorry for you. I'm flat rate. I work for Porsche as a tech, but we've been pretty busy here. We're still kind of low on inventory, trying to get new cars. There's a couple coming in every couple weeks, but we really don't do too much on the used car side unless it's just a Porsche. But yeah, I'm sorry you're dealing with that, man. It sucks.
Yeah, it's 50 hours over 2 weeks.
Yeah, no thanks.
But I mean, you're a tech though, dude. Like Porsches. They've always got like that's my dream car. And when it comes to Porsches, you've got that 20,000 mile. I think it's 20,000 mile for the the cabin air filter, and it's like 30,000 miles or 40,000 is the engine air filter, the brake fluid flush, the coolant transfer or flush and whatnot. So Porsches are always, I mean, it's preventive maintenance, but they're always in the shop anyway. As long as
yeah, 30,000 miles of spark plugs engine air filter. I'm doing a 20K right now. Well, it's an 80,000 mile, but it's a 20K service. Cabin filter, brake fluid, oil change. But yeah, these last 2 weeks I turned in 126 hours. So, but I've had those 50-hour paychecks, and flat rate can be good, but it can suck so bad. So I feel for you, man.
Diamond Hand, you had a question?
Yeah. Oh.
I guess not. Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. Yeah, I was gonna say, and probably that 20K service, they're probably paying close to $800 to $1,000 for it, aren't they?
I charge labor hours times 120.
I don't know, but our labor rate's 181.95 right now. So I think like a 30K is close to like $2,000. This 80K might be like 1,000, something like that. I don't really know. I don't know how much things cost. I just know how much I'm getting paid, and I got to beat the time every time. So
I was gonna say, you just know you're making bank.
not doing too bad.
I'm one of my I got a personal detailing business too, and one of my customers is a long-term guy. I've been detailing for him for 6.5 years, and he's got a 991.2, and I do his oil changes because I charge him $60 on top of supplies, and the dealership's going to charge him like $360. So with supplies and everything, he pays like $200 compared to the $360.
Yeah, but people don't bat an eye. Normal customer, they're like, whatever, dude. Like rear brakes are $1,300, and they're like, when can you get it done? So I did work at Honda and Mercedes. Honda had some interesting customers. Mercedes, believe it or not, had interesting customers. So a lot of people would lease them, and then you tell them they need $1,200 worth of tires, and they would literally shit a brick. But Porsche, we've had cars in here with a $20,000 bill, and they're like, okay, let me know when it's done. And then it'll sit here for like 2 weeks. They're not even in a rush to pick it up. So it's crazy.
Yeah, that's
different kind of clientele here.
Oh, 100%, especially with Mercedes. Like, I don't doubt what you had to deal with Mercedes customers, but Porsches, man, it's a whole different ball game, dude. That's when you got fuck you money.
I know plenty of people driving Porsches who can't afford them.
Okay, well, that's, to be fair, that's with any brand. There are people that like
Correct,
JLR,
but I think
Jaguar Land Rover.
I think Porsche over indexes on those kind of people, the ones extending themselves.
I mean, that's I want to get a 911. That's my it was 5-year plan. Now I got a 4-year plan. Here's my daughter. Is in a forward-facing car seat. That's the I want to get a 991.1 or 0.2. I don't really care. I'd even go 997 if I could get the right one. So that's the goal. Got to work for it.
I'm still trying
Does
to
the
find
Porsche
the
Tech
right
guys?
RC car.
Does the Porsche Tech guys? Do you guys have to wear top hats and bow ties as well?
Hell no, man. I'm wearing beat ass Skechers shoes as my work pants and a t-shirt for the dealership. It's they want to get some cars done, man. There's like 3 of us that are hustling every day. So I know right now. Hold up a second.
Hi, you there? I got a question for you.
All right, what's your question, Diamond Hands?
If you look at stock ticker Cook, COOK, for Traeger grills, and look at January 20, $3 call, $3 puts, the stock price is 305, the ask price is 480. I've been seeing this on some stocks, and even, if you look at all the
If you can get filled at that ask, go for it. The bid's also 20 cents.
what do you know why people are doing that? I mean, it's all the way out till June where they're significantly over the put prices.
Liquidity is through the floor. Sometimes a market maker is obligated to offer an ask, and so they'll put the ask at a price that doesn't make sense.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, sir.
That said, if you can convince an ape to buy $4 to pay $4 for a $3 put, I will sell as many to them as I can.
Yeah.
As you know, a fool in their money.
Just help them get separated.
So right now our shop's getting worked on. They're putting new lifts in. So we were down all last week. There's 3 of us working in the Audi shop right now because we're all connected. And the 3 of us turned more time than all 10 guys at the Audi shop last week. So we're pretty busy still. The auto industry, I noticed when I was working at Honda, we had the recession. 08, 09, it was bad. You could definitely tell there was a drop off of work, but I don't see that happening here. So,
Well, it may not happen this year or next, but in order for it to happen, you need to see a lot of involuntary selling. And it's going to be especially dangerous if it happens like mid to late 2023, because the presidential election cycle will be in full swing.
oh yeah, I totally agree. But I did ask how things were, during economic downturns, and the guys here haven't really noticed anything work wise, because a lot of our customers can't afford it. They're like, whatever, it's recession. They're probably like, we're gonna make money at it. So, and they all have backup plans. Like, there's one of our customers. He spent $8 million here over, I don't know, his whole time dealing with us, and it's only been maybe 12 years. So this guy, I don't know,
Fleet
Porsche's.
operator of some sort.
He's a doctor.
$8 million on what? Because I can't imagine what $8 million of detailing looks like.
Oh no, this isn't detailing. This is his service. I'm the tech. Just from him buying cars, getting them worked on, getting stuff ready for prepping the cars for the track, harness bars, harnesses, all that stuff. He's spent a lot of money here over his time dealing with us. So, and yeah, that's just one guy, but still, like, it's just mind-numbing. The dude will buy a car like every 3 months. He'll be like, oh, I'll trade this one, get another one. So some people just don't care about money. So when someone said Porsche customers have fuck you money, this guy does. So
I get it.
I'm really disappointed in the lack of pretentious accents from the Audi and Porsche guy.
Did you say accent?
Ja, he wants accents. He wants accents for Porsche and Audi.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I said the
Ja.
lack of pretentious accent.
Das ist sehr gut, ja.
I think accents are actually made by Hyundai.
I think that's called the Accord, but that's a Honda.
I hate both of you.
No, that's Honda.
No, the accent is a Hyundai. That I think they discontinued it, didn't they?
Apparently, they had a bad accent.
Oof.
I would like to apologize to everyone for bringing this up.
I can't wait till 2040 to see how many 2022s are still on the road.
I figure by 2040 we're on the moon again, right? Along with the Chinese.
Supposedly.
And
Well,
probably too.
it'll likely become a political, what's the term, battleground in the coming election to make sure NASA has enough funding to beat the Chinese to the moon.
I just have this feeling like deja vu, like I've seen this somewhere before, somewhere around, I don't know, the 60s.
Yeah, here's the difference, though. China has actual spacefaring capabilities. They're not strapping people on top of ballistic missiles.
Well, the real difference is back then we sent people, and today we send dummies.
And don't forget, we have Space Force, guys. So,
Well,
winner right there.
The other issue is that safety requirements have gone up substantially relative to the 60s. It's a bad look if you cook your astronauts.
I see. Now it makes sense.
I am excited to see the ordinary astronaut guy film an episode going around the moon.
Got a quick question for Mill Matt. Have you serviced a GT2 RS, one of the new ones yet?
Yes, I have. Not one of the brand new ones, but I've done it in the past.
So I'm not sure what I'm not sure if it would classify as the 991.2 body style or if that's a different chassis code for the GT2 RS. But
no, that's it.
So have you done one of those or is it one of the older GT2s?
991.2. Yeah.
So how do they like ride and drive as compared to like, let's just say a regular? I've only driven regular base 911s. So what's the big key difference?
It's a 4-liter twin turbo making 705 horsepower, I think. So it is, and it's rear-wheel drive. Like the Turbo X is twin turbo, but it's all-wheel drive. So the GT2 is rear-wheel drive, scary as hell, ridiculously fast. The car wants to kill you, but they're a lot of fun to drive. And if you know how to drive one on a track, you can do it. But it's probably one of the most amazing cars I've ever driven in my life.
I got a Kia that's got about half the horsepower with the same options.
Well, Mill Matt, that's why they say there's no substitute.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like I have a 2015 Audi SQ5, so that's my dad wagon, but I did supercharger pulley, crank pulley, has a full exhaust downpipes. That has about 450 at the wheels, so that's like 600 crank, and that's at all wheels, the 450. But dude, that thing is just absolutely nuts. And then I got the GT2 RS, and my mind was completely blown.
Well, I first saw it whenever Porsche and Forza announced it at their Forza Motorsport 7 announcement at E3, and I mean my jaw dropped. I was like, "Damn, that's a good looking car right there." And I'm just kind of jealous actually a little bit. Like I said, I've only driven base models, and I mean the 18911 that my long-term customer of mine has. I think that's what 360 or something like that. But I can't imagine double that. That'd be fucking insane.
Yeah, it's wild. And those 9M1.2s, because those were the ones with the turbos, even on the base models, those are insane. Like that's fun to drive. A lot of pep, a lot of power. But then a GT2 RS, man, that was just mind numbing how insane that car is.
Oh yeah, it's the one that's got the turbo in it. That's another thing is because I've been detailing for him for so long. He knows that I have the same amount of respect, if not more, respect for the car in and of itself. Plus that it's his and not mine. But he's actually letting me take it on dinner dates with my wife, and after the oil, I've done 2 oil changes for him. So after the oil changes, I'll take it on a short 10-mile drive to warm up the oil, make sure the oil level's proper, and on those dinner dates and stuff, it is quite a bit of fun.
Oh yeah, just the base model 911. It's a lot of fun to drive, and they look great, man. That's a timeless car. Like they all look amazing. Like we have the 993s come in from the early 90s. Those are amazing. And a 996 it still looks good. 997 might be my favorite. 997 GT3 RS I got to drive. That was just phenomenal. So Porsche makes awesome cars, and I get to drive them and work on them every day. So I'll have one soon.
See, that's what I really want to get into. I work for a Hendrick Automotive Group dealership, so I really just want to transfer to Hendrick Porsche. I'm in North Carolina, so Hendrick Porsche is out in Charlotte, and I really just want to transfer there and start working my way into that because, I mean, I don't mind working on the cars, just being around them and being able to, even if it's just moving it around the lot and I can't do anything unless I have to. I know sometimes you technicians have to romp on cars because there's something that's going on that needs to be I can't remember. There was a case with we had a Challenger or something over here that the exhaust smelled really bad and they had to romp on it to, I guess they did a fuel treatment, some other things, but either way, just driving it around, driving cars in and out of the garage to work on them or detail them or whatever, like that just, that tickles me fancy, I guess.
It's not easy, dude. Like this job has its days where it is brutal. And it's like you got a car that's racking your brain and you just don't know what to do and you're trying to get answers out of Porsche. And like there's been times we had the field tech come out here for like the regional field tech, and it even has him like running around in loops with no answers. But I mean, it's not an easy job. Yeah, the maintenances are easy, but when you have those problem cars, it is the most frustrating job, and it is a reason why I love bourbon so much. But
what's your diagnostic software that you guys run at the shop?
It is Porsche's testers. They're like 10 grand a piece, and they get NOS. I don't know what the software is exactly, but it's all theirs. They send us a computer. It's all installed, and that's it.
So you guys only service Porsches?
Yeah, we don't do any used cars here. I mean, we'll do like a used Porsche, but we don't touch Audis or anything like that. So just strictly Porsche.
I got you. Love me some Pro Demand, man.
I use that at Honda when we'd have used cars come in, but if I work, like, because I'm just at a dealership, I just pretty much work strictly on whatever we have, like the manufacturer's vehicle. So
that makes sense.
And that's been essentially my whole career. Like I get a little bit of off-brand stuff when I worked at Honda, but I was one of the only guys doing used cars there. But yeah, if I'm at a manufacturer's dealership, I prefer to just work on what I'm here to work on. So
Isn't the 993s, you said that was the like early 90s, right? Like 90, 92, 93, 94?
Those are 90s, 2000s. I can't remember the exact date, but yeah, like early mid 90s.
I want one of those 993 GT2s like that. That would be. I feel like they're probably about the same price as a new base 911, but at least nowadays. But I want either one of those or a 997, honestly.
997 is probably my favorite because it's just raw. Like you don't have all these assist systems, and it's just like, let's go to the track, turn the trash control off, let's go have some fun, and that's all. So it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, all these cars nowadays got too many electronics for sure.
I just want to be able to afford one.
Facts.
I mean, I kind of like the fact that my Kia has a differential lockout, so I can go from all-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive at the flick of a switch.
Well, you got a Stinger.
Yeah, somebody guessed it.
Come on, dude. I'm a car guy. Of course I guessed it. You could probably describe any kind of car, and I might be able to tell you what it is 95% of the time.
Will blow up if you hit it.
Possibly.
No, he's supposed to guess off of that.
Oh.
Ford Pinto.
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, the trunk, duh.
Well, Matt, I got one for you then. 90s, and it's an XJ.
Jaguar.
Jaguar.
90s XJ. Yeah, Jeep or Jaguars. Didn't some of the Wranglers have like an XJ chassis code?
XJS.
So it is. It's actually Jeep. It's a two-door Cherokee I got. But the Wranglers, it was a YJ chassis code.
Hey, car guy, have you ever heard of a BYD Dolphin?
I have not.
Stumped. That's an EV.
Somebody brought up BYD in the chat earlier today, and when I looked at them, I was really amazed at their market cap, because I've heard nothing about them at all until literally this morning.
Yeah, that was me. I
You can
I did
have
a lot of research over the weekend. Well, last 2 months on EVs. Just trying to figure out some plays, and they came across my radar, and I did a deep dive on them, probably for like 20 hours. And it's crazy how good they are, but like less known, like Tesla.
Chinese companies, they can, you'll never hear of them, and they'll be massive corporations just because they serve the Chinese market of 1.2 billion people. So these could be like massive corporations that you've never heard of. It's weird.
I was making a bullish stance this morning, I think on the pre-market talk, just about because they're getting ready to come into the U.S. market in 2023, just offering some really sweet deals on some EVs. So that's why I'm building a position. But yeah, BYDs, they're pretty neat cars. I mean, they're actually really high tech. It's just got to come into a bigger market. And I saw in my research that they're already like in the Philippines and Austria. So they're more than just the Chinese market they're covering, but they just haven't made it to the US market. And it's a good time for them to come in. Tesla's having some trouble, and they're offering price points that's actually reasonable during a recession.
Like what's an entry level for one of these cars?
Their cheapest car I saw is $10,000 to $13,000. And then on your higher end, on your higher end on luxuries, they're going from $90,000 to $120,000, which is around like Lucids. So I'm very bearish on Lucid, very bullish on BYD. And plus, build your dream. That's what BYD stands for. That's fucking kick ass.
Not to interrupt, guys. Breaking news. Stalled Crypto is also in a Twitter Spaces with Sam Bankman-Fried, legendary crypto investor. And he may do a talk with Wall Street Bets. What do we think, folks?
Oh, let's get him on here. Let's get him on here.
Get him on.
How
You
does
need to
he
charge
not
it.
have? How does he not have legal representation yet? Like how? How does he not have a lawyer yet?
He's not
Did
gonna
you,
need
did you
one.
see? Did you
Only
see that
guilty
chick?
people need lawyers.
Yeah, that chick
But like,
ended up getting a former SEC officer lawyer. I can't
look,
remember her name. The nerdy girl from Alameda.
I'd be if I was his lawyer, I'd be throwing his Wi-Fi in the washing machine, like dead ass. He would not have
Yeah.
access to the internet. But anyway, here's the point. He wants to be on a talk. Anyway,
no, that's awesome, and I want to hear it.
Thanks
But
for
like,
bringing me up,
yeah,
Skull.
if he had a lawyer, they would 100% be like, "No, you're not talking openly on Wall Street Bets. You need to shut up." Like, how does he not have one? All he's doing is, I want to hear it. Don't get me wrong, but like, he's just like building a legal case against himself every day. He's like, "Well, I didn't know it was illegal, so that makes it okay, right? But I admit
I
it's a
can't wait
crime."
for my deposition to appear in federal court to testify against this guy.
I mean, the way I figure is if it is crypto and it was unregulated, then I mean, why is everybody so mad? I mean, at
Because
the end of the day,
the crime that he committed has nothing to do with crypto itself. All the crimes that he committed were invented long before crypto came along. He just used crypto as a vehicle to commit those crimes.
I mean,
And I
that was
thought he did hire a lawyer, defense lawyer.
If he has a lawyer and he's been talking
He's not
both
a very good
publicly
one.
and going on Wall Street Bets, his lawyer needs to be fired and disbarred.
I just know it was recent that apparently he was
I think
looking
he
to
found
hire
his lawyer on
Maxwell.
Wall Street Bets.
He was looking to hire Maxwell as a defense attorney.
Well, he didn't do anything. He just let the silver hammer go through, right?
I just know that was the recent is that he was going to hire that attorney, but again, I haven't confirmed it.
Well, couldn't he just like kind of defend himself and be like, he didn't know what was going on? And like criminal negligence is a thing amongst like other businesses, but when it comes to like financial institutions, I don't think they could actually be charged for criminal negligence. So he could just be like, "Oh, I didn't know."
that's
I
what he's
wonder if he's
doing.
going
No.
to. Wonder if he's using jurisdiction as a defense. Hey, this is a Bahamian entity. You U.S. courts have no say here.
It doesn't
I'm
work
sure
with
he
U.S.
is.
citizens. U.S. citizens are liable no matter where they go. It doesn't matter their jurisdiction. It's like you still have to pay U.S. taxes as long as you're a U.S. citizen, no matter where you live.
Correct, but no one
Oh,
deposited money in SBF. They deposited money in FTX, right? Which is a
Well, no,
Bahamian
actually,
entity.
sometimes they deposited in that Armida cap, whatever it was called, the Armida.
Alameda or Almeida?
Yeah, because the terms and conditions basically said that that's where you're depositing your money to. But
Is that the
the other
fraud
thing
case?
is,
I thought the fraud
so
case was that he
essentially,
was taking from FTX to fund Alameda.
yes,
Alameda's
that's
losses.
correct. That's correct. But because people were depositing money into the Alameda thing, he's just using that as an excuse. And people who also deposited signed something saying that they, their money can be used in any such way and, liable for this, that, and that, who wanted margin accounts. But the
But
fraud
Alameda's
is where
US
he
based.
has said,
I mean,
where people basically they just wanted their money in FTX and that's it. They didn't want to do any margin accounts. They didn't want any options. They didn't want anything else. People who have put money in that didn't sign anything saying my money could be taken from me at any time. It's not my money. They just wanted it in there. Maybe they just bought a Bitcoin or something and just left it. So those are the people who should have realistically just got their money back, right? There's no
no,
reason
they should
why.
have read the terms and conditions. I'm
No,
pretty
they
sure
do.
they clicked.
Their terms and conditions was that essentially this is your money. We can never take it from you. Like that's literally what it is. That was the terms.
I don't know if that's literally what it said.
Um,
I'd have to read the terms and conditions, but I'm
Here,
pretty sure that Apple did something terms and conditions wise about 10 years ago that was a huge fuss, and it didn't cost them anything. They still, big as ever. So,
but I mean, here's what I think his situation is, right? Either the offering of synthetic securities like GME, tokenized shares, and other tokenized shares that were offered on there, including Tesla, SPY, and other things like that, either constitutes a violation of the 1906 bucketeering law, in which case you listed a security but never actually traded it, in which case you're running an illegal gambling house using the US stock market as the front end, or you did it successfully, in which case you're rehypothecating client funds in violation of 15C3-3 of the Securities Exchange rules. Either way, like, I don't see how you get out of that without being screwed one way or another. But you know what? I'm not a defense lawyer. I'm not a securities lawyer. In fact, I don't even know what securities law is. So, you know, what do I know?
Exactly. And I think SBF defense is he's just claiming ignorance. He's saying, I didn't know, someone else done it. That's it. Like, it wasn't my fault. I'm so dumb. I didn't know. That's going to be his defense. And because he has connections to the SEC, you know, he donated a lot of money to these presidential candidates. He's not going to get prison time. Either
I said that.
Let's let him come on here and show off how regarded he is, right?
I said that months ago, and I got so much flack for that, Mr. Bumble. I'm glad you finally coming around.
Look, I got a lot of love for you guys, but anybody who is dumb enough facing legal ramifications to come do an AMA on Wall Street Bets does not have a plan. I'm sorry. This is not super genius mode, guys.
Is this real? Is he actually doing a Ask Me Anything on this, or is this just he should do it? Because like, if he does do it, then I don't know.
No, I was literally on a Twitter
a jury of his peers. That's what he wants. A jury of his peers.
Let's call talk. I want to know if this is legit.
I was literally on a Twitter space with him like 5 minutes ago. And I was like, yo, Wall Street Bets wants to hear from you. And he was like, oh, yeah, I'm interested in talking to people.
Didn't you tweet him a while back trying to get him on Confused Money?
Yeah, exactly. So I say, let's try to get him here, see what happens, right?
Let's do it.
Opinion, make this a thing.
Let's do it.
Opinion, you should reach out to him.
He's learning about novel economies, aka capitalism with communist features, as my economics professors used to call it. Or they used to call it capitalism with Chinese features, but he's in Cuba. Either way.
Tell him we'll pay him with FTX tokens if he comes on.
Oh, dope. Well, we'll pay him in moons. I'll give him some Reddit moons for coming on.
Well, like I told everyone, I have some FTX gift cards that I salvaged from GameStop when they were closing. So I can pay him in those. I can give him some gift cards.
Should we get Kevin O'Leary on here too?
Did you guys see Kevin get fucking torn up in his interview? That was hilarious.
Yeah, he's like cried about losing like $9 million of his portfolio or whatever to FTX.
He's no shark. He's a fucking minnow.
And they're like,
he
wow.
would reinvest with FTX, right? That's what he literally said. I would reinvest again.
No, he took the $15 million they offered him to be a fucking PR guy, and he took it in crypto. So he was crying about losing that. But yeah, fuck him.
So, Skull, do I understand this is a Bloomberg exclusive?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to hear from legendary crypto investor Sam Bankman-Fried. We'll see what happens.
Fried, as in he's going to get fried when people get their hands on him?
It's not an AMA, it's a roast.
It's going to be a very, very curated talk.
Any people here that have a Twitter should tweet at him. I mean,
whoever has high followers.
Yeah, and then let's get this done. Of course, limit it.
I just want to ask him, how does it feel to go from being worth $20 billion to not?
Hey guys, SPY is diving.
Same way Kanye feels.
Same way I feel right now when I'm worth
There
like
goes SPY.
$100 and now I'm not worth anything anymore.
SPY is diving off.
SPY looks like it's still flat.
And it's going to take my calls with it.
Man, my puts were so far down. I wasn't even looking. I'm getting my office ready to start streaming for you all. So I've got my ring light set up here. I got the green screen in the background. I'm going to be able to toss tickers up behind me when we're talking about them.
What are you streaming on? What platform?
I'm going to stream on Twitch and simulcast to YouTube. It's going to be great. People are going to be like, I have this investment. And I'll be like, let's pull up its financials. As you can see here, they have negative cash flow and are going to go bankrupt. Classic
That sounds
WallStreetBets
sick.
play. I just got to practice. I just got to practice pulling up financials fast enough on these companies.
Yeah, that sounds actually like a wicked plan. I'll be joining.
Sounds like a play on Carvana.
And of course, Hardy, you are always welcome to host a expert AMA on options, or you probably want to have your own Twitch channel so we could co-stream. There we go. I think they call it that. I think that's a thing.
It sounds naughty. We should do it on OnlyFans, Scald. Because it's not just for porn. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I did a Q&A. So, does anyone need a refresher on options? Or have burning questions they want to ask?
May I ask a question?
Yeah, there's some links too. Learning options with Hardy. Check those out before you guys. Yeah.
Elk, what was your question?
So I'm kind of new to investing. And I'm on the Reddit chat. I've been here for like a minute, just like reading stuff like that. I hear a lot of people talk about options, and I just have like a broad question. It's more so like I hear people talking about like they're gonna do like buy a call, buy a put. How do you determine whether to buy a call or put? Like I see people just like randomly saying I'm gonna do it, but I don't understand like how do I word this? Why? Like I've asked people why in the chat and I haven't got a response. Like, hey, like there's a guy in the chat saying he's gonna buy a put option, and then my first response is like, okay, but why? And I'm still like I'm waiting on his response. I never get a response from that. So like my question is just like, how do you know?
Generally speaking, people buy call options when they think the price of the underlying security will go up. People buy put options when they think the price of the underlying security will go down.
How do you determine that?
Using whatever due diligence or research or analysis that they come up with. It's definitely more art than science, and it certainly hasn't been solved. Otherwise, we'd all be Brazilianaires.
Okay, so it's more just like, but how do I say
It's
this?
a very sophisticated casino where a roulette table has 3 outcomes, red, black, or green. An options market has infinite outcomes, relatively speaking.
And options act as kind of like a multiplier, as opposed to a stock.
Well, that's the leverage component, but I think that's like a second order talk.
Hey, opinion, Hardy, would you guys be willing to organize some kind of like discussion later on like basics?
The bearish basics? I'm sure there are plenty of YouTubers who explain it more eloquently than I can right now.
I mean, honestly, I know this is going to sound, I know like maybe you guys are going to crucify me for this, but honestly, Robinhood's explanation is real straightforward. It's what do you think the stock is going to do? And then you pick an up arrow or a down arrow. And then it's like, here are the puts, or it's like, here are the calls. Like, it's that simple, right? And I mean, generally, if you're buying puts or buying calls, if you buy a call, bullish. If you buy a put, bearish. If you sell those things, it's the opposite. If you sell a call, neutral to bearish. If you sell a put, neutral to bullish, right? I mean, so it's that simple, right? You're just on the other side of the coin if you're the seller versus the buyer. So you got to think of it like subtracting a negative equals a positive in math. You guys all remember that from school, right? Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it starts getting complicated fast.
Yeah,
Also,
that's why I stopped there. If we get any deeper, we're going to get real deep. It gets. The thing about options is the basics are really simple, and then you hit like the Atlantic shelf and it drops to like a mile deep or whatever, right? Like, but at first you're like, oh, this seems pretty easy, and then you start to get into the actual construction of these,
and then learning when to exit. You mean to get all your money. It's a learning experience, and I'm glad you guys are here to help us.
How long did it take you guys to learn it?
Oh gosh, I've been doing this now for almost 11 years.
Wow. Because I've been trying to just like I use like Webull for paper trading. I try to practice like that before I waste any real money.
So the
But
problem with paper trading on any of these platforms is they don't really properly simulate trades getting filled. So whenever you
And you
place a
don't get
trade, it
thrill.
almost always gets filled.
Mhm.
That almost never happens unless you overpaid or undersold that trade.
Oh, okay.
So like for everyone else listening, if you look at my post history, you'll see a whole bunch of plays I put up. I'd say maybe 60% of those plays actually get filled at the target price. The remaining 40 don't.
Also, keep in mind a good chunk of people here use options as simply I can turn a little money into a lot of money if I'm lucky. It's really no different for them than like going to Vegas and putting it all on like 00
Well,
because
I'd love
they
to
don't know.
see.
I'm not saying like Hardy and people like that, but there are a lot of people here who run it that
Not what
way.
I mean. What's the largest payoff in Vegas? Does anyone know offhand?
What do you mean?
If I
Like,
bet
oh,
$10, what's the largest single game that I can turn that $10 into? Let's
I mean,
say.
wouldn't it be a quarter into a slot machine hitting whatever the jackpot is would be your best return?
yeah.
Yeah, but I would say excluding the jackpot, it can't be
So
that high
let's
of a payout.
what's the highest payoff for craps, let's say? Because I think
I
roulette
don't
is
know about
35 to 1 if
craps,
you get the number
but
right. Yeah.
Keeping it simple, it's like 30 to 1 if you're not like doing a bunch of hedging and stuff. So just keep
Roulette
it simple,
is
31.
is it
yeah,
roulette
roulette's like
35 or
35 to
36 to
1.
1?
I think the roulette is 35 to 1. I'm trying to think if there's another table game or
It's
something like that.
crabs. Crabs has
Okay.
the highest.
What's the highest payoff for craps, or it varies by casino?
I think craps maxes at 30 to 1 if you bet like double sixes.
Okay. So in options you can beat that with better odds. So where are you sure? Where is that right? 30 to 1 is double six. So where 30 to 1 has a 3% chance of happening, there are instances hypothetically where an option that has a 1% chance of occurring can pay out greater than 30 to 1.
My put options on Lucid.
Sure. But that's what makes the options market especially lucrative, and why a lot of incredibly smart people trade the options market as opposed to play craps.
Hardy, I just double checked. Yeah, double sixes or double ones pay 30 to 1.
All right, good to know.
To the male asking the question, I also wanted to add another form, a reason for using puts or calls is as insurance against a big market downturn or upturn. Like for example, if I'm doing in the money cash secured puts or in the money covered calls, well, I guess more so on the put side, and then to have a put just in case something were to happen. And for your question of why someone is going to do a put on whatever underlying, I'm just wondering, have you could you elaborate more on what about that you're wondering? Like, yeah, go ahead.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you? I understand the last part. You kind of cut out from my mic. I'm sorry.
Oh, just if you could maybe elaborate more on your question, like what is the why of why someone is putting in a put order? Like elaborate more on your question.
Just like okay, so like I said, so I see people talk about doing let's say like a put or call, right? But I never hear people talk about the why, and that's what I want to know. Just because like the way I am as a person, I like a secure reason. I like knowing okay, this is the reason I'm doing it. This is why, and this is the why is because what like the why is the reason I'm doing this, and that's gonna be the outcome. So it's like more secure. That's how I am. I feel like the way people are doing it from like what I see and what I view, it's just it's like gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna try it and see. Hopefully it works, and hopefully for a big payout. So my question was just like why? Like I want to know why. I don't know the word. I feel like I'm wording it wrong.
I think
So
what you're trying to find out is why somebody will buy a put or a call. It's just their belief. Like for example, let's just say I believe that GME will skyrocket next month. Well, I'm gonna buy calls at 237 and that's just my belief. That's my why. Now, the order might never fill, but that's just my belief.
So it's just like what you believe in. So like it's like kind of like a casino. Like I think it's gonna land on red, so let me bet red.
It also has to do with
Exactly.
it also has to do with doing your DD as well. So doing your research as well on the company that you believe in.
Yeah,
the
get
difference
their
is there's a lot more empirical data here than a casino. In a casino, right, give or take, it's random, or at least it's supposed to be random. That's why they're games of chance, not games of skill.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
stock
here,
there like a calculated risk.
yeah, whereas here there's a lot of information, and maybe you see that information, and that causes you to formulate a belief, right?
I
So
stick with stocks and horse racing because it's kind of the same thing. They give you a bunch of information and you're supposed to figure out who's going to come out the winner.
well, and two people can look at the same exact set of data and come to two very different conclusions about the same ticker because they have a different thesis. So
That's why I like bringing my plays, my decisions, puts or calls. I like to bring my plays to here because then you start getting different opinions. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And then
okay.
I could go from there and just continue on my research and my plays. But I'm new at this too, bro. So this is a good start because like 3 months ago, same boat, didn't know shit, and I still don't know shit, but I'm learning.
So
that's
how do
why I
I?
keep fishing with this EPR play because everything I see on EPR, I'm like, dude, these guys are going to go tits up. But there's just so much institutional money. I'm like, I've got to be missing something because people like these big banks probably aren't putting money in here and doubling down on a losing bet, right? That doesn't make any sense. And so far, no one has refuted my bearish DD. I think I know the exact person I need to go to. I need to go to a value investor to explain to me why I'm an idiot.
Go to Hardy.
I think
No,
I need to
value investor, journalist.
No, I need to go
I'm
to
not a value investor.
Yeah, I need to go to Luce and be like, Luce, why am I a dumbass? And he's going to be like, well, the value play is blah 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 blah, and they've got these multiples and these cash flows, and I'll be like, damn, right? Because those are the kind of things I don't really look at too much. I do look
Yeah,
at the
you
stuff,
learn.
but like,
Yeah, once you learn how to start doing that, that's just adding to your, I guess you could say, arsenal about how much you could look into a business. Like I don't know all that, and I'm just using research, these little discussions. I mean, just anything I can. I mean, there's a lot of info on YouTube where you could just, yeah, you could build your arsenal on how you could look at any company at all. Look at that company and figure out, are you going to do buys, calls, you're gonna buy some puts, then you can go from there. It's pretty fun. I mean, that's why I got addicted to this, man.
Too unusual. What I'm hearing what I'm assessing of your question is that you're observing that a lot of the members here are just putting in their directional plays, whether puts or calls, and not doing spreads or something more complicated, and that to you it might seem akin to gambling, which basically it is, if you're not if you don't have additional legs to create insurance. And I'm also hearing from you that I think what you're seeking in the comments is more value, like what that you would find more value in if someone were to say, this is the play I'm doing, for them to add their thesis so that you have a basis of something to look into, whether or not you want to go into that play or not, as opposed to just someone saying, oh, I'm going to do this or going to do that. Is that right?
I feel like you kind of nailed it on the coffin. Yeah.
Sir, this is a casino.
Normally we nail things on the head, but sure. The short answer is there are many schools of thought in terms of predicting future price movement. It's on you to decide which ones you agree with, and then place your trades based on that educated guess.
I just want to
Hence why you take GME and you find out, the educated guess.
just wanted to interject here while there's a second. Got some work to do today, so I'm gonna head off of here. I appreciate all of y'all, the chit chat and everything. I appreciate y'all having me on.
Turn and burn, dude. Good luck.
Thanks. It's actually a CRV that's been heavily smoked in that I've been working on for 3 days. So it's not new work, but it's still
It
got.
might have been my CRV.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Hey, Hardy, earlier you said that you really don't think China's going to be reopening anytime soon, correct?
Other way around. China is expecting to
Oh,
reopen.
okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like they are because China's downplaying like Omicron, saying, oh, it's just like the regular flu. They're instructing their
Correct, but that wasn't
citizens.
the original thesis. The original
Oh,
thesis was that Chinese New Year is coming up late January, during which time the entire country basically goes home to their families, which means a lot of domestic travel. And you have a lot of mingling from the major cities to the various provinces where people's families live. And then they return at the end of Chinese New Year. So you have basically two major mixing events during which time any variant of COVID could spread. So I'm of the opinion following Chinese New Year, let's say February, March timeframe, April, if you're really cautious, would be a good time to speculatively buy calls on Yang, which is the China Bear 3X ETF. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for Chinese New Year to approach, I've been selling puts against Yang at like the $10 or $11 strike so that I can realize some of this volatility. The expected volatility, because it's always higher than the realized volatility for now, until Chinese New Year hits, at which point I start using the money I have gained from the premiums to speculatively buy calls.
Spy's thinking about running.
okay. Yeah, because I'm doing the same thing with the airlines out of China. So I've been doing Air
Which ones are publicly
China.
traded?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Which ones are publicly traded?
I've been messing around with Air China, and just because they've been continuing to do cargo and they don't just rely on tourism or passenger, they also do a lot of cargo. So I've been waiting for China to open to really put some money in. Yeah, but I was trying to get an idea of
China Eastern has a bigger market cap. Ticker CEA, Charlie Echo Alpha. And they've gone up bigly in the wake of the announcement. So that's a possibility. And then I believe China Southern is the other one. Ticker ZNH, Zulu November Hotel, similarly went up. So that may be a more worthwhile play, especially from a liquidity standpoint.
Looks like the U.S. is said to announce some scientific breakthrough on fusion energy. That news just dropped on Reuters, and it looked like it made the SPY run.
It's not a super big deal. What they did is they managed to get a net gain of energy through
That's
a fusion
what they
reaction.
think happened. The data hasn't yet been peer validated.
Yeah, so that's kind of the announcement. If like Hardy said, if it is really what happened, is that they've finally gotten a net gain, which matters because you're actually now creating energy for the first time. But it's not like there's going to be some rollout of new fusion technology that's going to be providing power for cities in the next few years or anything. They're just showing it might be feasible.
I got you. So it's more like sell the news.
More or less.
Yeah, it's good from a scientific standpoint. I don't see any impact it'll have on the market.
But the news is absolutely bonkers. I mean, net gain fusion is the holy grail. People have been trying to do this for literally 45, 50 years. We've been trying this for 50 years. So, I mean...
I thought the holy grail was cold fusion.
Well,
net
yes.
net energy gain at what amounts to room temperature.
Well,
and the previous experiment that happened, which supposedly claimed cold future could exist, may have very well just been, I think it was like a neutrino decay phenomenon or something like that.
Yeah, at first it was thought to just be fraud because it came out of the Soviet Union. in the 60s. They were like cold fusion, but it might have just been neutrino decaying at the same time that they were measuring it, and they didn't know what neutrinos were yet. So back then they understood muons, but not neutrinos and some of the other exotic particles. But yeah, I mean, cold fusion would be dope, but I think that's science fiction, at least. But I'm not a physicist.
My problem with fusion as a power source is you're basically trying to encapsulate a self-sustaining small equivalent of the sun. And I get the impression the sun's size is a contributing factor to what makes it self-sustaining.
Yeah, it really is. My senior year of high school, for my science project, I made a Farnsworth fusor, also known as a star in a jar. And it actually makes a little tiny star that's like the size of a ballpoint pen, like pinhead, in a vacuum chamber. But even then, the amount of light and radiation even that small point puts out is just mind-shattering. But, you got to have like a neon sign transformer. You got to have a bunch of steel MIG welded together. You got to drop it to you got to put it over a you got to vacuum the entire area with a vacuum pump. And then you have to have deuterium, which is heavy water, which you can actually just get as an American citizen. You don't even need an ID for it, which is crazy. I just ordered it and it showed up at the house. And you just put the deuterium in there, turn this damn thing on. It's a lot like a Tesla coil, except instead of making little energy arcs, it makes a tiny star. It's really dope.
That's pretty dope, dude.
Yeah, but it takes a lot more energy than it produces. And the energy it produces is a lot of gamma rays, so I was only able to run it for a short period of time. And I was like, yeah, I got this Lexan that has like lead in it. And everybody was like, oh, great. But like the reality is you can only shield from gamma rays so much. So I was like, I'm just going to run this for...
So you're
What?
one step closer to becoming the Hulk.
Yeah. You don't become the Hulk if you get exposed to gamma rays in real life. And yes, I have children and they're doing great. So I'm very lucky.
I guess you had your lead BVDs on.
Oh, yeah. But I only ran the thing for short periods of time for that exact reason.
Nice spike on GameStop a few moments ago.
And even though nobody asked, I did win the science fair that year. Yeah.
Looks like I'm already up like 3% on my short puts. So cool.
But yeah, so that's the takeaway on fusion is net gain reaction's really dope. If they could scale it up, even better. How many years are we away from that? I don't know. That's the part about that matters to the market. I think it's about, if memory serves, I think it's like 0.02% of the water of the ocean is naturally deuterium, which is hydrogen with an extra neutron attached because it's normally one proton, one electron. And so that's what Canada's nuclear reactors are called CANDUs. They actually use heavy water instead of regular water in them to increase the neutron efficiency. But point I'm getting at is if a fusion reaction is actually working, then you can functionally use 0.02% of the ocean for power, which is like enough to run our current energy consumption for like tens of thousands of years. It's just stupid.
Well, that's at today's power consumption level. Theoretically, you could turn that power into anything. So using fusion energy, I could print a steel building.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And with energy becoming a much less limited resource, applications that were energy intensive suddenly become trivial, right? And what do we get?
Oh, laser blasters.
Exactly.
Lightsabers.
Or, using some kind of electromagnetic gun to launch things into space. Right now, it's not really that feasible to use accelerated electromagnets to railgun people into space. But
What's the
if you have,
G-force required to hit escape velocity?
So
I don't
kind
know.
of like a gravity gun, right?
Yeah, I read a thing in Scientific America like a long time ago that said it was like possible, and like they had all the
The
math and stuff.
escape velocity is 20,000 kilometers an hour, I think.
Mhm.
Right? So if you have, let's say, a 300-meter track, you need to
Oh,
go from 0 to 20,000 in 300 meters. I think you'll be a pile of jelly.
Yeah, I was
yeah.
about to say that. Wouldn't your body just turn into
And
goo at
keep in
that
mind
speed?
that it's not the speed, it's the acceleration, but more importantly, the way SpaceX and other like orbital rockets do it now is they approach that escape velocity after, I think it's 4 minutes of acceleration. So however long it takes, however far it can travel in those 4 minutes, that's how fast it's accelerating. I believe it's like 1.5 to 2 g. So condense all that acceleration into roughly the length of the for lack of a better term, the catapult or the cannon. Um, I don't know. I don't know too many things that'll survive that amount of G-force. A more practical use might be using it to remotely power a space elevator.
Oh yeah. Then we just need the carbon nanotubes to be able to hold up to the structural
I mean, if you
stress.
have that much energy, you could probably just have it create some form of magnet. So you have a giant concentrated magnet that's effectively levitating it up and down.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's true.
Of course, these are all hypothetical, and apologies if we're nerding out a little too hard.
Yeah. But that's the kind of thing that happens when someone says fusion energy with a positive coefficient. People are going to nerd out because that's science fiction shit.
Yeah, I was wondering how long it would take for somebody to bring that up. I saw that this morning.
It's awesome. It's just unfortunately not market impacting.
And that is why I did not bring it up.
Sorry.
No, it's listen, I'm all for talking about nuclear related stuff all day. Y'all should know that by now.
It just happened that SPY went up a little bit as I saw that news headline. So I thought maybe it did have something to do with it. But I guess I was wrong again.
Hardy, I have a question for you. With the 1250 puts you're selling against GME, if assigned,
You mean 2250?
2250. Wow, brain right now. 2250. Yeah, sorry. If so, I guess what's your plan if assigned with those, or is that too open ended of a question?
If assigned, I can sell calls against it, or I can sell more puts. I have the capital, and I believe in the stock enough that it'll be worth more than 2250. Or I guess in this case, worth more than 2140, because minus the premium that I paid or that I earned to when selling the put.
Got it. Thanks.
And keep in mind, my short options on GameStop funds my long option speculation. So when I was building up capital for the 237.50s I aired some time ago, that came from Theta Gang profits.
So at this point, your shares are essentially paid for through your Theta plays?
Not just shares, but also the remaining options contracts that I hold against GME, or the remaining calls. So I do still have a hefty stack of the GME January 237.50s. If you want to enter him alongside me, you can. I think it's 2 cents a share if you want to get in, so $2 a contract. On the off chance that the next T69, which is supposed to happen on the 19th, sends GME to the moon. If it does, great. If it doesn't, I'm okay either way because I got my original principal back already, plus like 110% or something like that in returns. So this remaining position for me is pretty much gravy.
Hardy, I see them for 3 cents. I'm pretty sure you can get them for 2 cents.
2, 3. At this point, you're just splitting hairs over $1 for each contract.
Gotcha. All right, my bad.
And I'm sorry, what was the option here? I was test driving a car, wasn't really paying attention. Sorry.
That's good that you weren't paying attention. Eyes on the road. GameStop January 2023 237.50 calls.
Thank you.
Don't enter them unless you really think it'll go that high because, well, there isn't much of a catalyst between now and January 20.
I have a play that I kind of want to get an idea on if I'm doing this kind of half-ass right. So I built up a position in Norwegian Cruise Lines back in October, and I was able to get up like to 500 shares, and I sold covered calls, and then I went and bought some calls at $35 strike price in 2025 at like 184. It's what it's at right now, in the hopes that it will go up by then. Is that correct?
Can you say that one more
Not
time?
exactly.
Or actually, no, never mind. You don't need to. Hard is on it.
Not exactly. So, the selling calls in this case against the shares you have would give you some fee, some premium, right?
Yeah,
Eventually,
and
you have to buy back those calls so you can close out the liability of holding them, and you no longer need to lock up your collateral in shares. You can then use the gained premium to buy separate calls to speculatively benefit or profit from the price of Norwegian Cruise Line going up. Interestingly, among the cruise lines, Norwegian is the only one that's retained its premium pricing strategy, and I have no
Yeah.
idea what their load factors are like. The other cruise lines have been approaching unbundling strategies where they will offer the cheapest daily base rate they can to give you the absolute least possible, and then nickel and dime you on board.
Yeah, see, I like Norwegian's approach because that's what kind of got me going to looking, because they're filling to market. They're not they're pricing to market, not pricing to fill, and that's going to be better in the long run. So I'm thinking in February, March, when earnings come out, everybody's saying we got record numbers, but Norwegian is the only one that's going to have record numbers at outstanding prices.
I think you mean record profit, while everyone has record occupancy.
So that's why I was bullish on Norwegian. But thanks for the input. Thank you.
Interestingly, I should probably write a bot to do this, but I should, if you try to book various sailings, it's useful to see what the availability is for different classes of staterooms on each sailing, so you can estimate and calculate the load factor at what prices.
So what I did, just to kind of look into it more, I actually called the 3 cruise lines, Carnival, Norwegian, and Royal, and just acted like I was going to book something and to see what their available dates were and like their price points. And that was just more for my research. I don't plan on going for a cruise, but yeah.
I almost screamed like a little girl. Just popped out.
I have a feeling for some reason I bet it was a spider ring. I didn't even.
Hardy, you want to mute Scald?
Yeah, well, it all came out. It popped. It's almost like scared.
It's so funny.
Yeah, if one of the hosts could get Scald's mic, that would be great.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hear, guys.
Oh, so I got a play. Well, not really a play, but Sundial. I bought a $3 strike call on
Ticker?
Sundial Sundial SNDL.
And why are we bullish on weed stocks today?
Because I'm always bullish on wheat stocks.
But what
Hey,
makes
hey, Hardy, could you host me quick?
There's no thesis behind it. Just got a feeling that it'll go up just a bit. So
Nothing to do with the Safe Banking Act that just passed a week or 2 weeks ago. I mean, so here in New Mexico, I'm back in New Mexico. They were allowing us to use our debit cards for the longest time at the dispensaries, and then they were showing it as an ATM withdrawal, and we had to pay a fee as the consumer. And I went in now that I got back from Cincinnati, and they were no longer taking cards, and it's because of the Safe Banking Act. I mean, they're changing regulation so dispensaries can just charge the consumer as a regular POS, point of sale charge, compared to doing this whole loophole. But until they get to that point, they closed all the loopholes. So I see it actually going down short term, and then once all the regulations are in place after because of this Safe Banking Act, it'll shoot up. So
I mean, I went to
bullish long term.
Colorado back in October to go do the hike the Rocky Mountains, and I'll
That
buy
must have
some
been
edibles
nice.
every now and then, but I bought some and I had no issues with using my debit card or
Oh,
cash to buy.
no, it just happened, bro. Like
Or it
the
just
act,
happened.
yeah, dude. Like the bill they passed just passed like 2 weeks ago, and like 3 days ago they stopped using debit cards, credit cards completely.
No shit. I'm
At
gonna
this increase.
have to read on them. Thanks
Yeah,
for that.
bro. I'll send you an article that I read by Tiffany something, because someone was really bullish one day on the weed stock because of it, and then I told him it was going to dip because they're not going to take debit cards for a little while.
Mass Gamer's another guy who's heavily bullish on wheat stocks.
Yeah, he's big in Sundown. He likes Sundown.
Yeah,
Yep.
and see, I'm a Tillery fan, so I usually do ETFs though on cannabis. I mean, because as an industry as a whole, I'm thinking it's just going to be way better, because I went and worked in Ohio for 2 months, and there's not recreation there at all. They're selling like Delta 10, Delta 9, and all that bullshit. So like I see it, of course, with Detroit and Michigan being right there, it's going to just be big. So yeah, definitely weed stock, something to be bullish on in the long term. And if I'm messing up these terms, please correct me.
Too bad it'll be a long time before Texas gets it. So until then, I'll just be flying either to Vegas or Colorado to pick my stuff up and come back with it.
I mean, I don't think Texas is too far behind. I mean, like I said, I was in Ohio, a real red state, and they already have medical out there.
Yeah, we've got weed out here, but a lot of the Ohioans go up to Michigan once they get their weed card.
Yeah, we went to Michigan a couple times. It just sucked coming from a state that has dispensaries literally in every corner to a state that you can't even fucking smoke a joint in public without being worried about getting harassed.
I do know personally, whenever marijuana does become legal on the federal level, it's very bullish, because there's going to be a lot of gun owners that are probably going to, they'd probably start smoking weed, because technically under federal law, if you own a gun, you cannot be in possession of marijuana, or you are committing quite the felony.
Correct.
So, like, I know personally, I drink because that's exactly why.
Because you're depressed.
It's also
very.
against
Yeah,
the
it's
law
bad.
it's also
But yeah,
against
I
the law
mean,
to be drunk with a gun.
Yeah,
correct.
you got a
Correct.
point. Like, if I go out, I'm gonna go drink. I don't carry my handgun with me, even though I got my concealed handgun license. I would not take.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's just like being responsible. That's being a responsible gun owner. I mean, hey, if marijuana does become legal, you can guarantee I'm totally fine taking edibles and going right to bed. Don't have a problem with that at all.
That's what I usually do when I can't get some sleep. I'll take an edible about 10 milligrams and call it a night.
If
Yeah,
it
I would
became
too.
federally legal, that would also potentially open up government employees who cannot currently use, even if their state allows, because it's still federally banned, and that prevents their employment. So keep that in mind too.
I think it just needs to happen. We saw what happened in Colorado and Washington with the tax revenue. So
since we're talking
it's a matter
about
of time.
weed, with the whole trade that happened with the Merchant of Death and Brittany, I feel like that's a big slap to any person that's ever been convicted of a felony of with marijuana. So that's that.
Yeah, that's
Good topic. I like that topic. But yeah, I don't think that was a good trade on the US deal. We looked weak on that.
Keep it market related.
Well, it's
How is it
market
going to
related with
affect the
weed because I
market?
feel like
Well,
that could
before
open.
you keep in mind the reason what made this guy infamous is he was selling Russian weapons to various groups, militias and other armed non-state groups. Now, Russia doesn't seem to have any worthwhile weapons, so his value is greatly diminished. So while I
Yeah,
agree the media is spinning this as like a Lord of War being released, I get the impression it's more like a defanged wolf. But in terms of the impact on weapons markets, I would imagine because of his release, a potential influx in Russian weapons being sold
Yep.
means fewer weapons for the Russian military, which in turn potentially means a shorter war in Ukraine. So there's a deeper story in this. A lot more
I
time has
see.
been spent considering its release than we've all put into it.
So
It also wasn't
isn't
for
it
one
funny how
trade.
Biden just stated that how they're going to dedicate so much money to Ukraine for the war and whatnot, but at the same time releasing an arms dealer back to Russia to help them build up their arms to continue the fight. That's the way I see it.
How did this
But
guy?
remember,
What weapons did this guy deal in? Do you know?
I don't. Let me look it up real quick.
He was selling Russian weapons Soviet weapons really to non-Soviet entities.
So he has
after the
connections in
USSR
the
split,
weapons world, though. You know what I
My
mean?
point is he's good at
yes,
taking weapons out of Russia, not bringing them into Russia.
I think that set of skills can go either way. I mean, just because he was selling doesn't mean that he can't come back and be like, "Yo, we're gonna, buy now." You know what I mean?
What
So
money?
and then coincidentally, Biden says, "Oh, we're gonna dedicate so many billions to the Ukraine war," but in the other hand, he's releasing an arms dealer. But yeah, definitely a way deeper story, I think.
Yeah, he's got to
remember,
be.
it wasn't just a 1-for-1 trade either. So we didn't just get one back; we got multiples back.
Market related talk. The war in Ukraine is going to go longer now because of all this.
So I was just saying it was market related due to weed, but
What do you mean we got multiple back?
These kind of deals, they only publicly
I mean,
release.
she wasn't the only person that was released.
She was. The other person
She
didn't
was
get released.
not. No, sir.
Who are the
She
other
was
ones?
not.
Who are the other ones? Because I know that Marine who's been there a lot longer than her, and he wasn't. I'm a
Let him
stoner.
answer lunch.
All right, but yeah, who else was released?
Hey, Hardy, before you head out, you want to
A
host a couple
school
people just in
teacher.
case.
She was an American school teacher.
enjoy your lunch, Mr. Hardy.
Not stepping up for lunch just yet, but I do need to leave at some point. So, Scald Titty, you're in charge.
Yeah, I had host on my other account, but I jumped from my phone to my laptop. I'm setting up my office as a streaming studio right now, so you guys are in the background while I'm working.
Anyone has any plays?
Where were you this morning? I had a bunch of them.
My play is still on Grinder. I feel like it's still a very undervalued stock.
How do you think China's rumored reopening is going to affect Powell's decision tomorrow? You think it's going to stay at 50? Or do you think he's going to go ahead and go up to like 75? I'm leaning more 75.
You know, I think 75 is likely. It all depends on the inflation numbers, right? We don't have CPI. If CPI prints below, comes below, then I think 0.5. Either way, the Fed has access to the data before us, so they already know what they're going to do. I think the terminal rate will probably be unchanged, though, regardless of how it's all about how fast we get to that terminal rate. I doubt that the terminal rate will be raised very much, if at all.
So if people are out there spending, the CPI is going to come in higher, correct?
No, not necessarily. It's just the price of goods, right? Another thing to think about is if CPI comes in low, like if it comes in lower than before, and we already know that people spent more last year than this year. But if CPI comes in low and the data we previously had that people spent more this year than last year, that actually paints a pretty bullish picture for the economy overall, because then people spent more in both real and nominal dollars than last year, which is a sign of a strengthening economy. So we got to balance all these ideas out. 50 is optimistic, 75 is most likely. That's just my hot take.
So you're saying 75 also?
Yeah, I know I just talked through it live, but yeah, I'm saying 75.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just to kind of I followed, but yeah, I feel it's gonna be 75. I mean, people are still out there spending, and that's what the Fed's trying to want to curtail, right?
No, they're trying to control inflation, and there's a few different ways to control inflation. One is obviously to get people to
raise rates and
yeah.
have people stop spending.
Well, no. It's like
borrowing.
Get people to reduce the price of goods. Well, how do you get people to reduce the price of goods? Well, some things you can control, some things you can't control. One of the things you can control is the labor rate. So if unemployment goes up, the labor market becomes more competitive. People are willing to accept lower wages because a lower wage is better than no wage. And the next thing you know, you start to have prices of goods coming down, which is one of the reasons that Powell has talked so frequently about unemployment being part of his targets, because it's one of the few inputs that they can control. A lot of these inputs, are indirectly controlled, right? So the cost of a raw material still has to do with labor, but it also has to do with stuff like energy. Energy prices just go one direction. They go up because fossil fuels are getting more scarce, right? So that in the aggregate, that you can only control that so much, right? So, that's why they're trying to control what they can control, which is labor. And the way they're going to do it is by spiking unemployment.
Yeah, they don't want to spending. They want you to pay less for each item.
Yeah, slowing down the velocity of money is also key. I don't fully understand the velocity of money argument. I don't fully understand why that increases inflation. But I guess it's just easy come, easy go. So if money has high velocity, people are more willing to spend, less willing to save.
It's like our poker games, Scald.
Yeah.
As people die, blow up, and they re-up with another 1,000,000 points, they effectively increase the total circulating points in that pool, and the effective blinds go up because those with large stacks are risking relatively less versus those with small stacks.
Gotcha. So that's just trying to control, but that's circulating supply. How does that deal with velocity of money? How does circulating supply
If
and
I have
velocity
two, okay, we're playing heads up poker.
Yeah.
I knock you out. I now have 2,000,000 points. You come back in with another 1,000,000 points. The blinds cost me half the risk that it costs you. So I can force you to pay as many blinds as possible or raise the price of the blind against you to force you to take higher risk and then potentially blow up again. So by
Real quick,
increasing
Saudi Arabia says 50 billion investments agreement with China.
Okay.
Sorry.
So by forcing you, Scald, to spend more money, I ultimately get you to lose it faster. And that's
Right.
where velocity of money comes in.
Got it. So you slow down that velocity, you have people re-up more slowly, you control the inflation of the circulating supply of money, M2 begins to contract, then you have a deflationary force. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody else
The
follow
only-
that?
In this hypothetical poker economy, however, the only thing you spend money on involuntarily are the blinds. So think of blind spending as like buying food and gas, right?
Yeah,
And then
food,
the
gas,
additional
gas.
bets would be like entertainment or maybe a large your car breaks down, a large payment there, or like the medical bill.
A small wake boat to take out on the lake and surf about. Gotcha.
No, I'm thinking more like involuntary purchases.
Oh, gotcha.
So like me
No,
trying to
that's
inflate
the
the pot
blinds.
against you.
Yeah, the blinds
Yeah,
are
but
like taxes, milk.
It's a very loose metaphor, but I think you understand where I'm going for the velocity of money thing.
Yeah.
Would you say the velocity of money also increased because we basically gave people money that they put into more speculative assets like crypto? And
Velocity
it
of
was
money
like
has
a
nothing to do with
recurring
investment.
pause. Pardon?
It has nothing to do with investment. It has everything to do with spending. Broadly speaking, if you give people more money, they will spend it. Very
Correct.
rarely do they invest it. So companies know this, and so they will raise the prices because the money supply is increased.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons that sales tax, like I live in Ohio, we have a state sales tax. Sales tax turns out to be an asymmetric economic shock on the lowest quintile of earners. Because if you're poor, you spend 100% of your paycheck. And if you're not, you can invest. Like I don't pay sales tax on my stock, right? So that's the interesting thing about some of those taxes is they actually end up inadvertently taxing the poorest people more than the rich simply because the rich don't have to spend their entire paycheck just to live, right? So you're like, well, yeah, but eventually they'll buy something. Maybe. That's a silly way of thinking. They might
Eventually
not,
they'll buy a
right?
crypto punk and make millions. So
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
on buying those crypto punks, kids.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just a interesting thing, but it's a similar idea, right? In that the average consumer, when you gave them that money, spent all of it. They spent 100% of the money, right, that they got from the stimulus.
I don't think everybody spent 100% of their money. Like I understand what you're saying, but I think the thing was during COVID that while the stimulus wasn't enough for some people in areas like New York City where rent is like, 1,800, other people that weren't paying such a high amount in living expenses that were out of work were actually able to save, and savings increased during the pandemic. But I feel like coming out of it, now we're utilizing all our credit again because we've ran out of our stimulus money. So I feel like the velocity is slowing down. They're just trying to get it to stop faster because we also have these supply chain issues that are increasing the price of everything. So the limited money we do have left, we're getting rid of it faster because we're spending the same amount and getting less goods as a result. So maybe this like reopening in China will loosen some of the pressure on the supply chain issues and lower the cost of goods. But I think we still have people going into Christmas utilizing a high amount of credit. And really, after we get out of the seasonal layoffs following retail, that's when we'll see like if like what Powell's doing actually can lower inflation. Hardy, in terms of the layoffs in tech, do you think those are less valuable layoffs to look at because a lot of those jobs aren't really things that move the economy on a day-to-day basis? Like, you know, a
Oh, I
thousand people getting
disagree.
laid off at Facebook versus 1,000 people getting laid off at Walmart are completely different.
I disagree. The tech layoffs right now, I believe, are to 300,000. Now, a good chunk of those layoffs are H-1B, and those people will be forced to return to their countries of origin and will have no effect on the labor market. But consider, if these tech companies who are supposed to be cash rich and super profitable are laying off, and those layoffs are heading into the news, how many other companies are also doing layoffs but aren't making headlines because of it? And that's what the unemployed numbers are supposed to show. I expect February or March next year, at after when the layoffs are effective and the severance starts running out and people start filing unemployment claims.
Do you think Powell would be more excited to see 300,000 people laid off at Walmart than 300,000 people laid off in Silicon Valley?
He doesn't care.
It doesn't matter to him.
Yeah.
You and I both know
That seems like a mistake.
I agree, but we are not the ones who control the Fed.
To the economist, it doesn't matter. They're looking at aggregates across everybody. They don't.
That's why I say fuck the economists.
Well, they're in numbers.
Himself an economist.
Yeah, but they're a numbers game, right? So they don't care necessarily the types of layoffs and things like that. They only care about that bottom line number. What is the unemployment? What is the structural unemployment rate? And is it back to a level that we consider healthy in America, which is generally between 4.5% to 6%, is typically what we've been cruising at for most of the years for the last few decades. Also, gentlemen, I went ahead and tagged you in the comments. Your intuition is correct, and I've given you solid data to back up your hypothesis. This is the personal savings rate. So this is the savings rate of all FDIC insured bank accounts. And it goes all the way back to 1960 when they first started collecting data on how much Americans were saving. You will see that there was a massive spike to its highest ever, 33.8. And that was during COVID. And that continued all the way through 2021. And then in the summer of 2021, August of 2021, it started to drop back down to previous levels. However, it continued just absolutely tanking. And we are now at 2.3 as of October of 2022. That is a level that is in line with the savings rate during the 07-08 financial crisis or July of 2005, which was the all-time low at 2.1. So, you know, you don't have to guess. The data's out there. It exists. And yeah, people don't have savings. So if they're spending right now, it is on credit, which was my entire thesis around BFH, Bread Financial Holdings, because they provide cards to stores, 135 different consumer stores like Victoria's Secret and a bunch of others get their credit cards serviced by these guys. They don't hold the debt directly.
Scode, my savings account is Computer Shares GME.
literally.
I mean, hey, I can say
My
something about
savings
the
accounts,
stores and their credit.
Norwegian.
Let's go one at a time, Milmat.
Yeah, I can say about stores and their credit. I went to Best Buy, I got my wife some stuff, and I got myself some new things. I spent like $700, and I just threw it on my card. Sorry, I spent it on my Best Buy card because 0% interest for 18 months. Like, why not? Whatever. So
Oh yeah, bro. As long as the recession doesn't last longer than that, good play.
I mean, I'm not worried about too much. But
Take your lunch. You were next. Take your lunch money. You were also saying something.
Nothing of importance. Sorry. I usually have my mic off, so when I have those little moments, no one hears me. So I just read a headline that Saudi's going to invest 50 billion into China. Didn't specify where exactly, but that goes towards my play. I think that 50 billion is coming from Lucid, and then it's going to go to China, where it's going to settle in a BYD company because they're trying to position themselves really well to release their vehicles in the U.S. market in 2023. So that's what just crossed my alert. But
Whose mic
you
is
know,
doing that little staticky sound?
It was take your lunch.
I think I had my mic open earlier when I was cleaning this room, so sorry if there was a bunch of like random background noise for me like a few minutes ago.
I just messaged you back, Scald.
It's cool. We were listening in.
Oh yeah, what did you hear us say?
You said calls on Dole and pick up some more grinder shares. That's what I heard.
I heard him say, guys, the super secret crypto that's going to the moon is, and then it kicked out. It was very upsetting.
The super secret crypto that's going to the moon is called Anvarium, and I'm going to be the one issuing it. What up?
Mrs. Scold sounded very happy with whatever was going on. She was laughing, and
When
I
will
heard
we
joy
be able to
yells.
buy this crypto? Asking for a friend.
I'm going to be releasing it in the second quarter of next year. It's going to go with a series of games that we're going to be releasing, and it's going to be optional. But you don't have to buy it with crypto. You can buy it with fiat if you so choose. And I already have a partner that is able to do direct fiat to NFT transactions. So you can buy your weapon skins and stuff like that without ever touching crypto if you don't want to. But later, if you want to sell your weapon skins for money, you can use our crypto to do that.
So you're cutting in on GameStop's business, huh? I see how it is.
I've applied to actually be on GameStop, and I'm more than happy to join their marketplace if they'll have me and give me a little bit of cheddar to do it.
Also, heads up, there might be some of the Dojalon Mars team in the audience, Scald, so careful.
Dojalon Mars. My gosh, that crypto.
That name alone makes me want to avoid it.
Yeah, I'm also setting up a fund, a hedge fund that's going to actually have a lot of the crypto assets in it. So everyone can rest easy knowing that if I rug pull you, you can just sue me and keep me in court for the rest of my natural life under securities laws. And I'm voluntarily doing that so that way you know I'm not going to rug pull you, or if I do, I'm going to have a massive headache.
Calls on Skull.
If you do that, make sure you grow your hair out so it looks like you're a crazy man like SBS.
Well, I already got the beard. Well, he doesn't even have a beard. You should work on that.
That can be one of the AMA questions.
Why don't you have a beard? Yeah.
You look like a man who would look better with a beard facé. How do you feel?
He could have pulled off the Hagrid look if he had a beard.
Maybe he's saving it for the follow-up mugshots where he has like the really long beard and the scruffy hair and looks like he was just pulled out of a cabin in the woods.
So Skull, the interview with Sam Bankman-Fried is a Bloomberg confused money thing, or where's that happening at?
I'm trying to get Opinion is Unpopular here to tweet him with the official Wall Street Bets account, so that way he knows it's real. Because so far his only contact has been with some random crypto bro named Scald Crypto _NFT, which is my Twitter handle.
Opinion's a little busy doing first-hand research on Grindr, but I'm sure he'll be back.
I thought it was left-hand research.
Pretty sure he's right-handed, unless we're doing like a double Dutch rudder.
Or the Stranger.
Wait a minute. The Stranger, is that the one where you sit on your dick till it falls asleep? That way it feels like you're jerking somebody else off.
It's quite the opposite.
Oh, I guess I've been doing it wrong.
I think we've all been doing it wrong.
I prefer getting a friend and nothing like a good old Dutch rudder.
So in the comments where I talked about the Fed savings rate, someone said, wouldn't the savings totals be even lower now due to the Fed changing how they counted savings during COVID that considers both debit and savings accounts? I said, tell me more, please. That's news to me. That's also including debit accounts. That means Americans have like literally no money. Not like they don't have any money in savings. That means they have like just straight up no fucking money.
Yeah, no line of credits, nothing. So that's why I was kind of looking into like those, I guess you call them like those little small shark loans, payday loan places. I think they'll have a good year.
Something I've been thinking about, even if hypothetically, let's say the numbers, like the actual physical numbers, the physical reality didn't justify a recession, it feels like every news source, every person all says there's a recession. And there is that potential reality that like people could just force it. They could just be like, we're just not going to buy things. We're just not going to participate in the economy because we think everything's going to be doomed. And it could almost be like the man-made unjustified recession. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I feel that way. But then again, I mean, I'm a single, no kids. So, you know, for me to say that I feel inflation and whatnot is kind of hard. But yeah, I feel the same way where we're going to end up thinking ourselves into a recession and we're going to stop buying and whatnot.
Self-fulfilling expectations.
Right. And I'm not saying that a recession isn't necessarily justified, but it almost feels like even if it weren't, people are just going to be like, yeah, but it's supposed to, so we're going to make it happen. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, most definitely, because everybody's still scared from COVID, which isn't too long ago. And now everybody's really going to be like, oh, no, we better be careful. You know, look what happened a couple years ago when there's really no need to have that fear, because I think the economy is booming. But once again, I'm blessed to be employed and no kids and single. So.
I mean, during 2007, 2008, 2009, how many of your parents or yourselves, if you're of that age, were really struggling to do meets end? You know what I mean? Like, how many of you were really feeling the effects of that recession?
I felt it. My family in 2010. It was
Assuming you
that long.
weren't in the housing, sector or mortgage lending business.
I think a lot of people felt it just through the market, just like the dot-com bubble, right? A lot of people just saw their retirements and savings accounts go from comfortable to, dear God, I has no money.
My parents definitely went through a panic when their, investments were just going down, 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 and they were close to retirement. So definitely a scary time during my parents' life. But just being a kid, you didn't really realize what's going on.
But again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't think we're getting an 08. I think people forget just how devastating 08 was. Like, McDonald's was weeks away from missing payroll. McDonald's literally was like, we don't know if we can pay people. That's a whole different level.
Well, here's the difference. Crypto crashes won't receive a bailout, unlike 08. So the impact on individuals and certain companies and business entities may actually be much higher because there is no bailout or safety net.
So you're saying it could be worse than 08?
Come again, Bourbon?
You said it could be worse than 08?
Yes.
Oh,
so
wow.
you think it'll be crypto fueled if it's worse, essentially, because of the lack of bailouts?
Keep in mind, 08 was a massive systemic failure, and the only reason why it wasn't worse is because of the massive quantitative easing which followed it to try and buoy the economy. Now, we have a lot of people who bought cars, who paid more for the car than they could afford because of the shortage. We have a large pool of people who overpaid for houses and are now stuck in these high-priced homes with these low-interest mortgages in a market where the housing prices are going down, which basically is eating away at their equity. You have a lot of folks who received compensation in some form of stock or equity, and that's lost tremendous value over the past year. And now you have layoffs. So all these massive loans create monthly obligations which they will not be able to pay for once the severance money runs out. At that point, you start entering a form of systemic what's the term? Forced selling, unintentional selling. And if the funds who own those credit obligations, for whatever reason, don't receive the appropriate payment because of the way asset-backed securities waterfall structures work, the default risk for certain classes of bonds goes up, and if that's not priced in, you suddenly have a higher default risk and more funds eating the losses. And keep in mind, because of how integrated the capital and financial and bond markets are, it's entirely possible for every dollar that goes through a mortgage payment to pass through 5, 6, maybe 7 different entities before it finally goes to the creditor. So imagine all those intermediaries scraping off a little bit of service fee for every transaction. And if that dries up, so does their business. And these are just the connections we know about. I'm sure there are plenty more that are woven into this very, very complex financial web. What's unclear is if if the portion of the web that's failing is big enough to affect the remaining. Does that all make sense?
Yes. So one question for you, Hardy. If they're not going to bail out the crypto, which I totally agree they won't, could they potentially instead issue that as stimulus towards the general population to try to address that?
Okay, so in this past pandemic stimulus, how much money do you think made it to the average individual? Let's say taxpayer, so excluding children, basically.
Like 2-3 grand?
Yeah, I was gonna say like 2,000. Yeah.
So how many taxpayers do you think there are in the country?
300 million?
No, that's citizens. How many taxpayers?
Maybe half.
Half.
Okay, so let's say half, right? So 150 million people. Enough zeros times $3,000. That's what is that? 45 billion? No, 450 billion. Someone check my math, please. And the stimulus package, I think, was in excess of 2.5 trillion. So where did the other 2 trillion go? Certainly doesn't feel very stimulating.
Was that money also used for the business loans, or was that completely
Vaccine?
separate
Oh
cash?
yeah.
So yes, the 2 trillion goes to the PPI loans along with the fraud, to the COVID payments along with the fraud, and along with all the other what's the term? Paper-clipped, I guess. All the other additional spending that was tied under some main theme. So I'm of the opinion there is waste. Maybe not as much as some other people, but of the money that
Greg,
came on, too many people or too many of the decision makers on how this money is distributed believe in the trickle down economy. So I expect any sort of bailout will not really affect the average person except for inflate away their ability to spend or their spending capacity.
Gotcha. Thanks.
history indicates that crony capitalism and bailing outs would happen again soon.
More or less. Now, knowing this is happening, how do we profit? Because it sounds like we need to wait for news that banks are going to fail, which will drive the prices down, and then you can buy long-term calls, let's say 1 year to 18 months, on a banking index, so that even though some banks will fail, like Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns back in the day, the remaining banks will consolidate and the index will skyrocket with them. So that's one potential play in the wake of a crash. But it depends, of course, on the nature of the crash.
I think one play is to get ahead of the asset bubbles, like homes and anything that inflated. You could basically say homes, cars, crypto, all of that shit inflated when we were printing all this money. And if you were on the other side on the downswing and basically just shorting all the overinflated companies like Open, like Carvana, like fucking Grayscale, basically anything that doesn't need to exist during a recession, but is a function of overspending in the economy, we could probably short. So I'm trying to think of other things like Open where I could short it relative to like BlackRock and get a more volatile short on the housing market rather than trying to wait for a big institution to fail.
If your thesis is real estate, did you mean Blackstone instead of BlackRock?
Did BlackRock not invest in housing during the pandemic? I thought that
They did.
yeah, that's
Smaller
what I was thinking
percentage
of.
of their port, though, I thought.
Yeah, I was thinking of BlackRock.
Yeah, I mean, BlackRock is so large, so I would have to see what the proportion of the
That's what
housing
I'm saying. It's
piece
like,
makes up of BlackRock, right? Like,
yeah, it's like were they affected? Probably. Will it affect them? Probably not. But if your whole business model is that one thing and you did it poorly and the market is going into the shit, then it's like look out below pretty much.
yeah, there's a ETF I track, the DRV for the real estate bear. But again, it's an ETF, so your volatility will be against that. It's a 3x leverage.
Party, was there a big flight back into dollars during the last recession or during the '08 collapse? I can't remember.
Not exactly. The last one was more global in nature, so everyone fell at the same time. Also, European Central Bank wasn't as established then as it was now, so it's entirely possible they will mirror the Fed if there's another financial crisis.
You think e-dollars is possible electronically if there's a complete collapse to some extent?
What do you mean?
I mean, like the Federal Reserve, like you go to digitize, e-dollars. It goes to digital.
What does it have to do with anything?
I thought maybe like a collapse on the banking side. Well, since everyone's short on dollars,
The whole point of the
What about this stand?
the whole point of the CBDC,
And if you
central digital banking currency or something like that,
Correct.
is basically to run in parallel with the existing paper money currency. The idea is that all money is accounted for and tracked and most importantly controlled. So theoretically it'd make sanctions easier because you could freeze the money where it is. Whether or not that'll actually happen is to be seen. But one possibility is at the extreme end, US government can invalidate the currency and all debts denominated in that currency and create a new currency at an unfavorable exchange rate. Whether or not that'll actually happen is to be seen. Unlikely, but it's definitely not an impossibility.
Push come to shove to the U.S., I wouldn't doubt it.
Does anybody know about Kevin O'Leary's involvement in CBDCs in Canada?
Do you have something to share about that?
Well, there was a very strong allegation made that the actual FTX deal that was being done with Kevin O'Leary and SBF involved a third party where they would be positioning SBF as like the American face of crypto. O'Leary would be the Canadian face, and then they would bring in a third party to basically globalize FTX platform to be like a reserve trading platform and whatever other financial instruments slash services they could come up with for like central bank digital currencies. So the allegation is that there is stuff that's going to come out after the FTX investigation that'll show that SBF and Kevin O'Leary were working together to basically have a platform where they could trade against other countries' digital currencies and basically be the market makers for global digital currencies as new countries adopted CBDCs.
Hard to say. I guess is the short answer. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I didn't want to make like an allegation against him about, being some criminal mastermind, but I know that he's obviously successful from other business ventures. I was just curious if anybody knew if he had expertise in the financial industry already. Like, I feel like a lot of these fraudsters come in.
My problem with
through
Kevin
other-
O'Leary is he always talks about how he sold $1 billion company. It does not mention how big his portion of that company was.
He's part of the syndicate.
Not a syndicate. He had investors. What's unclear is how big of the pie was his when it was all over.
Small pie. Hardy, what day are you using for C69 for GME?
On the next one,
Yeah.
next one I have
Said
plotted
earlier.
here is December 19, but I think the actual date was 18. And then the one after that, February 27, but I think the actual date was February 26. And then following that, May 4. However, I'm not 100% convinced in this thesis anymore. It broke with the last with the October 10 spike.
I know. I was looking at it, and towards the end, there was a. I was looking at the chart, and there was a 74 day and an 83 day and a 76 day in between the highs, from August, uh, from May through August, and from May through October, and I thought maybe with the shenanigans or the DRS numbers that maybe C69 is back on the menu, maybe. Always looking for that little rocket.
Yeah, but that's why I sell premium, because there are plenty other people who want to believe in in that Moises is always tomorrow, and will buy options to reflect that. So happy to sell it to them for a good price.
Back to your point, Hardy, about Kevin O'Leary on how much he made on his billion-dollar deal to Mattel. I think it was reported 4.2 billion, and Kevin O'Leary reportedly netted about 11 million from the deal. Not sure how true that is, but they had a ton of debt on the books, also like $1 billion plus, and then obviously all the other shareholders.
So I hesitate when he explicitly says he sold $1 billion company.
I do too, but I was not suspecting that low.
That's a good marketing strategy though, because he is not factually inaccurate. Like,
yeah, he's right.
He sold a $4 billion company.
But how many people are able to make that distinction?
Oh, I mean, that's the whole market of CNBC. Like, look at the shit that Kramer shows. Look at the shit that O'Leary shows. Like, all of this stuff. We act like we're in an efficient market, but there's so much ignorance and willful ignorance that people have that still like want to be spoon-fed stock picks.
Oh, I get those private messages every day. I just block them now.
Yeah, like people don't want to put in the work that it takes and like figure it out. They just want to hear of something and throw all their money into it and then get rich. But that's gonna make them broke for the most part.
So back to the plays. What do you guys got?
I told you I'm short theta. Or, well, short contracts to be long theta.
Lucid puts. Hey Hardy, how long do you how long do you go out on your options? Like, what's the expiration date that you usually choose? I know it probably depends on your stance, but
it varies wildly. I trade 0 DTEs all the way up to, I think it's 500 DTEs.
I'm really trying to make sense of what's going on the ground level in the gas market. People are telling me they're seeing oil prices go down in like the middle of the country, but obviously on the coast, they're relatively down from where they were, but still astronomically high compared to a couple of years ago. Just wondering how they're going to manage gas prices if we head into a recession.
Not in Georgia. In Georgia, I just bought gas for $2.53 at Costco, $2.53.
Yeah, see, near the Gulf, like all those southern states, you guys are still getting gas for really cheap, but on the coast, it's like, $6 a gallon in some places. But relative
Well,
to where it was, it's
in the
down.
southern
So
states makes sense. That's where the refineries are.
Yep, I paid $2.99
Yeah,
at Costco.
I'm in New Mexico and we pay $2.63 at just a regular $2.50 at a Costco, but Odessa and Midland refineries are just a few hours away.
but it's like I drive through that area, so I know that it is coming down. Like gas has been dropping in that area. It was already low relative to the rest of the country, and it's decreasing going into the winter. So I'm just curious if we're looking at, they're easing up on the pricing a little bit before we hit winter to make it easier on people's like purchasing power. But if we go into a recession in the middle of winter, I'm just wondering how quickly these gas prices correct.
I would say it would be a good time to fill up your vehicle with these low prices.
Yeah, and then there's just so much oil and uncertainty. Just yeah, definitely buy some gas, fill it up.
Well, I thought that would be a reason to get into some gas plays like Chevron or anybody offering a dividend, but I'm really not seeing Chevron's already at a pretty relative high for the past year, but other gas companies, I'm not sure when to expect that winter gas run in price, if at all.
Sarah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even recognize her. You look so young. You look so
Sorry
young.
there, folks. My mic's back on again.
Dude, I thought everybody died. I wasn't getting any sound coming through.
I think we're just collecting our thoughts before we let
I
everyone know
thought
our
everybody
next
ran out
play.
to go buy gas or something.
Apparently, whenever my screen goes dark, my microphone gets hot. My wife was like, I found this picture of you from prom. ancient.
It wasn't prom.
Who is that bitch you're with at prom?
Yeah, that
It
was my
wasn't-
wife's.
It wasn't at prom. It's thrown away.
That was my wife's reaction.
Why do you
You're
still
throwing
have
your
this
memories
picture?
away,
Do
bro.
you still think about her?
Oh
It would be
shit.
fine if it was prom, but it was recent and I don't like her, so.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
We
Threesome.
love the drama.
Telling you, man, they never want to see us be happy or enjoy
Buy
life.
the calls on divorce attorneys.
I had a roommate whose girlfriend found a picture of him with 3 other buddies and his ex studying abroad. She proceeded to poke the eyes out of this girl with a pair of scissors, light the picture on fire, and left it burning in his room. So when
That
I came back, I
that
was
sounds
like,
like
why
She's a
does the
keeper.
apartment smell like
She's
smoke?
a keeper.
that sounds like
Passionate.
So how
that
do
sounds
they
like
know she poked the eyes out if she burned it afterward?
Because the picture did not successfully completely incinerate.
that sounds like insecurities, honestly. I mean, the laptop that I used was given to me by my ex-girlfriend, and the only reason why I still keep some of the stuff in there because it has a lot of my schoolwork for school, and I'll be graduating.
Yeah.
So my girlfriend, she's like whatever. She doesn't really give a fuck. She just doesn't care. So
Yeah, and then she goes into your computer at night.
and then deletes all my paper for school. Look, me and Titty had a discussion yesterday about women, how they see us men as being useless. I work at a pharmacy as a farm tech, and I go to school full time. Sometimes she'll come home and she'll say, "What have you done all day?" I mean, I've put up the dishes. I've done that.
You do the dishes?
No, you know,
No.
I've done stuff here and there, and she'll see one misplaced thing. She says, "You haven't done anything at all today."
Thank God I don't have to deal with shit like that.
I mean, she's the breadwinner, so I mean, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, you better get shit done if she's out there earning the money and you're
Oh, trust me,
on Reddit
I
learning
do.
how to spend it.
I do. I run errands. I cook, make sure the house is clean. I do the handiwork at the rental home that we have. So,
Do you
yeah.
ask for your allowance early to get in on some puts?
I get an allowance every month.
Do you get spanked when you're acting up?
Oh, I get spanked.
Or when you're doing good? Okay. God.
I feel bad for homie.
I get the occasional spanking for being naughty.
I wish you get out of there, man. Make some plays.
I told her about the dole play, so she bought me a couple of bananas that had the dole sticker on it. So calls on dole.
Do you pay for rent?
Yeah, we do. We do half and half.
Oh my god! What the hell is going?
I laugh at your dole statement because, like, once you start getting into stocks, you start seeing the world different, right? So we were grocery shopping last night, and I was all looking at the names of the stickers that are on the fruits, and I was like, oh, dole looks kind of good. Anyways, BYD, Build Your Dream Company update. It's up 25 cents. That's part of my play.
Boys.
Hey Hardy, I got a question. I'm not sure if you're there or not.
Shoot.
What's your thought on Movement Automotive? I know they have like an event coming up on the 20th, and apparently they sold some EV vehicles to a company, like 300 or 500 units.
Repeat that on EVs. Sorry, I missed it.
Company or tickers MULN.
Who did they sell these EVs to?
It's a
I believe they're the replacements for the UPS. I mean, not the UPS, post office vehicles. They're EV trucks.
I thought that was Workhorse, not Mullen.
My bad. Yeah, I'm mistaken.
Not Workhorse, sorry, Oshkosh. Anyway, I have no opinion on Mullen. The options market is very small relative to the shares float, so it doesn't play into my style of investing.
I didn't even come across them when I was doing a deep dive in EV markets. One of the many EV companies that's just going to die would be my guess.
If I remember right, they focus more on battery technology than they do making their own vehicles.
Who's going to lead the way for like the home charging systems that we're going to need for all these EVs? Who's going to lead the way in setting those up?
You mean for the infrastructure?
Yeah, infrastructure. I've been trying to, as you start looking into stuff, you start peeling back the layers of the onion and you're like, oh, well, who's going to do the infrastructure? It's going to be kind of hard to, like here in New Mexico, we don't have that many charging stations. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, so if we're going to get this big influx of EVs on the road, who's going to lead the way in the infrastructure? Because our grids in New Mexico could barely handle just
Yeah,
regular use.
I don't think Texas could handle that either. I mean, look at our past. I think it was 2020, the deep freeze we had here in Texas. Yeah, our power grid can't handle that shit.
I think New Mexico is just situated in an area of the country where for there to be adoption of electric vehicles and the infrastructure built, you just need a little bit more of either people moving to that area. And I think that's already in the process because people are moving away from the coast, moving further inland, cheaper cost of living. But
Yeah,
if you
I
drive
travel
from like
for
the
work,
West
so
Coast to New Mexico, by the time you get to New Mexico, you're like, God, can I please just skip over this entire fucking state?
yes, right, because it's huge, and then there's just open land. But I travel for work, so I just got back from Ohio, and Tesla's what you see out there, man. Like that area, Cincinnati area, just fucking Teslas everywhere. And then I've been back to Albuquerque for like 3 days now, and I made that comparison. Like, wow, New Mexico does not have fucking EVs on the road like Ohio. But infrastructure, companies, tickers, who might be big players in the game, who aren't already big players, or even if they are.
I think Tesla is an infrastructure bet.
Charge Point.
I think it's gonna be like energy players like power companies.
Okay, I can see that because out in Duke
move for
Energy.
decentralized
All
power.
right, guys. I'm gonna be out driving. I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all enjoy the rest of the day. I'll probably be back on maybe in an hour, maybe 2.
See you, bro.
Later, guys.
Does anyone know offhand the cost, just in materials, not labor, for installed home power? I want to say it's like $1.20 per installed watt. Maybe it's kilowatt. No, watt.
You trying to figure out how much it takes to charge one?
Well, think about it. Car has 70 kilowatts of power, right? My power bill here in New York is, I think, off of 200 kilowatt hours of consumption per month. So if I were to add 70 kilowatts of charging every week, that's another effectively 280 kilowatts that I'm paying, hypothetically, to charge my car. So, at least for my consumption, that's double. Now, I don't know how much an additional 280 kilowatt hours of consumption represents for everyone else here, but I imagine if you were to add a million EVs, right? At 70 kilowatts a week, that's 70 megawatts that they'll be consuming a week extra. And I don't know if the grids as they're built can support that.
Like the actual infrastructure, main infrastructure itself, not just the charging stations.
Correct. See if I can look this up.
I say we fuck around and find out.
I like it.
But I've seen like I worked in the movie industry, and when I was out in California for a shoot, like this guy just drove up, pulled out an extension cord, plugged in his car, and went about his day. I mean, that's so. Is that how most EVs, or is that like
Well, they typically use 240-volt plugs for starters, so they can pass more watts into the charging system. Because there's only so many amps you can run on a 120-volt system.
Yeah, it was just a regular, like, it was a Prius, and he, like I said, he just drove up, popped his little trunk, got his extension cord, and plugged it into the building, and I was like, cool.
I guess the other question I would have is how much time, for those of you who drive to work, how much time do you use the car in a week?
I drive a Tesla. What do you
Hours
mean
or
by
miles, Hardy?
Not what hours, because I imagine in a 24-hour period, 8 of those you're sleeping, ideally. You're at work for another 8, so that leaves the remaining 8 for your commute, for your leisure, etc. So theoretically, a car is only really actively used
2 hours a
30%
day.
of the time, maximum.
Yeah, 2 hours a day, I would say I use my car.
Okay, so could
Some of
you
us sit in
reasonably
traffic for
reach?
2 hours.
My point is,
Sucks for you guys.
could you reasonably charge the car in the remaining time? Because that was one argument in favor of EVs. You're very rarely sitting in them throughout the entire day, and during the time that they're parked, it's when you can charge.
All right, here, just from my experience. So my vehicle has a 240 mile range. If it gets down to almost zero degenerate mode and you go to a supercharger, it takes about 50 minutes to an hour and 5 minutes to get full 240. Now, let's say you charge 15, 20 minutes, it gets you 100 miles. But if you're on the highway, it burns through your juice, dude. So, if you live in the city, you're okay. If you're traveling long distance, it burns through your battery. But if you have a level 2 charger at home overnight, you'll get a full tank in about 5 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking of, like, who's going to be the gas station for the EVs? Like,
It's
It
already
would be
done.
this. You don't need a gas station. Basically, you drive to the store, you charge us at the store. You go to the theater, you've got 2 hours charge included in your ticket.
what company is providing those infrastructures at the movies, at the stores? That's what I'm trying to get
Multiple
to.
companies.
If you mean the equipment, ChargePoint, I believe, is the leader by number of charging ports installed. And they charge, I think it's like 20 cents or 30 cents a kilowatt hour in Hawaii. I'm sure it's different around the country, but basically local wholesale electricity cost plus some markup.
The crazy part is that Elon Musk has infrastructure, and then for the charging, I don't have a charger at home. I live in an apartment, so all my charging is done at super stations. And if you look at EVgo point charge, like they're more expensive when you're charging. I have to pay them more money just to charge with them. With Tesla, you park at you charge at non-peak hours, it charge you 0.20 cents per kilowatt hour compared to like 44. or 35 or 40. It's much higher with the other independent companies instead of Tesla.
Charge point is up 4.98% today. Trading at $11.18.
For those of you who have peak and off-peak pricing for your grid, how big is the spread between peak price and off-peak price?
I can't tell you in terms of spread, but I can tell you that in certain situations, you can basically structure it so that you can either have a period of hours that you get free energy or a period of days. So one way to do it might be like after 8 p.m. free energy, or on Saturday and Sunday free energy. So if you're someone who works, throughout the week, it might be better for you to just say, I want my free energy days, the days where I'm actually home. Or someone who works every day but is out of the office, you might say, I just want my free energy hours at night when I'm actually home.
Okay.
So I don't, it's hard for me to say like, here's the amount I'm using for free, because like when I had free weekends, I would obviously use a ton more energy unnecessarily just because it was free.
Understood. Because I'm looking at battery storage place. There's a website I go to for installed solar and figuring out pricing and whatnot. Because there's a startup in Germany that wants to lease a field. Long story. The cost for an installed battery looks like it's around, well, just the battery, not even installed, is 290 odd dollars per kilowatt hour, and that's not including shipping. So let's just say an even 300, well, maybe $310 per kilowatt hour. That means I would need 1,033 hours or 43 days at a 30-cent spread to make that money back. So I don't know if that's worth it, If the spread's wide enough, great. So hypothetically, using the free energy scheme that you described, I charge the batteries Saturday, Sunday, or maybe go for the daily option. So from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. or whatever, charge the batteries using the free power and then discharge them through the day and effectively time shift when electricity comes from the grid.
Yeah, and then I'm sure there's probably places where you could just use it as like a green energy credit. Are people still bearish on Tesla? It just looks insanely low.
Very bearish. You got so many EV competitors coming in. Very bearish on Tesla. Not saying it's a bad company. it is a really good company, but there's just so many competitors that are going to be coming into the market at a lower price point than their models. So yeah, bearish long term on Tesla. But a bullish stance is look at their semi that they just finished a 500-mile trip. I really thought that news was gonna bump up their stock, but I think the negative sentiment that uh, Tesla has because of Elon and Twitter, whatnot, it didn't really affect the stock price at all. And any take away the fact that Elon and Twitter are trying to develop something, and yeah, Tesla stock would have rose any other day when that news was released. Tesla still might have a few trick up its sleeve, but yeah, it's gonna go down for a while.
Yeah, next year is probably Cybertruck, FSD, um, and there's one more thing, but I forget.
So I've been getting into some companies that are actually targeted to the public transportation market. Um, and there's only a handful of those. So that's a play that I have long term too, as getting into the public transportation EVs, your buses, ambulances, and yeah, just different things.
The thing is, those aren't that much money though, in profit. The profit just comes from cars, majority of the profit.
I mean, with a lot of government money being poured into alternative energies, public transportation is definitely gonna be given a lot of money to make those purchases.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's like a drop. It, um, it may be like a small bump in a company's profits for like a few quarters, but otherwise it's just like maintenance on the buses. A lot of the money comes from charging infrastructure. So
Yeah,
any
so I'm a good point. The company that I'm looking into actually, ticker LEV, they actually provide their own charging infrastructure to the municipals that purchase their vehicles. So they have the charging infrastructure and also the actual vehicle. But yeah, good point there.
I bought some LED shares.
Yeah, I mean, I think I brought it up a few weeks ago. Um, that's something I've been looking into.
Yeah, that's why Tesla to me is a great hold for the future because they're building regular chargers, fast chargers, and chargers that can charge trucks. Right now they're deploying. So those truck chargers could be used for buses and all those type of things. And that's the only company that's gonna start making money off of charging.
Is your stance on Tesla bearish also? We just need like you just need some reassurance, or do you have a bullish stance on it?
I'm bullish. There's a lot of reason to be bullish. First, it's like a vertically integrated EV company. So they produce the batteries and everything up. And they also started supplying. I know they did like the BMW vehicle back in the day, the EV vehicle, the batteries for them, and the drivetrain and the BMS software. So a lot of these companies that are coming up are going to need batteries and everything. And Tesla is building gigafactories around the world. Just like
Tesla
that,
just stopped producing in China, so
oh, everybody stopped producing in China. It's a China thing. I think the China stuff is just a blip. All the stuff happening right now to me is like where all the bears come out and they are bearish in every company. So I don't listen to them. Tesla 5 years from now is going to be going gangbusters, especially since like 2030, a lot of countries are banning ICE cars.
I think Tesla's seen its peak days when it was trading at 400, but I mean that's all prediction, speculation, right?
Well, if you look at the forecast from the economists that's saying EV is going to take over, and the growth of each company in the space, and how a lot of these current players fail to make a good EV. Plus, Tesla has the charging infrastructure and has the mining all the way to building batteries. It's to me, it's a tough thing to say Tesla is only going to be Tesla's seen its heyday, right?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, that semi news, I thought it was huge, but I've been following EV for a couple months, just trying to get my toes wet into this stuff. But yeah, I thought that was gonna do wonders, but nothing came really about it. I think they actually dropped on that day that they released that news. But yeah, I could definitely see why people are still very bullish and thinking right now would be a great time to buy up a lot of Tesla. Because I'm doing the same thing with some different companies that I feel like are pretty close to the bottom and they're a really good price.
Take a look at it like this. Tesla was making about 10 billion a few quarters ago. The last quarter they printed 21 billion in a downturn. Their growth is insane. So anybody
Yeah.
who's saying anything else, you just hate Elon. Like I hate Elon too. I think he's an idiot with what he's doing, but the company itself is printing and going to continue to print.
Yeah, I've always been able to disconnect from Elon stuff with Twitter and Tesla. You know what I mean? I was able to disconnect, but the common day person, like they might not. You know what I mean? And it does affect it, but the day to day operations at Tesla are, I mean, they have SOPs in place, and I mean they're in a good spot. So I think Tesla will still be around, but there's too many competitors coming in to really, yeah, to really be at 400 again. But yep.
I just think
Everyone
they're a
has
little
the same
overvalued.
sentiments. Everyone has the same sentiments. Oh, Tesla's gonna go. Tesla's gonna.
What's yours?
Like for me, I just think it's definitely gonna hit $1 trillion again. Like I said, EVs, batteries, solar, also FSD and AI.
Do you have any
FSD,
kind of plays on Tesla?
yeah, plays. I have been a shareholder since 2015ish.
What do you have any, like what's your long term play?
A long-term play I'm holding until 2030. Like I'm just not gonna let it go. Right now, I'm an engineer, and I can tell you right now, everybody in the industry knows that the future is EVs, and they call something like the hockey stick growth, where the growth of the industry just starts to go exponential, and we are like right now at the pivot point right now, and you can see it by all these other EV players trying to do sales as much as Tesla. So right now I'm very bullish on the whole sector. Um, but EV, but just like iPhones when they came with a new all touchscreen phone, or like IBM's back in the day, the first one usually who disrupts that industry usually is the one that sees a big piece of the pie. It's just a thing, and everybody who says that the legacy companies are gonna come and eat Tesla's lunch don't know history, because that has never happened. Every time there's a new disruption in hardware, all
Didn't
the
Tesla just do
legacy.
that to Ford?
But Tesla's a new company. That's what I'm saying. So new
Ford's an
companies.
OG. Ford captured the automotive market first.
That's what I'm saying. No, EVs is different though, right? I'm saying based on the technology. Like before iPhone was BlackBerry, right? And BlackBerry was dominant, and iPhone came and disrupted it. Now iPhone came at the right time, at the hockey stick moment of the new disruption. So Tesla, in my mind, is at the hockey
Right, but
stick of
that goes against your first mover advantage thesis.
What do you mean?
You said the company that is the first to the market tends to be the dominant one. BlackBerry
Yeah,
was technically the first to market with smartphone.
that's what I'm saying.
Technically, it
BlackBerry
was Palm prior to BlackBerry.
Palm and BlackBerry, but I'm saying when iPhone came and disrupted with the new all touchscreen phone, right? That was the thing that made iPhones become the #1 player. They disrupted the smartphone industry with But there apps was, and the
but that's
full
I
different.
mean,
That's not the same because
I
iPhones
remember
were
my iPod.
a brand new product because nobody had ever mixed an MP3 player and a phone before and gave you that kind of functionality. A car
That's
is
not
still a
true.
car. A car is still a car. You're just changing out the engine. You're just changing out what's driving the car, but the car is still a car.
Oh, but ICE versus EVs is the main. That's the disruption, right? That's the
It's not.
disruption.
It's not. It's not.
You're still years over
Tesla
semantics.
was once your shiny new toy because adults aren't much different than kids. Tesla is like your shiny new toy. When the new thing comes out, everybody's gonna not run to Tesla. But I mean, everyone has their stance. My plays on Tesla are actually puts.
But that's making sense. They're literally right now the #1 selling car in like Germany. The Model Y has been killing markets right now, especially last month. If you guys pay attention to the numbers, their cars are killing it. The
You
Model Y
have
is
some numbers to share.
yes, I do. Hold on.
So Model Y is killing it. Okay, what's the next most selling model? This is Venezuelan reaching out to me.
I do agree with your bullish stance that Tesla's here to stay. I mean, they are. They are definitely here to stay. But they're not going to dominate the market as they have since 2018.
I don't
I
think it's
agree
fair to
with
say
that.
that
I think
they won't or will, because like Hardy pointed out, you could have someone come in and disrupt the space, but then end up getting disrupted as well. So like BlackBerry comes in, disrupts Palm. Apple was already a major company. They didn't invent the first phone that was like a crossover phone, an MP3 player. It was because Apple was releasing their touchscreen phone, and it was all this state-of-the-art technology that people were freaking the fuck out because you already have Apple diehards that wanted to have an Apple phone. Tesla's the same
Who
way.
else
You
have?
have Tesla diehards. So as Tesla iterates, they're going to have this fan base that is upgrading, that is switching to the new model, similar to iPhone users. So sure, Tesla can have competitors, but what you're looking at is like this frenetic adoption and fan base that is similar to Apple, where you're going to have long-term customers that regardless of who the popular EV maker is, they're still going to be supporting Elon and supporting Tesla.
But like
Definitely. So a lot of
just like what you said, Ford and GM and Toyota, they also have their own built-in fan base from their ICE vehicles
100%.
that are going to buy a Ford electric vehicle long before they would ever consider, like they'll buy a Ford EV truck long before they buy a Tesla electric truck.
Yeah,
very
but
true.
Ford has huge
Tesla,
demand.
yeah, Tesla's customers are going to be returning customers, but
So we're Ford. So we're
the
Ford.
new, but the new customers of EVs, blue collar workers, whatever, are going to look for a EV that's lower price point than 40,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And Tesla,
and they're going to stick with Ford. Yeah, I can tell you right now, like the EV people who love, like the guys that I work with that drive a Ford, they would never drive a Chevy, they will never drive a Ram. All they want to do is buy a Ford. They're Ford fanboys.
it's all about brand name. I mean, it's all about brand name with Ford and whatnot. So that's so I agree with you because I was looking into EVs and I'm like, oh man, what's going to be the next up and coming EV? But then you have to start thinking about brand power, right? So like with my luxury vehicle ideas and plays and whatnot, I have to keep in mind that people know luxury vehicles as Lexus, BMW, Audi. So once those three companies start really producing vehicles that are EVs, I mean that's going to really.
It's not when they start. They've already started. I don't know what it's like in your market, but there's like commercials for BMW. There's commercials for Audi. There's commercials for Mercedes-Benz, Daimler-Benz. That they're advertising their EVs right now out the wazoo. I mean, that's all they're advertising.
Yes, true.
So it's not when they start. They've already started, and there's already electric like the BMW has the i8 and the i3. They have a whole line of electric cars that they got their fans too. It's not when they start; they've already started.
Yeah.
And then
But
the
what
other thing on the
percentage of
Tesla, and not to say I own Tesla, so I like Tesla a lot. But the other thing that I think from a business standpoint, Tesla's going to have to contend with is, up until now, Elon's antics have gotten them so much, like billions of dollars in free publicity. Now that all these other now that all these legacy car companies are starting to advertise their vehicles, Tesla's going to have to start allocating some resources to marketing. They're going to have to start spending big time marketing dollars to stay ahead of the competition. Otherwise, the competition is going to eat them up. And that's
he
a new
owns one of
expense.
the biggest advertising platforms and can literally advertise at any point if he wants to just by sending a tweet
I'm
out.
not so sure I agree
understand
with
what you're
that,
saying, but
because if Tesla advertises, then some portion of car sales has to go to advertising, which eats into margin. If
Yes.
Musk is able to underprice the Tesla vehicles, take a hit to margin, but do it so that he's below the price of competing cars, doesn't that give him a bit of a safety net?
It would, but I don't know long term, like the economics of it. Everyone's going to have the same, the similar economics. Now I think, and I don't know how I honestly don't know how big of a budget like Ford or GM have for advertising and marketing, but I don't think that can be ignored long term. That you can't ignore that.
I don't disagree
One,
with
I'm
you.
trying to invite you up. You need to accept the invite, please. Oh, there
I
you
don't
are.
disagree with you about Ford having its own fan base, Chevy, all these different companies, but I think that what we're looking at right now is a newer market, and you have people that are rapid to adoption and there are people that are reluctant to adopt. And from my experience, the people who are diehard, Ford or Chevy are going to be slower to adopt to electric vehicles in general. They're not racing out to get, the first Ford EV. They're like, oh, I'm not really sure if I want to get an EV. Maybe I will when it's like more affordable. Whereas you have people that are like, oh my God, that Tesla's sick. I want the new model. I want the fastest model. I want the one with the most range. And then when they release a new one, they want to get rid of their old one and upgrade. So I think the economics of the EV market are different, but over the next 10 years, you'll have some percentage of people that are first time EV buyers that are going to a brand that they're already familiar with, like Ford or Chevy. You're going to have first time buyers that are going to the hot brand like Tesla. And then you're going to have people that are repurchasing electric vehicles that are either upgrading to a newer model or to a better model or switching between electric vehicle makers.
Right, or they're going to try somebody else, because one of the things that I've heard is that there are some first generation Tesla EV owners that say that they would never buy another Tesla again. So there's also that component of it too. And again,
I
like
can speak
I
to that
said
a little bit.
before, I like Tesla. I own their shares, and I have an order for a Cybertruck. But from a business standpoint, I do see some challenges for them.
I'm bullish over the next 2 months. I think that unlike Scald, who thinks it's going to hit 140 more likely than it would hit 200, I think right here in this like range that we've been trading in the last month, if you kind of accumulate between 166 and 184 when we're 2 months out, I think we're trading in like a 205 to 217 range. At what point I would start taking some of the profits in if we like cross like 205. But at the same time, I think that there's so much downward pressure on the stock overall that I could easily be wrong. So I'm just going to dollar cost average over the next 2 months and then reevaluate 2 months later from now.
Arshad, you said you had something to share. What was it?
I do, guys. Hey, I'm new to the talk, but I've been listening in for the last month or so and not really putting my hand up, just kind of getting educated. I've got a Tesla Model S Plaid, $150,000 car. I'm sitting in it right now, and I'm looking at the mileage. I put 5,849 miles on it. And Hardy, you were asking, consumption. I'm averaging 308 watt hours, which is I'm in Florida.
You
We
mean
average
kilowatt
about
hours?
Nope, watt hours per mile. 308 watt hours per
Okay,
mile.
per mile.
So it was 18,3 kilowatt hours is what I've burned over the course of 5,000 849 miles. And so so we run about 12 cents a kilowatt hour here where I'm in Florida. The advantage I got is I've got a complete solar home. I try to charge during the day when I'm, if the car's home. That way it's coming off the panels, and then I don't have it's kind of all ties into the whole infrastructure thing you were talking about earlier with battery backup and whether you're solar or not. It doesn't matter if you're on peak hours or off peak hours. If you got battery technology in your house, it's kind of like a built-in generator where you're taking power and storing it during peak hours, and during off peak hours and burning it during peak hours. And so to get back to my point, so I'm averaging about 4 cents per mile, and you could do the math on that. And that's total cost. That's total cost if I just charge at home at 12 cents a kilowatt hour. If you go to a supercharger, I think that jumps up to like, I want to say 40-ish cents, depends on where you're at and if you're peak or off peak power. But if you're at a supercharger, Tesla wise, it's about 40 some cents or 45 cents a kilowatt hour. So it jumps up significantly if you don't plan
You're off-grid solar at home?
I'm solar, but I don't have battery backup, so I charge during day. So I kind of coming back to the
you're net
battery
metering.
technology. I'm net metering, yes, sir. And so kind of coming back to your comment about battery technology. The problem with battery technology now is it's unbelievably cost prohibitive. If I wanted to power my home, it'd be about $25,000 increase in cost when I installed the solar. When I say installed the solar, I just installed this in June of this past year. I'm at 13 kW or 13,000 watts. So 13 kW
So
per
13
month.
kilowatt peak production on your array.
That's what my array is made or set up to produce 13,000 kilowatt hours per month.
13,000.
That's
So
right.
13 megawatts a month. So that
13,000. Let me think about that. Maybe I might be
that's
misspeaking.
433 kilowatt hour installed capacity, which is a massive array.
Yeah, it's not that big.
That's about
I'm
2,000
off.
panels.
I'm off. No, I'm off. I'm misspeaking. I always confuse this kilowatt hour and watt hour. So it's
kilo
it's
is about
17.
so
Excuse
13,
me. Yeah.
Let him talk.
I'm sorry. It's 13,000 watts. 13,000 watt hours per month. So 13
That's
kW
13
per month. Yeah.
13 kW.
I'm sorry about that, you guys. So so it ends up, and like you said, with net metering, it works out for me, even though the county that I'm in or the grid company that I use, on grid, they basically, when I sell back, I sell back at wholesale and I buy from them at retail. You know what I mean? So
you
it's not.
have 1.3 kilowatts of panels installed, which comes out to like 6 panels.
No, I got 40 some panels, 400 watts per panel. So you do the math. What is that? 16 kW.
It's not 1.3.
Right?
It said he's got 13 kilowatts.
13 kilowatts per month.
Per month.
Yes, sir.
Which doesn't make sense because
they're 400 watt panels, and I'd have to
kilowatt is a point in time. Kilowatt hour is wattage over time. So if you're only producing 13 kilowatts a month, either you're very miserly in how you consume electricity, or it's a relatively small production panel array.
I'm not huge. I mean, I think you get into an insurance problem when you got to carry a rider on your insurance.
Well, 40 panels at 400 watts is 16 kilowatts. So let's assume 6 hours of peak exposure. That comes out to 96 kilowatts of production in one day, which doesn't sound right if I'm based on the other numbers you're giving me. So I'm trying to figure out
So I can let me see here real quick. I can pull up my. Anyway, I don't mean to kill you guys here talking about this, but coming back to
the reason why I ask is the cost of installed solar plus a potential battery backup system more worth it? You said you were paying 12 cents.
Yes, sir.
From the
12
grid?
cents from the grid.
Okay.
And I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at my electric bill right now online.
Thank you for sharing this, DD.
No, I mean, when you guys were talking about it, I'm like, well, this is stuff that I just been involved with lately, and I bought a car. I bought, So anyway, coming back to Tesla product, I do have an opinion about that as well. I mean, great product, great car, technology wise. Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, the problem with mine's a 2022. So, problem with my car was the Model S was built in California, and I think the EPA standards on painting cars out there was so controlled that the paint's a little soft. So I had some paint issues when I first got it. And the company though great as far as a tech company, I think it's horrible as a car manufacturer. And when I say that, that's based solely on they're not ready for prime time. And when I say not ready for prime time, I've had Porsche and I've had I've had F-350 Ford trucks, and I've had several Fords. My wife's got a Jeep Wrangler, and those cars, you have a service call, you make an appointment a couple days from now, and you take it in, and it gets worked on, and it comes back. Or warranty work's done, and it comes back. This car, it took 7 months for my paint issues when I bought it to be resolved. I mean, it was just their service department is not going to survive if they don't fix it. I mean, I think that it may survive just like you said now, because there's not a lot of competition. Even though everybody's getting into the market or into the field, I think they're going to have a problem if they don't fix the service department down the road. I mean, if you put a dent in your car, if you wreck it, people are having major problems just getting body work done or repairs done. I mean, I think they do have, as far as the mechanics behind the car, they have road service where they'll come right to your house or come and meet you on the road. I mean, they do some good things for that. But as far as service calls and body repairs, I think it's got some things that leave are less desirable. And if you were a repeat customer, I think you might, if you ever had a service problem, you might shy away from that company. You might go to some more traditional, especially once competition starts to equalize. When you got a lot of people in the market, as far as producing EVs. So,
what other purchase were you considering making besides that?
I'll tell you the biggest thing. Yes, this is a funny thing about me. So the reason I bought the Tesla to begin with is I'm a retired military guy. I did 28 years as a Navy pilot, and then I went to Delta, and I'm a captain. On an Airbus.
Thank you for
Delta.
your service.
Well,
don't let opinion know though.
Listen, anyway, the bottom line behind that is I was doing great at Delta, and I got diagnosed with Parkinson's, and so due to some exposure in my life, maybe in some undesirable places in the world, and I needed a car because I lost a little bit of my fine motor skills on my right foot. it's left brain, right side of my body, and I wanted a car that had the autopilot capability that the Tesla offered, and that's what I bought. And so I paid the extra, $12 grand, whatever it was, for the full self-drive capability, and I love it when I'm on the highway because I can set the autopilot up, and that's just, I'm cruising down the road doing 65, and I don't have to do much, but monitor, So, and I think that technology is only continue to get better. And I mean, I will say again, as far as a tech company goes, Tesla's got the market when it comes to self-driving capability. So even though, and they keep perfecting that every day. So I hope that answers your question. I don't know. So. And then looking at my power bill, just to come back what you were asking about. So on a daily basis, just my monthly bill currently billing. So I average about usage during the fall time has been about 10 kW per month, and then in the summertime, July or August, it's like running up around 17, 18 kW per month. So I'm fairly conservative with my usage. It's just my wife and I. The kids are growing.
Is that net or gross consumption?
Gross consumption for the month. So my total
10 kW. Hold on.
Yeah, usage kW per month. So I'm looking at a grid. They painted out in a grid for you, and so My max is like 18 kW for the month usage, and my min.
Is there an H there by any chance? KWH?
kWh, yeah, kilowatt hours.
What the fuck, really? Okay, so just to give you some context, I'm in a 3-bedroom apartment here in New York, right? And my usage for November is 561 kilowatt hours. That's powering a bunch of computers, some lights, refrigerator, typical set of appliances.
Right. Yep.
How are you only using 18?
Fuck, I don't know.
I think that's net of your
I'm reading
your PV installation.
I'm reading the bill here. Oh wait. I might be looking at that. Let me look back a year ago.
Hey, yeah, I have a 7 kilowatt system, and I make about 1 megawatt hour a month.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me.
So, yeah, I can look at this. I got another app too that shows
It's
my
probably
EV
just
system.
like unit conversion issues. That's all.
It might be unit. I might be completely doing that. I never set. I've just been listening to you guys talk about this now, and I was like, well, let me just give them some numbers, and I've never really looked at I just know what my bill is. It's gone down significantly.
Electric bills are notoriously hard to decipher.
Like my
you might have a
consumption
website
right
for
now.
your solar that shows your production.
Yeah, I'm on it right now. That's what I just went to that just now. So my status right now, I've consumed 3.5 kilowatt hours for the day. You're right. So that would be much more. It'd be you times that by 30.
It's 90.
Yeah.
And it's only half over, right? So let's say
And
7
so
a day.
I've just to go real quick. I can go to yesterday. Let me just go to yesterday.
Where's your
I consumed. Where's my roof? What do you mean?
Above his head.
Latitude and solar irradiance.
In Florida.
I'm in Northeast Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah, Northeast Florida. So I produced yesterday. I produced 9.8 kilowatt hours. Excuse me. I consumed 9.8 kilowatt hours. I produced, and we had a kind of a little bit of a cloudy day. I produced 5.7 kilowatt hours yesterday. The day before.
Okay, so it's 4.1 net that you
Yeah,
consume.
this is a really sunny day. 3 days ago, December 9th, I produced 50.4 kilowatt hours. 50.4 I produced. I consumed 14 for the whole day. So I exported 42 and some change back to the grid.
So do you have net metering in Florida? Do you get?
I do have net metering, yes. So I consume it. I think it's 12 cents per kilowatt hour, and I sell back at like 4 or 3. It's wholesale.
That's a big system. You must produce more than you use, unless you got a huge house and a heated pool.
I got a 3,000. Yeah, I got a 3,500 square foot house. I mean, it's
cranking the AC.
You and your wife, right?
Well, it's my wife. But I consumed yesterday. Only consumed 14.5 kilowatt hours yesterday. I mean, excuse me, December 9th, and that was with the air conditioning running and
charging your car. Really hot.
Charging my car. Yep, exactly. Yep. So that was my point about the batteries. You guys were kind of asking about battery technology, and I kind of was touching on that initially. I thought about doing a battery install when I did this, but it was, like I said, I think the total system cost me $26,000, and then I'll get 30% of that back from my taxes. So it ends up my net cost will be like 17,000, 18,000, I think, 19,000. And then the battery technology alone, though, was like I needed 2 batteries, I think, and it was I think they were 10,000 a battery. I think it was 20 grand to power my house, and that's if you want every circuit powered. You know what I mean? Which you
just need the fridge powered when the hurricane
comes.
Yeah,
exactly. Now I got a jet. Yeah, exactly. I got a Generac. I mean, so I could get away with. The problem is when you lose the grid, you lose your array. So, because if you don't have battery technology, because they don't want you backfeeding the grid when the grid's down, you know what I mean? They don't want to kill the power guys, so it automatically shuts the array down. Oops, did I lose you? I lost you guys there for a second. Sorry.
We're good. Thank you for that deep
Oh,
dive.
I'm sorry. Okay. You're still there. Anyway, that's what I was kind of talking about earlier, though. With the batteries, they're so expensive. Tesla batteries are even more expensive. There is some new technology coming out on batteries that they're working on. Instead of lithium based, they're making them a more sodium based. A sodium chloride based, salt based battery. Believe it or not, and then it has less precious metals. It still has an anode and a cathode. So
Yeah,
you got some.
CATL makes those now and supplies Tesla with those sodium batteries
Yeah,
in China.
I think that's going to change the whole world. When that happens, when the costs come down and the life expectancy on the lithium based batteries was only like 10 years. I think the life expectancy on these new batteries is like 22 or 23, 25 years, and then I think
Well, you
it's a
have to consider
quarter
how
of the
they
cost.
measure life expectancy. They consider
Well, I
a
think it's
lithium battery
80%.
end of right. That's when they consider lithium battery end of life.
Yeah, 80% of its carrying capacity still intact is the life expectancy. So anyway, I think that when the costs go down, I think the costs they say of these new batteries are going to be a quarter of the cost. So I could have, technically, if I needed to equal the amount of power, it'd be 5,000 worth of cost instead of 20,000. That would change my whole way I would run this thing. I'd basically charge the batteries during the day and run off batteries at night. That's how. Anyway, and then the other thing too, you're talking about Ford and other EV companies. That is another advantage to some of these other companies. And Tesla, Elon hasn't opened it up yet, but my car is basically a roving battery. So if I could power my house at night with my car, and then charge my car during the day off my solar, that'd be a huge advantage. And I know Ford's done that. I know Hyundai's done that. I think with their EVs.
Yeah, there's an article. There's a bunch of new models coming out with V to G technology, so you can do
that's
that.
going to be a huge deal. That's going
Also,
to save you all that money.
In 10 years, when all these car batteries are recycled, before you recycle them, you can use them. They can get a second life as grid batteries.
Oh, that's huge.
So they'll be super cheap.
That's huge. That's really good info. So anyway, I think it's only it's coming like you guys have mentioned. I think it's just a matter of time when everybody's going to be forced to go down this road, and the infrastructure. I think you guys talked about this a week or so ago about infrastructure. Really, the end state is going to be when you drive down the road and you inducting charging magnetics, and the car is charged as you run the car down the road. That's going to be the key. Once who knows if that's 10 or 20 or 30 years down, 50 years down the road. I don't know.
We'll have flying cars by then.
Yeah, you're right. I'll be out of a job. So anyway, and nice talking to you guys. Listen, I appreciate the education on. I love listening to you guys' thoughts. I'm getting smarter every day with just by induction again. Listening to you guys. So thank you.
Hell no, you're welcome. Hell no to flying cars. Most of you guys don't even belong in an Uber, let alone behind a flying car.
Oh my God.
We can't hear whoever's asking about flying cars.
Right. What I was saying is I was making a joke. I was just saying hell no to flying cars. Because most of you guys don't even belong in an Uber, let alone in a flying car.
Sir, can you please come down from your flying car? We can barely hear you.
All right, moving on then.
On the note of the electric cars charging themselves, I remember hearing someone about 2-3 weeks ago. Apparently, their country is already implementing little charge station parking spots where you will park and it will start charging your car right there on the side of the road. And apparently, they're already developing the technology to actually begin charging your car while you're driving it down the road using the static electricity.
That's the Braun toothbrush technology from the 70s. They have it in garages. You can pull in and but you're going to lose some power.
They're definitely working on developing the technology to do induction charging. I got a buddy of mine that's an electrician that was set in a class for a week where they were teaching that already. They were going to have specific parts of the highway that I think it's going to be a twofold system where these highways, these parts of the highways you can't even drive on. It's got to be a self-driving car, and then it charges the car as well. So I think it's long road of infrastructure build, but I mean, I think the idea is the median's the solar that powers it. So
a lot of good information on EV stuff. So someone mentioned earlier about gold being a secure investment during recession and whatnot. Gold dropped today. Any insights of why gold would drop? It's such a.
Hey guys, I got to step away for just a second here. Streaming studios come along very well. I've been working with hardware tools and stuff the entire time on this chat. So tomorrow, during the actual day, during the market, I'm going to be able to live stream. I should be able to have tickers on behind me, assuming I don't have too many technical difficulties. And you'll be able to see me. So I'll have this chat going. And then as we talk about stuff in this chat, I'm going to pull it up. And so my goal is to figure out how to try to simulcast the audio from here to Twitch and YouTube. I know Opinion's already got that set up.
Voice meter, which is the digital audio cable.
Voice meter?
MEETER. Yes.
Is this piece of hardware?
It's software, so you can create a microphone specifically for an app, redirect the audio through the microphone to a splitter, one going to your headphones, one going to the streaming platform, and voila.
Perfect. Then that way everyone, both on Twitch and here, will be in on the conversation. So that's easy enough.
I was going to also we're going to upload the what's it called to YouTube as well, right? The recordings.
Yeah, the pre-markets, the pre-market. Yeah, for sure. So I definitely want to have this going, and I'll have it going on that channel. So
what's the easiest way to download Reddit audio, like from essentially these chats? If you want to download it, what's the easiest way to do that?
From Reddit or?
Yeah, like directly from the saved recordings that they have on
when
Reddit.
When you replay on Reddit, the MP4 file shows up in the inspector window. So just capture the link to the MP4 file and you can rip that directly.
Oh, nice.
I've always thought about
what doesn't make sense is why it's a fucking video file for an audio call, but
I think it's because there's some information in how to illuminate which speaker was speaking in the video replay. But I know that in the future, somebody's just going to basically be able to take all of the calls and build bots that replicate like Hardy's voice or Luce's voice. So I'm curious to see if anyone's actually working on that right now. That's the only thing that makes me worried about the recordings being available.
Even if they could get my voice, there would be official accounts for me anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Will rise.
Yeah. I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes. Okay, Hardy?
All right, no problem.
All right.
So the person that inquired about gold going down today, what was your question?
Yeah, so I was wondering why, like I wasn't expecting gold to go down at all today. You know what I mean? Just because it's the recession and all that.
It goes up and it goes down. But the gold, like we've discussed it on here before, and I think the consensus around here, anyways, is that it's not really a good hedge for planned economic events or for forecast economic events like recessions and things of that nature, because they're saying that gold usually goes up when something unexpected happens, like the
special military operation in Ukraine, or some type of like the attempted coup in Germany, or something of that nature that has to trigger an unexpected event. Other than that, it just kind of goes up and down and sideways like anything else.
You can also just look at the last recession and look at the gold chart and count the number of up days and down days and look at like net. Yeah, it's going to appreciate in value, but to react to its movement on any one given day is just like saying like, oh, I flipped a coin and it was heads. Does that mean that, tails is no longer going to come up? So don't overreact to one day. You got to look at this stuff over, the course of 6 to 8 months.
Copy. Thank you.
Since it's quiet, I guess I'd ask. So what ended up happening from Keystone Pipeline? Opening up. What company ended up dropping?
Did the pipeline open?
You mean the spillage?
Yeah, into Kansas.
The spill.
Yeah, I was told it was from the Keystone Pipeline.
Yeah, I don't know.
18,000 barrels.
Haven't really heard much anymore other than that.
I was just wondering if anyone did the DD on what companies are going to get butt fucked by that.
If I recall, somebody did mention Procter and Gamble because they own Dawn, the dish soap that's used to clean up after an oil spill. Something was mentioned about that, but that's really about it.
But that's such a small piece of their portfolio that won't really even affect their prices too much.
Agreed, but I'm just saying what was mentioned.
Well, damn. I'm getting the oil eventually.
I mean, 14,000 barrels is not really that much either, to be honest.
Well, they have to scrape up the top 6 feet of topsoil and the majority of the land. So more than you would think.
Well, how many acres?
I don't know the exact amount. Someone we were talking about yesterday and confused money. I know someone has the exact amount down. I think it's Zombie Bear. But he is most likely sleeping right now. I'm gonna go order some food. I'll look up some DD. When I get back, I'll talk about it. Maybe.
Spy slowly creeping up today.
It appears the December 16 expiration for GameStop IV just crashed. Does anyone know why? Trying to figure it out. IV was at 130, now it's at 84, which is great for me, but I'd like to know why it happened. So I can do it again.
So in terms of that move and the confidence of that move about the future price, how much certainty do you have on a move that large?
Well, it's a Vega move, right? So it's the Vega component. And Vega is like what, 0.12 cents or whatever? So going from 130 to 80 is about a 50-point move times the 0.12 cents. Oh, no, sorry, 1.2 cents. So 50 cents of implied volatility basically evaporated. And then put that up against the move against the position. So Delta went against me, but Vega and Theta are going for me. I'm just trying to understand what made the Vega move come down, what made the IV come down. And one, if it's going to stay at that IV. If not, I should probably get out and lock in my profits. But yeah, that's my current take and stance.
Hardy, do you calculate IV, or do you get that number as in situ it from one of the services that you use?
Interactive Brokers gives me an IV for a given ticker expiration combination, and I just use that. If I need to fine tune it, then I'll tap into the streaming API and recalculate IV myself.
So is it like an ensemble in terms of what you believe the true IV to be after you dig into Interactive Brokers?
The actual IV is irrelevant. What's important is how it changed relative to a previous price points IV or previous point in time.
Right. So if you saw the move on Interactive and then you were using another source and didn't see the move, you would be more confident that Interactive Brokers is going to be right.
No. That's what, in that instance, I would calculate it myself. Like I have my own tools to calculate IV, just it takes a while.
Right.
So
And so then,
hypothetically, I could recalculate IV on all stocks with a 45-minute gap. I can get it down to 5 minutes, but the infrastructure cost goes up dramatically. So like every 5 minutes, I'd know the implied volatility 5 minutes ago.
So you could predict the future?
Not exactly. Remember, my trading basically revolves around the expansion and contraction of implied volatility. And the vast majority of my trades take advantage of basically the Vega component of an options value. Delta move and theta are bonuses for me.
thank you for answering that question. I think what I was trying to figure out is like when you see a move like that, how confident are you in your source of truth? And it sounds like you have your own source of truth that you're more confident in than Interactive Brokers.
Yeah, how do I put this? Interactive Brokers is fast. My own homebrewed method is accurate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
And most of the time they agree, like plus or minus 5 points. So there's no sense running the accurate one unless the fast one breaks somehow.
Are you guys paying attention to the SPY options call chain? A lot of
Not
block
specifically.
Yeah, a lot of block orders came in at 10:35. A lot of calls.
It's quad witching week, right?
Yeah,
So it's probably rolls.
probably.
Contracts being rolled over.
when you roll over an option, Hardy, simply put, what are you doing?
Selling one expiration and buying a further expiration.
Thank you. So if I would have bought an option and I'm like, shit, I bought it with too early an expiration, I could just roll it over to a later one. So, cool.
It costs you a good chunk of spread and commission, so it's not something you can do willy-nilly.
Do the prices change when you roll them, or do you lock in something when you buy the first one?
You lock in your losses or gains.
So you're
So if a stock moves the next week, the call option might be different, right?
Yes.
If you have Robinhood, I would go through their options builder feature. If you have like questions about how the pricing changes over the course of a week or how to roll over contracts.
Are you guys gonna play Spy tonight? Options
Why?
or the CPI? I guess not.
I don't have any specific plans.
Good option chain seems to be very mixed.
You know, when do the markets move most? After the CPI report or after one of the Fed guys speaks?
I would assume both will move it. CPI is good, prices go up. CPI is bad, prices go down. And then if he speaks and he's dovish, goes up more. He's hawkish, goes back down. That's what I'm assuming.
Does anyone have nothing to share?
I have nothing to share.
What happened to our elevator music?
That's very nice.
I listen to this type of music when I'm thinking of plays. I think jazz kind of helps stimulate the mind, instrumental. Enjoy the music and just let everything that we discussed today sink in.
Playing in the Uber.
I will say the VIX is up almost 2 points today. It seems like it's pretty.
When he puts that music on, people tend to not talk as much. They just sit back and listen to the music.
SBS said he isn't attending DC hearing in person due to paparazzi effect.
For the person asking about Adobe, let's see. So current expectation is plus or minus 10% on Adobe earnings. Approximately $26. Okay, maybe not 10%, 7 and change. But expected 26 moved in either direction. So if you think more than that, buy a strangle. If you think less than that, buy a sell the strangle.
What do you guys think about Oracle today? The earnings are after close.
Super bullish Oracle, but I have no idea how to trade earnings. So if there's a reasonable entry point to buy, I will start buying Oracle, but I'm not going to trade into the earnings report.
Oracle is currently 7% expected move. If you think it'll move more than 7% after earnings, buy the strangle. If not, sell it. And to calculate these expected moves, just look at the front-dated option contract and then add the at-the-money put and the at-the-money call ask prices together. And that'll give you more or less what the market is expecting to the move to be within.
There's got to be a sound effect for when you drop nuggets like this for people that listen to the replay, so they can just like find the marker and just sift, because literally the talks will go on for like 3 hours and then you just drop a nugget like that. But for the people that listen to it afterwards, good luck finding it.
Well, you'd be surprised how many people listen to the recordings.
Oh,
There's
I don't
someone,
doubt it. I'm one of those people. I'm just saying from like, as a listener, it would be nice to like see a time
right?
marker, like,
How's this for a nugget? And then I just go back like 40 seconds.
that's the drop right there, the whole thing. How's this for a nugget with the cash register? That's the drop going forward.
We'll need another person who we trust to host to handle that.
Spy trying to make a move to the upside today.
Cardi, do you see the question about acquisition? acquisition?
I miss anything?
Nothing.
There's a question in the comments, Hardy, about acquisitions. I don't know if you wanted to address it.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look. So all day, every day, asking when a company makes an acquisition, why does the buying company surge? It's simple. The buying company is being bought for some premium over market, typically at least 50%. In order to buy something, you have to convince others to sell.
No, that is eloquently put.
Oh, one moment. Blood spoiler, we're happy to have you up, but you do need to accept the invitation.
Thanks, Artie. Yeah, I wanted to pipe in here with some plays. I got DAL calls going out to the early January. They reassigned their contracts. They already took the hit in their stock price for basically paying their pilots more. And I think it's going to cause a major brain drain. The amount of pilots that they had was their limiting factor on how many flights they could do. They're also cutting costs on flights by using larger planes with more tickets and longer flights, which is more lucrative for them. And then my other play was Paramount. Their stock, you can see that it gapped up. That's because they had a deal not go through, and they were paid $200 million by a publishing house. So that all that money just got slapped right onto their stock price. But the thing is, it rose other companies in their related market with them. So on no news. So what I'm going to do is I'll probably I already closed out my Paramount calls, but I'm going to be entering into Comcast puts. And I opened up shorts on Disney as well. And I also want. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the expiration on Delta? Because I've been looking into airlines too. But what's your expiration on the calls for Delta?
Let me check 1 second.
Sorry to interrupt you, but airlines I've been kind of looking into. I know I mentioned some Chinese airlines earlier, and Hardy was able to redirect me in a good direction.
Yeah, that's actually great. And you reminded me of another bullish point that I had. My expiration is January 20th. And the other bullish point I had was that their CEO is going to be the keynote speaker at CES, which happens in the first week of January. So I'm thinking that they, on top of all this contract reassignment and making their company a little bit more viable for increasing their flights, they've also got some kind of trick up their sleeve for CES, which is a technology conference.
What's your strike price?
Let me check. Strike is $35.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, I was playing it safe. This also goes along with one of Hardy's Delta Cross plays. I think it was maybe a week and a half ago or something like that. So I saw that, but then they dipped, and then I bought the dip. So, and then the last thing I wanted to ask was I missed the beginning, but can someone just give me uppies or downies for tomorrow? I'm kind of feeling like doing something stupid and regarded for SPY plays based on
Some
CPI.
people think the CPI will print worse, therefore downies. Other people think the CPI will print better, therefore uppies. I think there's going to be a CPI announcement tomorrow.
I'll follow you on that.
By the way, I found out a way to make us all rich. All we got to do is we got to just make the chart move to the left.
That'd be fucking awesome if we can make the chart move backwards. Then tomorrow would be this morning again.
Yeah. Well, PPI obviously didn't have such a great bullish effect on the market. So yeah, we'll see. I was a big fan of 50 basis points. Now I'm sort of leaning to 75 for a rate hike.
I don't see, well, assuming he follows his original official statements, not the off-the-cuff comments, it should be 75 because unemployment hasn't gone up yet and inflation's not at 2.
Okay, yeah. One thing I want to point out is that Jay Powell's track record is like amazingly good. He has never stated anything like he's never stated that he's going to pivot or do anything like that. So if he says he's going to do it, he's going to do it. I'm tired of getting in like arguments with people saying that he's going to pivot because he's never even hinted at it. That's all just like BlackRock says, someone familiar with the matter says, news media trying to make you buy their stocks that they're dumping. So thanks. Thanks. I guess I'll just play it safe for now. I really wanted it YOLO.
Looking for those puts on Wednesday.
Definitely markets going down on Wednesday.
Specifically Wednesday at, is it 2 o'clock?
Is that when he speaks? Is it 1:30 or 2?
The announcement is at 2 o'clock for the Fed funds rate. Then the press conference is at 2:30.
That's it. We're gonna rally during the speech
So
and
if
then
the
drop
market
off.
is still expecting 50 basis points and it gets 75, it's going to be a huge drop right at the announcement.
And then yes. So I'm thinking 75 at the announcement, so that's gonna drop it, right? And then during the press conference you might see some concerns and then go back up. That's how I'm gonna play it.
When Hardy jumps in, I'm jumping in.
Puts in the morning and then calls in the afternoon.
No. It's gonna go one way.
Down all day.
If you play, you'll know.
All right, I've been reviewing some stuff. Couple of things to consider. Powell spoke last on November 30th at Brookings, which his speech really threw us upward significantly, I believe, in the QQQ and SPY, if I remember right. looking at the chart, it's kind of hard to tell for me which day it shot up. But then the next day, core PCE and PCE numbers come out, which is the Fed's preferred measurement for inflation. And they both, so although some of the numbers were good, I believe that was the information which actually threw us downward on both SPY and QQQ. So it's kind of hard. They're going to use that information for their Fed funds rate information on, or as their preferred information for their Fed funds decision on Tuesday and Wednesday. So reviewing this all, it's kind of tough because the Cleveland Fed is forecasting hotter PCI numbers than expected. But I also look at the Powell and the Board of Governors are looking at hot numbers that were not so good for PCE on December 1st since they spoke last. So I'm still seeing this as a double downward, two negatives.
I only caught the second half of that, and you're smarter than me at this topic, but I don't think that they consider the price of QQQ or the stocks at all in their decision. I think this rate hike's already been made.
Yeah, but what they decide to do is what the market has priced in. Everybody seems in consensus, or the highest percentage chance that 0.5 is this increase. Some people say that the market is priced in a 0.25 increase for the end of January, beginning of February meeting in 6 weeks, where others, and myself as one of them, believe that they're going to set the target rate higher because they're going to keep raising rates. He talked at Brookings about how stubborn inflation has been since they started raising, and that's what my two posts were pretty much on this week about CPI and PCE basically plateauing through all these rate hikes. It has not come down. And in fact, once or twice, it surprisingly went a little bit up for the core numbers. So they're going to use all this information, but the problem is what has the market priced in? And if the rate that they come out with for, on the CPI projections and then the Fed funds projections are higher than what the market is priced in, we go downward.
What time is CPA tomorrow?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
What time is CPI reporting tomorrow?
8:30.
All right, I'm gonna go home, smoke a little bit, and decide if I'm gonna buy 1 day expirations for tomorrow. So hopefully buy some puts, and hopefully inflation numbers are higher. And then hopefully I just exit those positions.
It's very tempting because I've seen these CPI numbers just absolutely send SPY to a straight vertical green line.
We've seen times ago by down to this point.
Are you guys doing these triangles or anything on the CPI on SPY tonight for a close? Any plays? I think myself I might do 385 put, 400 call.
Any thoughts on Santa Claus rally towards the end of 2022, beginning of 2023, or are we just going to completely miss it due to
So,
this recession scares?
a friendly story came up some time ago, basically saying that Home Depot, during their Black Friday sale, missed their sales estimates by 20%. So if a store was supposed to sell 10 million, they only sold 8 million. So assume other stores suffered a similar fate.
I remember that friendly
Why?
story, but then we made the comparison to like holiday shopping. And do you think of Home Depot during that time? You know what I mean?
Oh, people buy all sorts of decorations in the run up to Christmas. And don't forget tools for dad.
Very true. So you're saying no Santa Claus rally?
I'm saying the Santa Claus rally has happened. Or rather, there is buying in anticipation of a Santa Claus rally. But as SPY is down on the year, there's a good amount of tax loss harvesting that I think is going on, as well as, what's it called? It's a good amount of tax loss harvesting, and I suspect corrections and revisions down as the Q4 sales numbers come out. What's notable in the news is that Black Friday sales news is announced as I think 5% year-over-year gain in online commerce versus last year. Now, the fact that they're being coy about the retail number implies it's not good, but we don't know how not good.
Yeah.
Mr. Black, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to SPY here. Maybe some people could offer some insights. So basically at the market open today, I put in some Thursday expiring. I just bought calls and puts they were right around $4 contract. And I'm thinking the market's it's just going to be volatile. So I'm hoping to, cash out my calls when it's up and cash out the puts when it's down or whatever. But I was just looking now, my options. So I bought them both for around $4. My calls went up to about 520. My puts only went down to about 370. So I imagine that's Vega kind of coming into play right now. So I've only lost about 30 cents.
If your puts went down and your calls went up,
but
the implication is that the price of the underlying went up.
Yeah, that was SPY going up. But so I mean, with everything equal, buying both puts and calls today, my puts only went down 30 cents and my calls went up $1.20. Bought at the same time, and they're both SPY calls and puts.
So then Vega is also implied volatility then is also increasing. So
Yeah,
Vega
that's kind of what I
staying
thought.
the same.
I'm just wondering if that would be a viable strategy for some guys for future reports instead of waiting till the end of the day to buy for the morning. I've noticed this a couple times with options, but
it's not a consistent phenomenon, at least to my knowledge. So you need to know which stocks have the highest, most hyped earnings report.
So yeah, a week like this week for SPY would be obviously pretty good.
More or less.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. I figured they'd be kind of going up and down, somewhat similar values, but I'm almost wondering about just cashing them out now, taking the profits and reopening some contracts. I guess it wouldn't really matter anyways. It just end up paying more commissions.
I mean, you already doubled your money, right?
No, because they're $4 contracts. So now my calls are
$4 a share. I thought you bought 4-cent contracts. Okay.
Oh no, the $4 contracts that I bought, or they're right around $4. The puts and the calls were I just bought them equal, and then so now the calls are at $5, almost $5.30 last time I checked, and the puts were only at $3.70. So I only lost 30 cents per contract for the on the put side, but gained $1.30 on the call side.
Oh, you might as well cash that in then, if you don't think the market's going to keep going up tomorrow.
I'm not sure if it's going to go up or down tomorrow, but I figure it's going to be volatile. That's why I opened both sides, and I'm thinking
Well, I don't know about that because with the CPI announcement, I expect implied volatility to contract.
After the announcement, I guess, yeah, so they'll both go down. I'm thinking they're both they both expire on Thursday, so I'm hoping maybe with the announcement tomorrow, either we see a big spike up. If we do see a big spike up, I'll cash out my calls and just keep the puts. And then maybe on Wednesday after the announcements, something happens and we see a big spike down, and then maybe those puts go into the money. Maybe they don't.
Yeah,
I'm no expert by any means, just here gambling more or less. So
there's more.
I'm not going to play them. Sorry, Hardy. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I had nothing to say.
I was going to say that there's more information, so there's less uncertainty, so there's less volatility.
Yeah, I'm not going to play with the numbers tomorrow. I think just there's too much volatility in the contracts now. I think whatever it does tomorrow, if it's going to plummet or skyrocket, I may play for a correction on Wednesday as an overreaction. But to me, just the contracts were too high. I think tomorrow's going to be a loser for a lot of people.
At least half of them.
If it's a loser for a lot of people, it's going to be a winner for a lot of them. But one thing I wanted to say on the Black Friday Santa Rally point was that Victoria's Secret and Lululemon were big winners this Black Friday, according to Seeking Alpha. So weigh that in.
Yeah, Lululemon's stock didn't reflect a good Q4 earnings, but they did have it.
It didn't, but it also reflected a little bit of a sane reality. I think it's overpriced.
Oh yeah, a lot of things are. I've been looking at Under Armour with all the Lululemon talk and all that. I was looking into Under Armour, especially with the whole new year. Everybody's going to try to get fit and whatnot. So I'm probably going to try to get in on Under
I
Armour.
don't think so. They're going to try to get a job or cut expenses because they were laid off. And also keep in mind, annual bonuses are down on the year, especially in banking and other places. So I'm not so sure the New Year, New Youth rally will be as strong as in past years. Just my counterpoint to that thesis.
I think there's still a market for a New Year, New You hype, but the reality sets in after that first month of like, oh, fuck this job, new year, new me, gonna get a gym membership. Reality sets in February, and then it's still cold. You still have no dates for Valentine's Day. So I feel like if you're gonna short or go long any sort of like play on people getting into the new year, new you thing, like you really got to get out of that play by February.
Yeah, I was gonna be like calls for Q1 2023 and then puts for second quarter reports. Same idea you just expressed. But yeah, I mean, some people might not even be looking into working out and getting fit because they're too concerned about finding a job.
The life hack is to get the gym membership so you feel confident when you go into the job interview, but most people don't understand that.
Yeah, this is why I've been playing credit companies that don't have any exposure to real estate.
Welcome back.
So there's that Bread Financial, there's SoFi, there's Square, but I'm doing PayPal and Bread right now.
You're the second person I've heard bullish on both PayPal and Paramount. Something's in the Kool-Aid.
There's no way. Nobody has ever talked about that except for me.
Good afternoon, Free Range. Was there something you wanted to share?
Hey, how's it going?
It went.
It went. I was just gonna say on like the whole new year, new me fitness craze, whatever you expect to come, all of that's already priced in. I wouldn't play that. Um, but also I was gonna say like the Lululemon results last week. Yeah, they had a really great quarter, but their forward-looking statements is what brought their stock down. So just be cautious playing that. I wouldn't do it.
Are you saying there's not going
When
to
you
be a
say it's
Santa
already
rally?
priced in,
No, I'm saying that Lululemon, when they gave their guidance for the like next year, they brought down their estimates by like $50 million in revenue. I'd be cautious playing that.
Oh, I'm not
you're
playing
saying it's already
anything with
priced in. Where do you see it
Lululemon.
priced in?
Every year, all of these companies, they benefit from like a fitness craze anyway. I mean, that's just a normal seasonal sales trend for them.
For sure. I think it's
So
one of
that
those
was
things where like if you say it's priced in already, usually that means like, oh, I saw Lululemon run up into earnings and I saw, all these other athletic companies run up into November. It's already priced in. We're trying to say like, all right, what's going on? Are we heading into a recession? How do we play these like retail stocks during the holiday boom, even though there's a recession on the other side of the January wall?
I think you have a couple of things that are happening this year versus last year, and I don't know how a lot of these companies have forecasted their sales, but last year, like Black Friday, also included Hanukkah sales, where this year Hanukkah doesn't start until I think it coincides with Christmas. Um, so there is like a big sales shift, and if some of these companies haven't like forecasted that difference, which hopefully they were smart and did, um, but that could be pretty meaningful. As far as like a dip in Black Friday sales, you definitely capitalized on two holidays this year. But I know like I would just be cautious playing a lot of these like sportswear brands going into Q1.
Do you think anything's going to benefit from the so-called Santa rally if it happens?
I'm not sure. Like I from the data that I have gathered, a lot of mall-based retailers are kind of struggling through it right now.
Oh, also, I wanted to say that I closed out my Paramount calls. I'm actually overall bearish on streaming. I just want to
I
play the
think
quick gap up.
a couple to watch as far as like holiday sales go if you wanted to play in like the I guess sporting goods arena, like watch Dick's Sporting Goods and watch Hibbett's and watch Academy.
Based on everything you said, I'm bearish on holiday sales in general.
Yeah, I in general, yes. But I think there are some niches where they're going to be okay going through it, especially ones that are, more value for shoppers. Things like a TJ Maxx.
The numbers are out. The bellwether of Black Friday is showing that sales are down. People
hmm
are saving money.
They're down year over
Or
year,
they're
but again, last year you had people shopping for Hanukkah too. Which is I mean, that's a pretty big shopping event. Like I know it's a, small subset of consumers, but it's a pretty big shopping event. But yeah, I do think the overall, once the entire season sales numbers are are in, I think it's going to be a bloodbath. I don't think that retail is going to do very well this year.
I remember a couple weeks ago we had some ladies on here, some self-described soccer moms, and they were talking about their retail experience and their preferred shopping places, and TJ Maxx was like on top of that list. Big Lots was kind of at the bottom. But I think retail is going to be doing better than people expect. But I'm just optimistic overall.
I think the key, if you want to play in retail, because there was one play last week that I heard that was like torrid. Like understand who their core customers are, and like go into those spaces where they reside. So like a good place to, I guess, get a bellwether on torrid would be go check out like the plus size subreddits and see where those women are shopping, because it clearly wasn't torrid. But you could do that with, any brand. Just do your due diligence,
What are these plus size subreddits? I'm curious.
There's several. You can go to, there's just r/plus size. There's plus size fashion. There's frugal plus size fashion. There's a few of them.
Are there any publicly traded like spinning mills like that, like stateside fabric producers, where you could also kind of play on that a little bit?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know who produces textiles in North America. But really, it's all about the end consumer. Like,
right.
Who's you want to see where their demand is.
Right. I think spandex was a trademark thing, wasn't it?
I don't know. I would imagine so. It sounds like a brand name.
And it's DuPont created Lycra.
I would say, like, when it comes to that kind of stuff, look at what people are wearing too. Like when you go out to malls or airports or hell, Target, wherever you shop, like wherever you go, just look at what people are wearing. A lot of them are shifting from, this athleisure wear into like actual real clothes, like denim and sweaters and things like that.
I agree. Definitely agree. Hey, free range.
Hey, how are you?
I am fine, and you, girl.
I'm good.
Hey, the rest of y'all. I was gonna say,
You're one of my favorites.
Ladies in the house.
well,
You're one of mine
so
too.
Well, I was gonna
Me and
say
Zombie
so.
Bear fight over.
Let her talk.
No, well, I was gonna say so. After a weekend of dance and cheer competitions, I am happy to report TikTok and Instagram is still the number one and two apps amongst the tweens. Google and YouTube amongst the littles. I saw lots of Lululemon bags, a lot of Nike bags. And the consensus amongst moms with money tightening is that, of course, we always put ourselves, well, against the parents, amongst the parents. We typically put ourselves last anyhow, but it looks like everyone has just kind of been really window shopping. I think I've said that before, and I'm going to say it again. I don't think retail at face value has done as well as what everybody thinks. It sounded like a lot of retail shopping. I mean, window shopping in retail has happened. No one's It doesn't come across as anyone spending money more so than they are. Um, it sounded like everybody is really trying to travel. Ironically, though, travel and spending money on experiences, dining out, and um, for us, like for me, it's school fees and club fees and stuff like that. So I'm kind of keeping what I have on, which really, and I am a plus size female. So typically, yes, I would go to Torrid, but I'm only going to buy so many pairs of $70 jeans. So I'm the type of mom, I'm going to buy maybe 3 to 5 pairs of $70 jeans, and those are going to last me 1 to 2 years. So I'm kind of like in my second year of them, so to speak. So the only thing that's really changing are shirts for me. So um and again, I can pick up shirts and dresses at TJ Maxx with no problem. It's still
Yeah, I
have
think
them.
that and like a lot of other more value retailers have
Yep.
entered the plus size space. So you don't have to go to Torrid anymore
I
to
don't
buy
have to go to
plus size
Torrid.
jeans. Yeah, you can go to Target, you can go to Old Navy, you can go to American Eagle, you can go to any of these other places that sell jeans at half the price.
Absolutely. So
You
everything Free Range has said is pretty much spot on in my opinion.
do you buy those 5 pairs of jeans all at one time, or do you kind of rotate into them over time?
No, you're gonna buy them at one time because a lot of times Torrid, and Lane Bryant, they all have those buy $250, spend $250 and you get $100 off type of those type of coupons. So
Oh,
you're
okay.
gonna typically, yeah, for me, that's kind of, I'm just gonna buy at one time.
Plus, when you're a bigger person, when you find something that fits, you buy as many of them as you can because you don't know when the next time you're going to find something that's comfortable that fits.
That fits perfectly, exactly.
Or be friends with a really good tailor.
That's
Well,
not
I
gonna
was about
make
to
you
say
go.
too, there's like a big fashion shift right now from skinny jeans into more wide leg jeans. So maybe look
Hmm.
into some denim wholesalers because women are going to have to change out their wardrobes. And
Yeah,
I bet
or
they're going
maybe
to do
some
it in
mom
spring.
jeans.
Yeah, they're probably going to do it in spring and
Or you can show
not
a few
at Christmas
pictures.
time.
Male privilege for the win. I've worn the same like style of outfits since high school, so it's been longer than I'm willing to admit.
Same here, Harvey.
That's awesome.
I've
My
actually,
Right.
I've actually,
prediction,
I've
Those
actually wore
holes
the
in
same
them.
size waist jeans since high school, so I've been pretty
I
privileged
think
with
you are
that.
the exception, not the rule.
I was going to say my fashion prediction because this happened when the fashion shifted to skinny jeans from boot cuts and flares, was
Uh-huh.
that women led the way.
Yeah.
And then about a year, about 12 to 18 months later, we started to see it more in the men's space. So I think it'll happen.
Jinko
But I
pants
don't,
are coming back.
man, I think it's coming. I really do. I mean, maybe not that wide, but
Do you
yeah,
guys
I
remember
do.
Jinko?
Heck yeah, I do.
Y'all remember
See those?
jorts?
So there's some wide pants. So maybe those little, that. Yeah.
But I'm actually looking into denim wholesalers and manufacturers right now as we speak because I think that could be a good play.
I like that play. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
because Haley Bieber I just seen her. I think she had some birthday. Justin Bieber's wife was just pictured in some. Real cute.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love it because you get so many different viewpoints on here. Yeah, I never even thought about a denim play, but it makes sense. Hell yeah. How many people are wearing denim right now?
I'm wearing chinos right now.
I'm guilty.
Yeah.
I personally don't own too much denim in my wardrobe, but I'm like Hardy. Like I'm wearing fucking clothes that I've had for years and years.
Well, let's be clear. I've gotten bigger in the intervening time. It's just the same style.
Hmm.
Do you own some denim, Hardy?
I'm sure I could find it if I dig deep enough.
We'll start looking for it. Denim's coming back.
I only wear denim when Anita makes me. Family portraits and such.
We need to get you a denim suit, Hardy.
Fuck that. I'm not wearing a Canadian uniform.
In tuxedo.
Hey, Free Range, do you have a ticker for any kind of denim?
That's what
play?
I'm kind of looking into right now. I would say to one of the ones that's coming up is VF. I would stay away from that because they also own Vans, and Vans like tanked their stocks.
So one of
Well,
the
my first
collections
thought
for
of
Atom
denim
Chaps.
is Levi, right? So I don't know
Hmm.
if that would be. Yeah, when I think denim, I think Levi.
What about
Give us
denim
the
Atlas
Levi's
Chaps?
great.
Can you give us the rundown on Vans? It's the only shoe I wear.
Oh, I'm
About
sorry.
Wrangler.
You're about to not be cool, man.
Wrangler too, yeah. Wrangler, Levi. That's what I think of when I think of denim.
Yeah,
Jordan.
when I think of denim, I think
Wrangler
of
is
Jay
owned by
Leno.
VF.
Yeah, no. I booked a flight to Belgrade last week, trying to find better fitting travel pants. Because jeans and security lines tend to not go well together.
Hey Hardy. I
You go
recently
with those Lululemon golf pants.
I started wearing like my fitted scrubs since I work at a pharmacy. Those are probably the best travel pants I wear. Usually when I go out on flights, I wear those just because they're so comfortable.
My dad, he's kind of old. He said back in the day, people would dress to the T's when they got onto the planes. He
Well,
still
back in
does.
the day,
Absolutely.
airline ticket prices were regulated.
Yeah, yeah. I flew him out to go see me in Cincinnati, and I picked him up, and he was in a complete suit, just dressed to the T's.
And
And
flying economy.
no, I flew him nice, but
Okay.
but yeah, and he explained to me that back in the day, it was norm for people to be dressed in suits and not in pajamas. As he put it.
Before it was a
I
bus
think
with
the term is
wings.
athleisure.
No, I know what
It-
he's talking about. Like literally, you'll see people get on in their fucking pajamas like they just rolled out of bed to get on the flight.
My
These must
last,
be domestic flights or something.
yeah, domestic flights,
It is
transcontinental.
domestic.
I wore pajamas one time on a flight, and it's the only way I'll fly now. So
Well, I'll wear pajamas that are provided to me, especially if I'm flying at the front of the plane. The Cathay Pacific pajamas, very, very comfortable. Emirates ones also pretty good. Don't bother for Qatar Airways or Etihad; those use polyester.
you.
First class problems.
Let's be clear, I don't pay cash for those flights. I use miles. It's sort of like this trip to Belgrade. Flying Lufthansa first and business class both ways.
Are you gonna still stay connected on your trip with us?
We'll see how the timing works out. But keep in mind, this is in early January, so I'm not going to be trading those days. I'll probably just keep my Theta Gang positions open.
Yeah, hopefully January through February, I'll be maintaining cash positions.
I don't think I'll be maintaining cash. I anticipate toward the end of January, all the wash sales will expire from those who did what's it called? Who did the tax loss harvesting in December. And so that's when I can anticipate a small rally across SPY before the next Fed funds rate.
So that's in my fit like February 1st-ish because I gotta wait 30 days or something from New Year's.
Well, at a minimum, yes. Not everyone waits the 30 days. Some wait 45 to clearly avoid the wash sale rule terms.
Well, I will have to reconsider my plans.
I think that's why it's really interesting to think about this alleged Santa Claus rally. If we have all this liquidity exiting out of SPY, basically, if you take a stock and get out of it now and wait 45 days, you miss that window. For those of us that don't take the tax loss, we could just accumulate during those 30 to 45 days at what might be a relative bottom of the market.
Yeah, speaking of which, there's no deleveraging that's going on right now. SPY's still at 395. This is not typical of a pre-CPI report. Normally the whole thing goes down, the numbers come out, and then it rallies. So
And
interesting.
The number CPI may be lower than expected.
Yeah, or it's comfortably priced in at 395.99.
Yeah, also possible. Where is my usage?
For those that are in wheat, corn, and soy, I'm at work, so I can't talk a lot. But on my profile, I posted a couple of podcasts that happened within the last couple of days, and you may want to take a look at those. Argentina has canceled its corn crop. It's too late in the season. They just now got rain, so they're going straight to soybeans.
Can you speak up just a little bit more? You said something about Argentina and corn, and I'm very interested in that.
Yes, Argentina canceled the corn season. The drought's so bad that they just now got their first inch of rain, and they planted soybeans instead of corn because there's not enough calendar year left to get the corn in and harvested.
So U.S. corn exports will go up?
No, is on the podcast discusses how Russia has undercut all of Ukraine's customers and is selling in Africa and Pakistan and everywhere else where you would think they need wheat. And Russia has signed contracts. So basically, they're doing economic war on Ukraine and the West, and they're winning. So wheat is flooded, and Australia also has a bumper crop of high quality.
High quality what?
Wheat.
So the thing about corn is that bad corn or expensive corn, because of low supply, is part of a bearish position on Popeye's chicken and Wingstop, because chickens need to eat corn. If the corn goes up in price, the chicken goes up in price, and they're going to have to they can't raise their prices too much because they're usually in places where low income is.
The other thing about corn is confectionery things like Butterfingers and all this stuff they switched over to being battered with corn instead of flour, wheat flour.
So what about so
how much corn do we import from Argentina?
Yeah, I'm just looking at aggregate supply.
Yeah, I think
We
the real
don't.
question is how much more corn do we export when Argentina is no longer our main source of import relative to how much we can supply? Because, like, if you think that Russia is engaging in economic warfare with the supply of corn and gas, and then we go into winter, Argentina
That's
goes
correct.
offline.
They're taking the wheat customers from the Ukraine in the West. So basically, we're going to have a huge crop of wheat with no place to sell it other than to ourselves. And as
I
a
see what
matter
you're
of fact,
saying.
we'll probably have
They're
to
taking
bail out
away our wheat,
Ukraine,
man.
and we'll probably have to. Well, Russia took the African and Asian customers of the Ukraine. So if we want to help them, we're going to have to buy their wheat, which is going to put our farmers on the rails.
Yeah, I love this talk. The thing about the corn, though, is that it's been anticipated of having a low supply, so you need to look, and it doesn't take that long to grow, actually. It's more
Well,
common than soybeans, but I think farmers have anticipated a corn shortage. They've definitely anticipated a wheat shortage with the whole Russia thing. But I do see quite a few cornfields that have replaced like tomato fields and potato fields. So if anybody's looking to get into this, make sure that you do some DD on that.
yeah, they were anticipating a low crop from South America for corn. They were not anticipating a no crop. Because you got to remember, it's their summer, so this is where we're getting our corn. This is what's getting canned and whatnot. It's not just beet corn from Argentina.
Guys, I just found out something really interesting. In my quest for denim wholesalers, I found out that American Eagle acquired two really interesting companies. One is basically like a shipping and storage network. It's called, let me see, Quiet Logistics. And it's like kind of warehousing, but they do direct to consumer. They have contracts with other brands to help them with their omni-channel direct to consumer logistics and sourcing. And they also have acquired like a ground transport, ocean transport, basically carrier company. So they're becoming more and more vertically integrated. So they already source and manufacture their own denim for their products, but now it looks like they're integrating their entire like logistics network too, as
Like
well
being
as outsourcing that and offering contracts to other companies.
like being a provider of denim to
Well, they
businesses.
retail it in their brands, right? Like their jeans are they're already direct to consumer.
Pardon me, which one of you bought puts earlier? SPY is currently rocketing.
Wow.
I bought calls. It's probably me. I bought calls. It broke 396, so it might head to 397, hopefully.
I still haven't
Whoa.
sold any puts or calls, so
Yeah, I'm staying out. But it did rocket.
I second staying out.
I have a 398
Swiss
call.
lawyer, you wanted to share something with us?
Yep, it might fill to 397, hopefully. Nice print.
I had 398 calls. I bought on Friday that they'd ate me alive on. I just got out of at 5 cents a piece, and go figure.
I didn't buy puts, but I'm sure a lot of people did. They were probably anticipating the market pullback.
I bought those 398 calls on Friday too. I only had one though.
I got two just so I could sell one on a double, and it went the opposite way for me.
I hear that. I hear that.
It is. It's really shooting up.
Yeah, hopefully there's a gap. It might fill up to 397.50 if we're lucky.
I've got 397.39.
Got news says U.S. total shale region oil production for January seen up about 95,000 barrels per day. So I guess some decent oil news is making it run.
Wow, that was a nice print. I got stopped out.
I want to run to see if it runs to 400 so I can buy my puts right when market close right before. Okay.
I should have bought more. 396 was my zone. If it broke.
Yeah, Max Payne is saying 395, but I'm thinking 403 if this thing really takes off.
Where are the true bulls at?
Hospital beds.
Amen.
It looks like Microsoft is leading that charge. What's going on there?
Maybe they got some more government funding for their HoloLens technology.
Maybe they appealed the Activision decision.
They also didn't Microsoft partner with the exchange in London and take a stake of it as well.
Yeah, like when I look at the SPY companies, it looks like Microsoft went vertical, and then the other tech stocks kind of followed gradually.
Yeah, Microsoft shot up on the news that they're buying a stake of the exchange there in London. I might saw that news article early this morning. I'm pretty sure they shot them up.
I'll be so mad if SPY actually hits 398.
Soldier, I had a butterfly spread opened up on SQQQ on Friday and sold like 20 minutes before market closed, right before SQQQ spiked up. And I still made money on the trade, but I mean, it would have been like a 40 bagger if I held it another 10, 15 minutes. I'm really upset about that one.
Jeez, yeah.
I posted it in confused money. I showed my entry and exits, and dude, I had 100 contracts or so of it like that. I mean, it was, dude, it would have been a bagger for certain. But I didn't expect that I was in the money like that on them and got out. But man, 20 minutes later, I couldn't even get on the chat. Like I was so frustrated, dude. I just couldn't do it.
I just wanted to take profits and try Hardy's word of advice just one time, and the market just wouldn't let me do it today.
The way I look at it is if you're already, I mean, if it's going to expire worthless anyway, you might as well just hold it. If you didn't set a stop loss and manage it like a trade and bought it as a lottery ticket, I mean, that's fine, but hold the lottery ticket till they draw all the numbers. You know what I mean? If you're not going to manage it like a large trade or anything.
Yeah, that's normally how I play it. I don't know why I exited early. I assumed that they were going to expire worthless. I figured I'd try to at least get $5 a contract back out of them, or 5 cents a contract back out of them, whatever you call it. And yeah, it was down at like 3, and I put a sell order in for 5, and then it started rocketing.
Man, that's the market, man. It gets us every time.
Is anyone else seeing any sources of the SPY run right now besides Microsoft?
I think it's just setting up to whip everybody tomorrow.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm buying puts now that it's so high.
We had
Or
improved oil production too for January.
or insiders know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a fever for some degen put action right now.
I'm just wondering if there is a weird setup right now off that Microsoft. Because if you look at the Microsoft chart and compare it to the other SPY charts, the only stock that doesn't make sense is Google. And then you find out, oh, Microsoft had good news today. So obviously people, thought it was bullish for Microsoft. And maybe there was some sentiment that like what's good for Microsoft is not great for Google. But should we be coming back on Google or just stay away? Because if you're bearish on the whole SPY, everything could potentially tank tomorrow.
I don't know if the SPY has anything to do with Microsoft, because I've got some 420 calls for the 23rd that are I'm up 61% on those. So there's somebody expecting SPY.
Yeah. Take a look at Apple.
Who said that? You just read my mind.
I'll say this: I have a SPY list that I watch the top like 40 components of it. Microsoft, Visa, NVIDIA, and MasterCard are all up 2% today. Microsoft 2.3. So it's like, the advanced are leading decliners. Tesla's down to 168. They're down 6%, but everything else seems like it's making up for it.
If you look at your chart though, where's the velocity of the upward move look like it's the most prominent? Because I do see the same thing, but it looks like the largest like sharp uptick was in Microsoft.
I thought of maybe shorting one of the big guys. That's why I was SPY.
There's an awful lot of put action under this amount for tomorrow. So I don't know what that means other than everyone seems to be expecting it to go down tomorrow.
Yeah, I took advantage of it. Hopefully advantage of it. We'll see how it plays out tomorrow morning, 8:30.
Should I buy champagne or ramen?
Neither.
Champagne and ramen. Boil the ramen noodles in champagne.
Yeah, I typically like to have a little bit more data before entering a position.
Unless you're going hungry, I don't want to hear about it.
Now I just got to figure out: do I sell out my calls and keep all my puts, or keep my calls through tomorrow morning and see what the fuck happens?
Also, does anyone play SPX?
Bum, bum, bum.
If you got calls that are printing right now, I personally would take that because I wouldn't want to put it into the.
I fucked up and didn't take what I had on eBay a couple weeks ago, and the next day it was worthless. Lost everything.
Yeah, see, I got calls and puts expiring Thursday.
Yeah, but if it goes up in the morning, you know what I mean? You'd be like, "Fuck, why did I sell so early?" But that's just the game.
No one here knows for sure what it's going to do tomorrow. But
yeah, you know what I mean?
If you're up good, take the gains and fight again tomorrow. Another day. Maybe play the reversal tomorrow after the announcement when volatility dies out. That's what I plan on doing. I think whatever the reaction is tomorrow, it's going to be an overreaction. We'll see kind of some reversion to the mean like that the next day.
Right.
I'm gonna wait a bit longer and see what this does through the rest of the day, though. I'm thinking volatility is going to keep climbing throughout even the last hour here. So
that's why I don't want to play it. Just to me, the contracts are just stupid expensive like that. There's so much IV priced into them. I just think it's a lose for a lot of people.
Yeah, the VIX is elevated today almost 2 points or 1 3/4 points to 2460. So people are expecting the volatility and they're priced in there. That's for sure.
yeah, like my puts are down 90 cents. Like I got them at the exact same cost. Puts are down 90 cents a contract, and my calls are up $1.70. So almost double they're all up almost double what my puts are down. So I'm thinking cash out all of them. I do have some some very long dated 2 month out SPY puts too that I'm kind of hoping for, but
it looks like
you'll know by 35 today.
And it's still climbing.
I have my puts through the 14th, so I have it through Powell's speech. So
we're getting it. This is getting exciting now.
Yeah, so
we're breaking away from.
Sold my calls.
I don't even want to tell you guys my strike price because you guys just laugh. But I am going to play the volatility, and I think that shit's going to be crazy the next couple of days.
So what happened? Because I got 397s in the money right now.
Oh, you're lucky. I sold my 397s.
Oh my god, that's how I felt with that fucking eBay. eBay's gonna haunt me, but just overexcited. I didn't fucking see what was gonna happen next, and everybody sold the next day.
I am chief paper hand, and if my stuff's in the money like this, pretty good before like a very volatile event, man.
Yes. Yeah. So now you're at the point where you're fucking gambling. You know what I mean? You're in the money, but this is not financial advice.
If you had if you can take your profits like that, would you rebuy into that same position? That's what I look at, and if the answer is no, then take the profit.
Yeah, take the I'm still learning options, and that was a hard lesson to learn. You know what I mean? Is not fucking taking my money and wanting to fucking see that shit go up higher, and then the next day everybody sold their eBay stock and fucked me. Took all my profit and my premium.
It's about almost 397.50. That seems like probably the high of the day, maybe. Or is it? Yeah, close or high, bit high yesterday.
Order book hasn't slowed down yet.
Is anybody? If it breaks 39.50, I'm gonna go back in. Might be the next. Might be 398, 60 or something like that. Yesterday's high.
I wonder if this is meant to shake out short positions, because this move feels unnatural.
Yeah, it's very unnatural. It's setting up for something crazy in the next 2 days. I feel it in my bones.
3-month chart SPY at the bottom. It's not with the lateral movement we've had over the last month. You look at the 3-month chart, we're still at the bottom of the channel, which could go upward. I believe they're trying to, do what you guys said, or do what Hardy said, shake out the put positions for the J Powell talk.
Damn, 397.64.
If they're trying to shake out the puts, what's the end game that they're trying to strategize for? Like Powell talks, and they have shaken out the puts to open up what position for themselves?
Because they are short. They are short the puts, right? So they don't want the price to go down. Otherwise, the value they lose money relative to the collateral they put up. So by running the price up, those who were put may exit early.
Are they short the puts or they want the puts? That's my question.
They are short the
I've
puts,
seen
which means they put up cash and collateral. And if the price goes down lower than the strike price, then they're out that collateral. They're out the portion of collateral below the strike price.
okay. So it's not a situation where like thinking more like how you could set it up for an algo to basically be like, okay, I want the puts, but I also want you to push people out of the puts by
This is
making them
speculation.
early.
Let's be clear.
This is
Right,
all
100%.
Going on.
This is all theory, yeah.
I can't believe they shook my calls out at 5 cents a piece, and now they're worth 40.
Yep, 50 cents, 50 minutes. That's how it works.
I'm so butthurt right now,
bro. That's how. Tell me this isn't gambling. You know what I mean?
No, this is market making. Like market makers are just hunting your position.
U.S. stocks climbed to session highs, so now everybody's gonna go throw their shit back in there because they think they're missing. And in the morning when it drops, guess what happens?
It's gonna be
a lot of retail people like us lose their money. Well, not like me.
I'm in the camp. I'm not so certain it drops. I think.
I don't think it does either.
I think we close at 398.60.
I think
we're gonna close
even.
What's the butterfly paying on that if you open it right now?
I mean, it's starting to come down now.
You might want to set an alert for 397.50 and then buy your 395 puts after that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that guy sold his calls or not, but it's starting to come down now, and I think it's going to be dropping the next couple days.
It might touch 39
puts. Might play.
It might bounce off the 39.20 though. Depends. Let's see if it bounces. If it bounces, it might head up to 398.
So if you want to play a butterfly for today, man, there's some pretty good profit out there. Max loss $70, max profit 93. Like that, with the center of it being 395 strike ending the day.
All right, you see it's still dropping. Hardy,
I'm very tempted to gamble $70 and make $900 on it.
That's what I did. That's what I did, man. Hardy, what are you thinking about this SPY movement and what it's going to set up for the next 2 days, because we have two big events?
I'm standing aside because I don't know what's going on.
That's because Hardy's not a gambler. He's smart.
I take calculated bets. Like my next real gamble will be on Wednesday at like 1:45. Where I'll take a directional play against Fed funds rate.
Yeah. Buying puts for the next 2 days.
Look at there's the bounce. It bounced off of 39.23.
All right. Yeah.
Well, if it can't break 397.70, then time to buy puts.
Oh, I've already bought them. I already fucking bought.
Yeah, if it breaks 39.70, I'm going calls. I'm going to look for it to touch 398 by close.
All right.
I bet you it's going to be 395 after hours. So you won.
Get Nancy Pelosi's office. Get the tip.
I love how we went from like analyzing companies and thinking about different plays to fucking straight gambling.
It's a balance, man. It's a balance.
Right? We had to release that side real quick. We'll put that elevator music back on and get sophisticated in a little bit. Yeah, these puts are some good prices. So.
You get to buy puts. He's only going to do it half a percent.
A safer play would be to do a vertical spread like this. Now that it's ran up, if you really think it's going to drop, it's just going to trend lower like that. You could set up a spread on it, a little more less risk for those listening.
I guess it's bounced off 397.50.
Uh-oh.
Nope, never mind. I have SPY up on my time and sale, so it's fun watching all the trades go through.
I exited at 397 at 110%.
Hell yeah.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
That was hard, man. I think I placed and canceled like 5 orders trying to chase that price.
Oh, I don't think you're alone.
Yeah, the bid side's starting to get thin. Oh.
This run up only happened because I gave back my two calls.
Of course. So I built my position this morning on BYD, and it's up 34 cents today. So hopefully it keeps on coming up.
Well, just in 10 more minutes, we'll see how close they're going to try to get to 395.
Where's that SPY sitting at?
Hardy, guess what?
What's up?
Got I signed up. Welcome to Interactive Brokers. So I'm gonna see what kind of execution we got here.
If you just signed up, you probably won't have the same execution that I have.
No, I put some monies in it, $200. I'm gonna see how much I could get today out of it. So I got 4 GameStop shares I purchased the other day just to fuck around. So I'm gonna sell. I already sold the GameStop shares, and I want to look into SPX or SPY. What's your take on it today? I'm trying to do a before 4 o'clock purchase.
Oh, the announcement coming. Let's see.
I looked at CPI. CPI was 9.1 in June.
If you're feeling full on degenerate, you could probably go for.
I see here. Oh, right. Let me see. Exit.
If you're full on degenerate, 385 SPY is a viable option. 385 for like $1.40 or less.
I got 207 in that account. 207.
Do a vertical spread like that on the put side and just double your money up. Don't be a total degen.
Sir, it's Monday. I've been behind the dumpster over the weekend.
The problem with spreads on interactive brokers is you need the collateral for each leg.
No, there's none of that today.
Someone needs to change their smoke detector battery.
Someone needs to stop smoking inside.
I am smoking inside the apartment. Nice J. And I think my fire one or carbon monoxide alarm keeps going off every like 15 minutes, like beep.
That's a battery, dude.
Yeah, it's a battery.
Battery, all right. That's what my roommate says.
Damn, so we were both right.
Keep smoking.
Since 96.
What do you know? It broke 397.70.
Let's go.
Fuck SPY.
Don't be like that. Nobody told you to
Watch
sell them
your
calls
language.
early. You know to hold your lottos.
I'm so mad at myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I get for not following my rules.
You
Next
know
time,
it's
just buy
gambling.
3 so you still have 1 left over.
You made those rules for a reason.
Well, I tell you to sell half on a double.
Yeah, not half on a on a empty.
Just buy
was trying
3,
to
sell a third on the double, and then hold 1 till expiry, so you never
Yep,
have
like I
FOMO.
said, 398.
Fuck, it's going up.
Like I
Get
said,
out! Oh my
like
god!
397.
You guys believe me or
It's
not?
okay. I'm willing to wait a couple days for it to drop. Fuck.
Give it minutes.
98. It just hit 98.
No way!
It'll start dropping in like 7 minutes.
There we go. Okay.
Once they get the Robin Hood out.
In an hour, under an hour, the 398 calls are a 16 bagger.
I'm so happy to watch this one from the sidelines.
I'm so mad.
Who has calls? Who has calls on?
Who has calls
Who
on
has
what?
calls on? Who has calls on Spy?
I had the 398.
I got
I had the
lottos.
398.
I do
Yep.
401s.
You had or have?
I have 2 401s left. Me.
Okay. Oh, it just. Yeah.
I got booted out of my 398.
Ooh, my 398 did well.
Yeah, 398. Wait, 02 right now. Damn.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
But I also had a 390 call, so it's not a total celebration. I lost money on that one, but I made money overall.
You had a 390 call. You sold that one.
No, sorry, I had a 390 put and a 398 call.
I was all like, "You had a 390 call? Fuck yeah!"
I wish.
I was like, "Damn." Oh, it's so good that I can like start learning little by little here, and then start like participating in talks like this.
And that's when you lose your ass.
No, just small. Well, small. So my thing is, I'm getting settlements. I have some money coming in, but gotta learn how to invest before you start getting all crazy, you know. And then in February, I'm supposed to start this entry level job at Fidelity. So, I mean, just take it from there. You know what I mean? So it's kind of cool.
If you get a job at Fidelity, will they allow you to trade your own account, or are you restricted to ETFs?
I really don't know, Hardy. I'm still in the works. You know, I'm still trying to get everything lined up so I have that opportunity. But I used to be in banking when I was in my early 20s. I started as a teller and I worked my way up.
and then I got out of banking just because, ironically enough, they didn't pay a lot. But yeah.
The money's
So
not been telling. The money's on the trading desk.
yes, exactly. You know what I mean? So got out of banking, but I'm getting ready to go back, like I said, hopefully to this Fidelity job, and then just, I mean, work my way up there. But yeah, if I can't trade like this, I mean, that's unfortunate, but I'll give that up for the opportunity to learn, because I just can't afford school right now either. You know, recession and shit.
Is it just my imagination, or are SPY calls and puts juiced way fucking harder than they have been forever?
Titty, you are exactly right. That's why I'm not playing it, man. It's too priced in.
Say that again.
The calls and puts are juiced to fucking hell.
It's too expensive.
Yeah, they are.
Is that because of the volatility?
Yes.
It's because the people selling them know something we don't, I bet.
I'm
But
noticing
you know,
the
someone
IV on
mentioned,
December 13 and 14 is really elevated. So I'm guessing a lot of the movement for CPI and Fed funds rate is being priced in.
Usually when you feel like you're getting juiced to the moon, it's not because they know something you don't. It's because they don't know, and so they would rather charge both sides.
They're charging more to sell the insurance.
Yeah, like when they have perfect information, the discount that you think you're getting is relatively high, but they actually just want to increase volume without taking like a preventative. They would rather have you trade a bunch, taking a lower cut, than have to take a huge cut and have less volume. Let's just put it like that.
So, Hardy, I also noticed out into June, it's pretty lopsided. Like, puts are cheap compared to calls out in June. I misspoke. Out in June.
How bad's the difference? So, like for a June 50 delta versus put versus call, how does that, or maybe 30 delta?
Let me look here again to see what they're at now. But it was like pretty noticeable. Let's see. We'll go June 16, just at the money. The calls are at 29. The puts are at 23, 24.
All right. Well, to me, it looks like I'm just going to sell. I'm going to close out all my covered calls and wait till tomorrow for a direction to be picked, and then play that.
We'll see if it happens again in the last 30 minutes, a big sell-off, pushing back towards max pain. I did pick up some SPXS calls expiring Friday, pretty much at the money.
So for shits and giggles, this is a very, very lotto ticket. I'm looking at 389 puts for December 13 on SPY for $1.45 or less.
I went lower on the strike price and extended it to the 14th lottery ticket. You know what I mean?
I hear you, but how are you going to handle? How do you plan to make up the 2 days of theta? Or rather, how big a move do you need to make up the theta loss?
So I'm expecting a lot of volatility downwards the next 2 days.
Right. So let's say theta's $1.40 a day, right? So you need to have, if delta is, let's say 0.2, you would need the price to move 280 divided by 0.2, $14. So the price of SPY would be $3.84 or less to break even.
Yeah. See, I need to learn what you just did. I need to learn that. but yeah, lottery ticket.
Hey, lunch money. Have you ever looked at option strat or a calculator or anything like that to help you visualize a little bit better?
I haven't, but yeah, send me any kind of resources.
No,
Like I
go
said,
to
Calculator.com, I think is what it's called.
Option
Okay.
Strat.
I'll look into it definitely.
That Delta call is paying off.
Sold my SPXS puts from today for 40%.
Nice. Lunch Money. I just posted it in the chat. They have an app as well, but check that out. You can play with different strategies like that. It'll help you learn some of this stuff a little better.
Thank you so much.
I bet it hits 400.
It's still going up.
I know.
398.20.
Shame on me for having Robinhood, but I bought on Friday $400 calls, and I figured they would expire worthless. Well, Robinhood decided to close them by themselves for 3 cents, 3 cents a piece. So yeah, it'll probably go up even higher now.
Yeah, they just closed my little autos.
So I made back, I guess, half of what I don't know. I can't remember what I bought them at, but I didn't put that much into them. But I think I had 10 of them. But yeah, it just
Wait,
closed out
Robinhood just
automatically. I
executed it
figured I would
automatically?
roll it to the end.
Huh? Did you ask? Did Robinhood close them automatically?
No, that's what they did on mine. I was
Yeah,
figuring I'd wait.
If you don't have the funds in the account at
Yeah,
3:30,
they'll
they're
close
gonna
them.
sell them.
But that's how, to me, that's how I know this is gonna hit 400.
It's still fucking climbing.
Yeah.
Well, I have some at 401 and 402 that I purchased as well, but they didn't close those out. So they only close out the 400s.
Yeah.
SPXX is an inverse, right? If SPY goes down, SPXX goes up.
Correct. SPXS is a 3x leveraged inverse.
Gotcha.
Let me go to my bank and play for sympathy play.
$3.98 calls went from 3 cents to 80 cents in under an hour.
Yeah. This yearly chart of SPY, I don't know if you guys are looking at anything from like a technical standpoint, or if anybody looks at charts from a technical standpoint. What do you make of the yearly chart? I'm just seeing that it looks like it's finding the 100-day moving average as like a new rebalancing point with like the floor at like 391.
God, I can't believe these 398 calls. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I sold mine half of the way up. One of those days. Do you guys think CPI number probably leaked inside us? That's why everything is pumping?
Max Payne tomorrow is 397. It's just something to think about too.
397, you said?
Correct. That's Max Payne for tomorrow.
Doesn't that get constantly recalculated though?
Yes, it does, and it's generally more accurate the closer you get. But even the 15th, the 16th, so the difference between the Max Payne on the 16th, Max Payne is 391. On the 15th, it's 402.
That's wild.
Yeah, on the yearly, I'm seeing like the floor on the 100-day moving average at like that 390, 391 range. And it looks like if for some reason the bottom falls out from that 390, then I'm sure Hardy's 385. Wait, you said it was a 385 strike for the lotto put, Hardy?
Lotto put's going to be 385. Oh, 389, and I needed to go to 385 to like.
Got you. Yeah, I think that 390 floor. I mean, if there's any like credence to 100-day moving averages on a yearly chart, that's where it's at.
You know, funny enough, Delta Neutral was at 398.40. So for yesterday. So net of option buying, this might actually be the start of a very short run. Assuming we can stay above 398.40.
I'm thinking that the options Max Payne shows the same thing over the next few days, SPY running up and then dropping off like that towards the end of the week.
I suspect when CPI and Fed funds rate come out, it'll change the Max Payne because the options open interest will change to reflect that new news.
Correct. It constantly moves, but I'm just stating what it is currently.
If we hit 70, we might actually 400 might be in the cards today. That would be amazing.
I told you.
I can't believe this.
You start to learn Robinhood.
Did you sell those 398 calls for a profit though?
Hell no. I lost like 90%
Oh shit.
on them.
Oh, okay, then yeah. I thought you were just missing out on potential.
Oh, here we go. It might break.
I was trying to break even. I could have quadrupled my money if I just held them.
Yeah, if it's gonna,
Here we go.
if you lost 90%, you just let it go. If you don't play with a stop loss and you're just punching lottery tickets, well, then ride them till the end of the day unless they're in the money.
True story.
I love the elevator music.
It has no correlation to the energy in the room. Everyone getting excited.
But like the last 3 months, I've been like doing it, like just trying to get as much information, and I've known that like I felt like jazz music helps me listen to like stuff like this and read. Yeah, but appreciate the music.
All right, Teddy, we're getting close to the end here. What are you thinking? Teddy, you here?
I think today's discussion was pretty great.
I'm here. What was the question? I think I just found a bug in Robinhood, but carry on. What's up?
All right, so we're getting close to the end. What are you thinking?
I'm holding my SPXS. That's all I got now. I was going to try and step into it, but they were juiced to hell. I didn't want to touch the SPY calls and puts.
I just opened up a DA. I just sold a call for Delta Airlines expiring January 6th. I got my January 20th expiration at $36, and I sold one at $39. So open up a diagonal call spread. Taking advantage of this volatility.
Let's see if we hit 399.40. I'm hoping it breaks through this.
I said it earlier, but SBF, Jolt's FTX hearings with plan to skip Senate panel. He's coming straight to us, guys, straight to us. It's starting to come down now.
I would love someone to tell SBF that they're going to send him a bill.
Hardy, thanks for drawing our attention to the movement of S&P 500. Look, it's going down now.
What are the chances CPI numbers leaked out?
I highly doubt that's the case. I think it's more just posturing and positioning for tomorrow. There was a lot more. I think the put ratio was heavily weighted. And I think this is just kind of them to maybe clear up a little bit and get set up to be better positioned for whatever it does tomorrow. I'm looking at a straddle like that for 10 contracts, man. It's $8,800 for tomorrow. I mean, it's going to have to make a heck of a move, and that's at current strike price. I just think they're positioning for tomorrow's move.
And tomorrow's move is down.
Wednesday's put to call ratio is 1.42. Friday's is 1.55 for SPY. But interesting enough, Tuesday and Thursday are more toward the call side, like 0.97 and 0.87.
Yeah, I was looking at Max Payne, and yeah, towards the end of the week like that. I mean, it's heavily weighted towards the put side, but I think this maybe is just posturing for that. I'm not playing any options plays tomorrow. To me, it's too expensive for the lottery tickets. I just think there's way too much priced into this, and we'll see how it shakes out. I may buy puts or calls or spreads like that at the end of the day, just seeing how everything shakes out and reacts. But I'm not going to play the news tomorrow.
I agree. I'm opening theta positions.
So you're going flat overnight?
Sorry, what was that?
You're going flat overnight? Staying cash?
I gotta call credit on DAL. I think DAL is going to go somewhere in between. I think it's going to stay underneath about like 39.40 until December 8th or December 6th. But it's going to be over 36 by the 20th.
And I will say my favorite plays are weeklies on Friday, like that. Just the thetas ate out all the contracts like that. If you get something to move strike prices, that seems to work well for me. I don't play much during the week, and one because I can't babysit it all the time, except for in the afternoons like this.
Hardy, on a scale of 1 to 10, how degenerate would it be to open an iron butterfly or an iron condor expiring Friday, like now, and then closing out tomorrow or before J-Pow takes the stage That feels degenerate to me.
Yeah, I'd put it at like a 6.5 or 7 on a scale of quant to coin flip.
Titty, that might be the play, actually.
They're pretty like the risk reward ratio on them's pretty good, but you can get blown the fuck out pretty quick.
Well, as long as you can close it, but volatile as the market's been this afternoon, it might be the same overnight and starting tomorrow. And then really make a move when J Powell.
And here's something else that's just setting off a red flag for me is GameStop's only up 0.97%. The most volatile stock.
Definitely not the most volatile stock.
Personally, Titty, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't risk getting blown out like that when there's that much volatility expected. My personal opinion. I'm a little less risk adverse than a lot of people are.
I don't know if you're in the talk the other day where I promised with Lululemon was doing its reporting, if I started to cry, I'd leave my mic open so you guys could hear it.
So yeah, I tracked that play, and yeah, that did not work.
The play on Costco saved my. Also, Costco and Tesla saved my ass on that one, or that would have been pretty bad.
And I'm with you. I've heard you talk about Tesla. To me, Tesla's overvalued at $100 a share. I know I'll probably get roasted and flamed for that, but yeah, I'm not a Tesla guy either.
I know there's a lot of Tesla bulls, but they're using the price it's been to in the past as a frame of reference rather than just looking at its valuations. So, I mean, I hope they make their money on it, but I think it's overvalued.
Well, I agree.
Yeah,
it's going to be back to being valued as an automaker, not a tech innovation firm like it was.
I mean, if you look at the cost per share right now, even after the most recent split, I mean, it's so overvalued. They're still trading as if they were $600 a share,
And that's what's funny. Everybody talks crap about Elon, about, he really overpaid for Twitter, but I mean, dude, he banked on this. Tesla was probably a bigger meme stock than GME and AMC were on Wall Street bets like that. I mean, Tesla is just rocketed. He cashed out at the top pretty well, too.
I was there.
There's not going to be. Oh.
Lunch money. Did you look at that calculator yet?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm going to start using it.
I would just know that pricing is delayed, but use that to kind of set up trades. You can manually change prices around and stuff in that. It just auto-populates with the last quote 15 minutes ago or whatever. But you can manually enter in your entry pricing like that on everything and, try to test some strategies and don't just buy lottery tickets. If you think SPY is going down, do a I don't know if you can do a debit spread, but you can do a credit, or I don't think you can do a credit spread, but you can do a debit spread and just play the movement. You're not going to 10x your money, but your risk is a lot less as well. Those are better strategies for people kind of not trying to go full YOLO.
Okay.
Give my best regards to all the regards who got paid today.
Yeah, I think everybody was expecting a little more of a flat day, and that has definitely not been the case. And I just think that's a setup for tomorrow. To me, I don't like to play when there's this much volatility in the market. You can make a lot of money, but everybody else is losing it too, and it's hard to pick the right side.
I agree with that.
So a theory for SPY or S&P 500 movement up, SPY is just for like players could better position themselves for tomorrow's and Wednesday's movement.
Correct. That's the thinking behind the movement. A big movement today is just so that the market makers are better positioned for the movements tomorrow in anticipation.
Because there's no, I'm sorry to cut you off, because there's no like credible information to justify this jump, right? Especially
Correct.
with,
Correct.
especially with,
What you also see, though, is a reflection of Robinhood's order flow hitting the market after 3:30 with all their options plays that actually hit the market like that, because they do all that stuff in-house until it closes out at 3:30, and then that stuff kind of hits the market and affects everything as well.
Yes.
So you're just seeing a reaction to the market. That's why I don't use Robinhood. I pay for my trades, but I use Thinkorswim like that, and I get better execution. And I've gotten execution on stuff after 4 o'clock like that. So I think what I was told is if you have the money in Thinkorswim, they will close. You can trade like up, I think it's 4:15 or 4:30 on options. They won't exercise you prior to that. If you do not, they'll stop you out at 4 o'clock. But they have better execution, but you pay for the trades. It's not free trades.
It's 4:15 for ETFs, 4 o'clock for regular stocks.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to try out what is it, Tastyworks. Are You Blind has been doing a challenge there and Confused Money like that with a small account. And I looked at their stuff. Their fee structure is better than what Thinkorswim is, but I don't know how their execution is. So I'm going to move a little money over into them. And
their execution is average, worse than Interactive Brokers, but their margin requirements are also dramatically less.
I may try Interactive Brokers as well, just to see what works best for what I do. I mean, everybody. I have my own strategies and how I play the options market. This is just fun, funsies for what I do, but I don't go full YOLO on most things. Except ball stock and 1 share of Stellantis.
I'm in my SPY 389 puts.
I'm gonna buy some 396 puts.
Well, I just saw your 389 puts print. Nice. 65K, was that you? I'm joking.
All right. Is everybody who's on now mostly going to be on in the pre-market talk?
I think it's going to be lit.
Yeah, this is largely the same crew.
Nice. So we could see how our end of day plays kind of play out in the morning, with the CPI news and with the opening of the market. Might be a good way to start the talk. What do you guys think?
I want to see a run right now. The last 5 minutes. I want to see a run.
I got some SPSX calls. SPXS.
Call you.
Gene, what strike are you at?
20.
Same ones I'm in.
Yeah, I got at the money. But I got them for the 23rd. The expiration is the 23rd, not tomorrow.
Well, yeah, mine's this Friday is when mine expire.
I'm going to be in and out, so I'm not going to be able to be in front of a computer Friday, so I didn't want to risk it.
Well, I'm going to be right in front of the TV and on my tablets and my computer and on this group chat.
So I just got my block of 389 puts for December 13 at 146. Turns out the price crashed all the way to 142. So if someone wants to get a better fill than me, the world's your oyster.
149.
What was your strike price for the put?
389 for expires tomorrow.
By December 13th, 389 puts.
Very
Dang.
tempting. Very tempting.
I went 396 puts.
My intent is CPI will be worse
Tomorrow.
than expected, and then gap down and I'll close in the morning.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a safe. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
CPI's at 8:30.
8:30.
Yeah,
So
Eastern
if
time.
you want to play it, you've got 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm playing right now. 396 puts. There's my play for tomorrow. We'll see what the fuck happens to the market with this report. I have some lottery ticket plays in there too, but I mean, I'm embarrassed to even bring those up. So if they do pay out, you goddamn believe I'm gonna bring them up, but time will tell.
I'm going to just stick with selling covered calls. There's a little bit of a TA that you can look at if you look at the yearly chart, and you'll see that there's a linear line decreasing on the peaks of SPY, and we already crossed it. So now I think we're going to start a bearish trend. In general, CPI is going to throw this thing all over the place, but now would be a good time maybe to enter puts long dated.
Can you turn up the music just a little bit?
Yeah,
That's one step
maybe.
higher.
Perfect.
Well, I wish the best of luck to everybody with their puts and calls for tomorrow. It's going to be a wild one, I think.
It's gonna be fun tomorrow, gentlemen, and Wednesday, every day here on Wall Street Bets.
I just hope it wasn't all priced in this afternoon. I guess we'll see what happens.
I like that theory of the spike happening at the end of the day tomorrow, just for the big players could be better positioned for tomorrow. I like that.
The whole market's running up. So you think they really have it in play, or put in place of it, or however you want to say that? Marketed in.
Take their game, run it up, take their gains before sell off, maybe.
That's how I'm looking at it.
I just think it comes back and be flat. Back to 395.
I would love to be at 395, if not lower. Last few minutes.
Like 30 seconds. Let's go.
Anybody else? Anyone else getting in on some SPY 500 calls, puts? Call them out.
500.
Have fun.
Sorry.
Say who's trying to lose their money?
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and buy the 500 strike put.
All right, that's market close, everybody.
We did it. Gino, I picked up.
Thanks.
I picked up some of those SPXS at the same strike and expiration as you. I have some that expire this Friday and next Friday. That way my portfolio is diversified.
Good luck to us.
Sorry, I just muted everyone. I think someone left their mic open.
We appreciate
Someone
that.
was trying to turn somewhere.
It's just
With
good
a
that you were
broken
using
tail
your
light.
mic.
Good luck, guys. Later.
Cheers. See you tomorrow.
I got to step away for a bit. I'll be back in a little while.
Good stuff.
I had to play a bet, so I went with the 390 puts tomorrow.
I have the 396 put tomorrow.
I just got a squirrel for dinner.
I'm expecting a drop down and then a build back up rebound because everybody's thinking about Powell. And so we drop in the morning when we open, maybe drop a little bit more, and then I'll sell them probably within a half an hour of opening because I just see a steady incline today like we had with everybody anticipating Powell to pause or pull back on rates, which he's not going to do.
Is that on your puts? Is that what you're saying?
For tomorrow, I got puts for tomorrow. I'm actually going to wait until he speaks. Okay. The last 3 times he speaks, there's been an inverse reaction, like it goes up and then it goes down. So I want to buy my puts or my calls at a premium, depending on which direction. Usually it goes first. So I'm going to play a lottery ticket when he starts talking around 2:30ish. Or
I'm doing the same thing, Helicopter. I'm not playing it today, but that's what I'm going to try to do is play the overreaction tomorrow when he starts to speak.
Well, he speaks Wednesday, but
yeah, CPI.
The Wednesday.
Oh, well, excuse me. Excuse me. That's what I'm playing is the CPI numbers after it bounces tomorrow and the overreaction in the market. That's when I'm going to jump in. I'm not playing anything today. I apologize.
That's all right. I may jump in because I'm anticipating a reversal from after morning all the way through when he speaks tomorrow. So I may do that and hold them then overnight the Wednesday and then play a Wednesday thing right when he does that. So I'll close them out probably about an hour before CPI.
And I will also see what IV looks like because the contract premiums are just stupid high right now because everybody's expecting a big move. If I don't see that come out of options pricing like that by tomorrow afternoon or afterwards, I may reevaluate.
Yeah, that's why I went with those. They were cheaper, but I'm not expecting to hold them all day because the average CPI this move has been 1.9% this year. If you figure it out, that's about 8 to 9 points from where it is right now. So that's why I picked that number, hopefully to double the money and then get out.
I'll just be waiting I'll be sitting. Well, I'm on the West Coast, so 6:30 a.m. See what direction we're going, and then just jump right in and ride the trend.
Yeah, see, I'm worried that I'm not going to be act in time and not make my money, and that's just because I have PTSD from my eBay option that I fucked up.
Lunch money. Why don't you queue up a good to close order like that and an acceptable profit level for you and let your lottery ticket ride? Don't play it like that. Don't be emotional. Set a profit level and set a order for that.
Oh yeah, I learned my so if I'm trying to just turn this 396 put and I feel like it's gonna drop in the morning with the report. So would I want to sell that option in the morning right away with the anticipation that the market goes back up?
What you would want to do is so your option contract that you bought is, let's say, $1 like that. Well, if you're happy doubling your money like that, you would set up a good to close order like that for $2.
Yeah, and just double my money.
And double your money. Now, you may leave, and this happens to a lot of us, we leave a stupid amount of money on the table because we don't ride all these things to the end. We take an acceptable profit level for the trade and the risk, pocket, and then bitch about paper handed. But that way you don't have to babysit. It'll fill like that if it gets to your price target.
Okay. Yeah, because that's, my first big option, and I mean big, a couple $100. I've been messing around with $10, $20. But my big option, for me was my eBay. And like I said, I predicted that it was going to shoot up at the end of November because of the whole buying your shares. But I didn't cash out, or I didn't, sell to close. And then the next day, everybody sold off, and I lost all that profit and my premium. You know what I mean? So I don't want that to happen again tomorrow.
You buy the rumor, sell the news. But yes, you need to have if you're going to options trade, you need to have a much better defined risk strategy. If you listen to Hardy and Titty and Opinion and Loose and everybody else like that, they talk about plays, but most of these guys are selling options based upon a risk factor like that. And they're not going full YOLO like everybody loves the loss porn, but that's not how you're successful at doing this.
No, I'm not trying to YOLO or anything like that. I'm trying to build, knowledge
Well,
So
I would look into, it's with options like that. It's easier if you look at spreads like that, either calendar or vertical like that. You can double your money most of the time as long as you're right in predicting the movement. If the stock goes down a little bit, you double your money. Stock goes up a little bit, and you chose the call side, you double your money. But if the trade is going against you like that, you can set a stop loss and get out of that trade a lot easier than you can, YOLO 0 DTE or 1 DTE SPY plays. It's a better method like that for newer options players. Less risk, less reward, but you can still double money in a week like that doing that stuff. Sometimes in a day.
I mean, like I've been doing all right. I mean, I built my position in Norwegian and whatnot, but just based on my little $20, $30 play. So like I've invested like of my own money from my account like 3,500, but I own 5,000 some dollars worth of Norwegian. And then all I've been doing is like doing these small little options, reading and doing a lot of research and seeing and
Why are
playing.
you not selling covered calls?
On Norwegian, I am.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so I learned how to do. I sold covered calls to kind of start messing around with my options a little bit more and a little bit more.
Right, go ahead, Slut.
I was going to ask, does he have shorts? Do you have the ability to short using your broker?
Well, I haven't got that far yet. I'm still trying to, like I said, I'm very new, so I'm building blocks, whatever. So I am selling covered calls at a reasonable price where I'm happy, because I think Norwegian's gonna. I'm playing the news, and I think Norwegian's gonna have a real big earnings jump. So I'm waiting until February, March. But I've been just doing a lot of reading.
Covered calls are good, but
yes,
if you're not doing shorting, right, and you're just getting into put options and call options and all that stuff, you're really missing a big chunk of sane investing, which is going long and going short with very little risk.
And I mean, yeah, definitely need to start looking into different strategies and whatnot. But I mean, just learning. So I started with like just evaluating a company using like the Graham's intrinsic value formula, and just going from there. And I just been building up little by little, a little bit of knowledge here and there. But I just don't want to miss out on an opportunity like I did on my eBay option, which was one of a bigger one for me. And so is this SPY 396 put that I decided.
Lunch money. Don't go down that rabbit hole of missing out on opportunities. There are a million missed opportunities. Focus just on generating a profit from your trading activity. Don't worry about the size of it. Just focus on that. And then you can get better at timing the market like that and maybe making a little more. But man, always take profits. That's the key to this stuff. You don't go broke doing that.
Yeah, and then I compare it to like when people get into that zombie mode in front of a slot machine. So I just saw eBay go up, and I didn't act on it because I was like, oh, it's gonna keep on going. But I knew that it was gonna drop, and I just didn't act. But I'm still learning. And this whole community helps.
So here's my thing. So you have all this money tied in Norwegian stock, and you're selling covered calls with a calculated risk involved in that and a profit target for the shares you own. You should use that same approach to the rest of your trading. That's all. You did it there, but you're not doing it here.
I love interactive brokers. You could buy options after 4 p.m.
I'm going to open an account with them and test it out.
I like so far. I'm going to spend some hours tonight on it.
Hardy, do you have an ownership interest in interactive brokers?
I do not.
I did see where TD Ameritrade is out of Omaha. Is that a Buffett company? I haven't looked that hard into Berkshire and their holdings.
It's a Schwab company now.
Correct. What was it? A Berkshire company?
And that I do not know.
Whenever I see Omaha, Nebraska on something, I always think Buffett.
Likewise.
Well, actually Munger, but
What about Omaha Steaks?
I could see Buffett owning that. I could actually see that.
What about the My Pillow guy? He's like, no.
He's kind of faded into oblivion. I mean, he had, I don't remember much about it, but he had hit the news, with kind of like Trump headlines, and I hadn't heard anything else about it.
No, I think after that he had to start selling slippers and Egyptian cotton sheets. I think that's the last I heard of him.
Well, everybody likes to diversify. They probably reached a plateau after all of their advertising campaigns and just tried to diversify.
Like the ShamWow guy.
Right. Correct.
I will say I do like his pillows.
I can't really bring myself to order them, but I mean, hell, you can't even get pillows at Walmart for $20 anymore. So when they're on sale, they're not really a bad deal.
Dude, the best place to get pillows is IKEA, 100%.
The My
I
Pillows.
don't think I have an IKEA within like 120 miles of me. Sorry, Keeper.
The My Pillow pillows were $10 at Ollie's.
Oh, they got them at Ollie's?
Yeah, man.
So whenever I see any company at Ollie's, you want to short it.
Not so. If the company that was going to sell the merchandise over-purchased, even if it's good merchandise, they'll sell it to Ollie's. Most of what they bought does not come from the manufacturer. It's a delivery intercept for the most part with Ollie's. Same with Home Goods.
Yeah, they sell a bunch of scrap carpet too. So like if you gotta do some flooring in your house and you're not necessarily concerned about all your rooms matching, being identical in color, then usually you can get some pretty good deals there.
Yeah, if you're doing rental properties, you always go to Ollie's first to see if there's something you can buy there for next to nothing before you go to Home Depot or Lowe's. Rule number 1.
We have a they changed the name of it not too long ago after a buyout, but we have a local like builders. It's not Builders First Source. It's some like off the wall kind of like discount place, but it's like Ollie's, but it's only like building stuff. I mean, toilets, flooring, everything. There's 4 or 5 locations scattered out like that. Like one will stock a certain color of cabinets like that, like shaker style white, and the other location will stock all of them in gray or whatever. But it's a pretty good resource. Let me find the name of it.
We use the one around here is Habitat for Humanity has a store, and they take their donations, what they can't use, they sell to provide funding for their other projects. So you get to feel good about buying stuff that's cheap.
So it is Home Outlet is the company I'm referring to, and it's new merchandise. It's not like stuff like that's donated to Habitat for Humanity. It's new stuff, but with for flooring and some wall covering type stuff, it's great. Or cabinets, that kind of stuff that doesn't have the premium of Home Depot or Lowe's. Last little flip I did, I priced cabinets everywhere and wound up going with them just because for the whole house, the 2 bathrooms and the kitchen, it was only $4,500, $5,000 or so for the cabinets like that. And I know there's 70 something square foot of countertop space in the house. So there's plenty of cabinets. And just it was cheaper by far than going with Lowe's or anybody else.
I don't know why cabinets are so expensive.
Commodity pricing.
All stuff from builders that the customer has already paid for, and it's not really ethical for them to keep. But throwing it out is just stupid. So they donate it to Habitat for Humanity, and you can buy it from there.
That's such a crapshoot though. Maybe if you're doing one room, but to try to have any kind of like building or renovation or any kind of real estate enterprise to rely upon Habitat for Humanity for reliability is kind of hard.
Well, yeah, everything there is it's going to be there one time, and then it's it.
Yeah, you just got to pick up the deal when you find it, I guess, knowing that you're going to be using it. If you're in the real estate market, there's not a time that's going to come around where you're probably not going to need cabinets. So, like, if you end up finding some decent cabinets at a good deal, they're brand new, that been put together.
Trends change, and a lot of times you can try to overstock like that. You just wind up tying up too much capital. I mean, the real estate market, especially if you're still flipping or doing anything like that, man, you're playing with fire. And, to try to tie up additional working capital. Now, if you have apartments or something else, that's a different story. But, I don't know.
I was helping some guys that have trailers, and where our location is, to go to Home Depot or Lowe's, you literally have to drive past Ollie's and Habitat for Humanity, or whatever that place is called. So it's on the way, so it's not even like you're going out of your way. And sometimes it saves you the 30-minute drive to the Lowe's.
But Lowe's has all the other stuff too that those guys need: screws, nails, hammers, oogling over DeWalt tools, those kind of things that Ollie's does not have. I do think Ollie's can be a better bargain for those kind of things. Go ahead.
I said that's correct. Yeah, I agree with you there.
So wait, DeWalt versus Milwaukee. Do you have an opinion?
Milwaukee all day.
Okay.
For what tool?
General, like battery powered drill, sawzall, circular saw, oscillating cutter.
But the average consumer's not gonna need a Milwaukee. DeWalt will last the average consumer plenty of time.
If it's an average consumer, I'd give him Ryobi. Fuck DeWalt.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying in general, like warranty based and everything else. Like Milwaukee's an amazing brand, but they're really priced for more of the commercial market, whereas DeWalt's more competitive in the general market. You know what I mean? They got drills that are on sale. They got what do you call it? Smaller motors in them sometimes or whatnot, to make the price points.
If you're not making a living with your tools like that, DeWalt is probably a better price point and a better fit, and the interchangeability is great. I have DeWalt stuff just because that's what I kind of started with, and I kept to the platform. But DeWalt probably Milwaukee's a better brand of tool through reputation and everything else and quality, but DeWalt's good enough for most people.
Yeah, I would still buy buying a cutting device.
Well,
I would get
Milwaukee. A little late now.
Before I ever buy a DeWalt.
A friend of mine in Columbia, South Carolina, bought a new house, and it's a fixer-upper. So I've coordinated with his girlfriend, I guess soon-to-be fiance. I don't really know the real status of the relationship. And I had one of those 6-tool combos sent down to him. So
if it's Milwaukee, he'll never have to replace any of them.
I agree. I have my drill and impact driver for like 5 years now.
Yeah, so I don't see how you could go wrong with that. But
I
as
wanted to know
far
if
as
DeWalt was better.
yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, I think they're both they can both be evenly matched in certain
It
aspects.
it depends on who you poll, I guess. You could probably make that go one way or another.
So you're saying
Yeah, I
DeWalt
agree
is
with that.
popular with framers and Milwaukee's popular with like mechanics or something, or what's
Correct.
the other
Yeah.
two?
Yep.
Yep.
HVAC guys?
Yes, I would say that it's the DeWalt is more popular with just like the run of the mill guys, and more of the specialized individualized trades would prefer the Milwaukee just because it's more of a premium brand. Same with Snap-on tools, but most of the run of the mill guys are just buying DeWalt battery stuff out of Lowe's.
I buy Milwaukee strictly because I hate Snap-on. Like, that's really the only reason, because I get the same value out of Milwaukee that I would get out of Snap-on products, and Snap-on wants, like, I don't know, half my paycheck every week if I buy a screwdriver. So, for the rest of my life. So, no. Yeah, that's why I'm a Milwaukee guy. Milwaukee ain't never let me down. But I'm in the automotive field, so
And Snap-on, like, for anybody buying their stuff, like their whole model is awful, and to my understanding, it's a little predatory on some of the newer like service techs and stuff like that.
It's highly predatory.
So, I wonder if there's a good opportunity there. I'm sure Snap-on's probably publicly traded, aren't they?
Yep.
But that's one of them. How long have Snap-on's been in business for probably over 100 years, and I don't go against companies like that.
Their patents are what carry them. Like, they invented a type of screwdriver, a portion of this screwdriver, and they now get royalties for every damn screwdriver ever manufactured in the world, whether it's sold
but
by them or not. You know what I
there's
mean?
a thousand other companies that have patents like that, though.
Snap-on is I have friends that are mechanics. Snap-on is like widely regarded as the top-notch shit out there.
And you got to think about this: they give loans to any technician. All right, the worse your credit score, the more they want to give you money. You know what I mean? Because they'll literally pull the truck up. I got a job one day. They'll pull the truck up and be like, "What do you want? We can sign you up right here. Let's throw it on your credit. I can order a $12,000 toolbox with no tools in it for like $200 a paycheck." You know what I mean? Say I get paid every 2 weeks. That's $100 a week. That's going to be for like 12 years. You know what I mean? But they're happy to give you the money.
I wonder how much of that debt they carry on their balance sheet, or do they shed that off to somebody else? Because I imagine that's just baked into the profit margins. Because, you can, from my understanding, a $20,000 Snap-on toolbox you can buy for $4,000 if it's foreign. So maybe just their finance charges are baked into the product. But I'd love to know more about the balance sheet. That's an interesting take.
Finance charges aren't really, maybe. I guess I don't do math that well, but at the end of the day, with a couple of tools in the toolbox, the last quote I saw on Reddit was like $20,000.
That's where they make the juice at, man.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that was before their like 25% interest rate. And that's what I'm saying. That's like their thing
who pay
like,
for that,
you need a tool, we'll bring it to you, and that's what people like about it.
Right. I'd love to know how much of their balance sheet constitute actual profit from tool sales versus profit from financing.
Oh, I bet all their profit is from financing. Well, it can't be if they're selling a bunch
they're
of
making
tools.
money
That's the only way to finance them. Yeah.
But the thing of it is, when you're starting out and the banks won't talk to you, those guys can get you up and running. And let's face it, they're dealing with a very sticky customer base.
So it's a loan shark. He's going to be there once a week.
This is no different than manufactured housing and Warren Buffett. So he owns Clayton Homes like that. He owns the mortgage company that lends them, and then owns the insurance company that insures them. It's a great little business, but it's almost predatory in nature. And there's been a lot of articles written about this.
Okay, I think Snap-on would make more of the money on the loans than they do the tools, because I know at least around here, I know personally that the Snap-on guys have sold these routes back and forth to each other, so they operate as independent contractors, kind of like if you owned a Wendy's, I guess. I don't know. They operate as
Correct.
independent
The
contractors.
actual the territory like that is a commodity that can be bought and sold. The rights to distribute Snap-on tools in a certain area.
Yes and no. I guess it is semi-territorial, but I have seen two different Snap-on dudes roll up on the same lot.
So what happened afterwards?
I mean, nothing.
No fight,
one was
no
there
fight?
to collect, and the other one was selling something. And I think the tech that one of them was coming to see had worked for a different company before, so like they may have crossed paths at a different place, and then he might just be showing up to collect. You know what I mean? But yeah, puts on Snap-on because I hate them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also,
Sucks.
what I say is I believe like the advances are like super undervalued because they offer almost a better service with not as many products as like the tool truck does. Like
What are you talking about, Soldier? Which one?
Advance Auto.
Like auto parts. So what didn't AutoZone have earnings recently? What they do after their earnings? They beat or what happened?
I'd have to look it up. I don't exactly remember, but I thought Autos or Advance was gonna kind of sympathy trade with them. I think they dumped, and we expected them to go up, but I'd have to look it up. But the only reason I like them is because they don't have bad tool selection. So as far as like your everyday fucking tools, they got them for working on cars, and they will deliver them. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
they probably deliver them to actual mechanics, but and I wish I could buy into Arbor Freight, not because I really like their tools, but because of their market share. But it's a private company, and that's what I see. Like Arbor Freight, like that around me, because we have a store here, and it's a standalone, very large store, constructed probably in the past 3 years. And anybody that buys tools like that generally goes to Arbor Freight. Yeah, they're cheap and don't last that long, but you're going to lose it, leave it in the dirt, or throw it away, or forget it, or whatever, and you're going to have to buy it again in a few years. So, Snap-on's here. It's not going anywhere. I'm not a fan of it either.
I just think they might be a little overvalued, but that may just be my personal opinion. I haven't looked at any of their factual data.
No, I'd have to go through and look at their and look at the financials as well. I have no idea about it, but I'm familiar with the company.
And I like Harbor Freight too.
My boomer portfolio plays I'm thinking about adding positions in is I think I'm going to buy Crown and I'm going to buy Ball because I think I want to own a portion of the bottling activity or the aluminum can business throughout the world, and those are the two biggest players. I think Ball's a little more Crown and Ball.
Crown like the liquor?
Similar, but not the same. They make aluminum cans. They make most of the soda and beer cans along with Ball.
Oh, okay. I got you. I always think when I think of Ball, I think of mason jars.
And the mason jars.
They have sold their mason jar business out, and they mainly produce most of the aerosol cans for like spray foam and Raid and stuff like that, and 30-40% of the beer and soda cans produced throughout the world. And then with Crown being their big competitor like that, between the two of them, they have 80% of the market locked up on aluminum, cans, bottles, that kind of stuff.
Oh man, talk about those cans. Aerosol brake cleaner. The whole shop I used to work at, the whole shop stopped buying the aerosol brake cleaner and started just buying liquid in 55-gallon drums. And they sent us some machine to inject it into a canister that they provided, and then add compressed air from just the air compressor that we had in the shop.
For most technical or more industrial applications, like brake clean cans are a thing of the past. But for most homeowner applications, spray foam, like little cans of spray foam, like I said, beer cans, soda cans, I just want to own a portion of that business as an industry.
That makes sense.
And I had a conversation with Lucy the other day about it, and he was like trying to, preach Stellantis. And I'm like, you're talking a 5-year-old car manufacturer versus 100-year-old, very established businesses. Yes, their balance sheets look very different, but I don't think the one's a better buy over a more established company. This is a completely boomer, long hold, hey, I'll buy, a few thousand shares of these and then pass them down to grandkids, that kind of stuff.
Still see a lot more value in the companies per se for long term.
Long term, yes. They've both been around for well over 100 years, and basically, if something goes to your lips, they pretty much have a hand in it.
Yeah, I was just taking a sip out of my first beer as you said that.
So please do look at the barcode, and you will either see a Ball spelled out BALL, just like the mason jars, or you will generally see a crown symbol like that, like a king's crown like that, and that's the other bottle.
Look at my Red Bull can right now.
Hey, Opinion, are you able to handle this or own the chat from here on out? Heading off.
Hasta luego.
I guess not. All right.
I'm looking at my Red Bull can. Where am I going to find that ball or crown symbol?
It would be near the barcode generally.
Yeah, it's not on my Mick Ultra can either, but that's an Anheuser.
Oh, I see. I see the ball. Oh shit! I think he's onto something, guys.
I'm drinking Corona Premier, and it is made by Ball.
Fucking red. I'm drinking Red Bull, and it's canned by Ball. Let's say that, canned by Ball.
So those two companies control. It's over 80% of the worldwide market for anything that goes into an aluminum can. That's just something I want to have a part of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Balls for aluminum cans.
Yep, that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, and because right off the bat,
sporting goods.
Tandy, I got for you. What do you think your best play is right now that you have working?
What play is that? Are you talking?
I don't know.
All
the
options.
Yeah, of anything, stocks or options. What's your best play?
Your most confident play. Is that what you're kind of asking?
Yes, sir.
Your most confident play where you don't even care what the market does because you know that option or whatever is going to be in the money.
Well, if I had to say what my best play is, that would be my I hold a considerable amount of what is now Duke Energy shares and also Dominion Power.
Duke.
And those are their legacy to me. I inherited them. Will never sell them. Hold them. Dividend
From the
reinvest
Midwest?
them because I believe in the business model.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That is,
Boss called. What is it again?
One more time.
My boss had just called me, so I actually missed what you said. What is your play again?
Oh,
Duke
no.
Energy.
So you asked me my best play, and that's me holding my inherited shares of Dominion Power and Duke Energy. I believe in utilities as a long-term hold like that. And I inherited my shares, but they're guaranteed a double-digit profit by state law. And they're not going anywhere. They're very well capitalized. Yep. Those are my buy and holds. I've just loved to branch into something else.
Duke Energy had like a $10 jump in the last 2 months, 3 months. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was introduced to Duke Energy when I was out in Cincinnati, Ohio, and they're doing some big things. They're providing like electric vehicles for the downtown area. But Duke Energy, I can see that being a confident hold.
Duke and Dominion are the biggest power producers in the United States. They're not going anywhere. Like I said, they have a monopoly, literally state-regulated monopolies like that for their power distribution stuff.
And I want my money back for the failed nuclear project.
What is the other one? Duke Energy and what? I'm sorry.
Dominion.
Dominion, yeah, I've heard of them too. But I actually seen Duke Energy and how do you say it, like firsthand, and seeing what they are doing, man. Duke Energy is a good one.
Well, and these are my boomer holds. And like I said, these are my long-term wealth is tied up in those two stocks, along with real estate. But I'll never sell them. Because their businesses are not going anywhere. I try to take the Warren Buffett approach.
Definitely.
To investing, Warren Buffett's approach is rule number 1 to make money in investing is don't lose money, and rule number 2 is refer to rule number 1. So when your business has a profit that is guaranteed by state law, it's real hard. You need incredibly incompetent management to make that go awry, and that's why I inherited my shares from my grandfather and my great uncle, along with XTO. Well, it's managed by XTO, which is now an ExxonMobil company, but royalties on some gas and oil wells. I'm just, for a boomer, I come here, I love playing options. Generally, my options plays, I play on Fridays just because that's when weeklies expire. Try to, see how the week kind of shakes out like that. Most of the time, Fridays are a little mundane. They're a little better suited to condors and stuff like that, or spreads. I don't go full YOLO on, craziness like that. I'm trying to not blow my options account up, but I'm not risking any of the other stocks that I own like that. I've sold a lot of covered calls on Disney throughout the years like that, just because I own a lot of Disney stock and I believe in it. So it's asking me what my best play is kind of different. I'm more of a value investor. I'm just here for the kick sometimes of the options trading, which is why I'm not participating tomorrow. I just think there's too much of it's priced in. I think it's a lose-lose, and generally I don't play SPY options anyway. I mostly trade ETFs like that when I do play options.
I've been like trying to build up positions on companies that I want to hold for a while. So I've been just messing around with options and if I see like a $30 profit, I'm cashing out and throwing it into the company I want. So,
all right. Hey guys, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Let me handle this.
Hardy, I can hang for a while if you need to go.
I'm out actually too. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Well, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning.
I think we'll call it here then. Good trading to everybody. We'll do this all again tomorrow.
Later, guys.